bedrooms or what the hell do we do this for? I push you out, but you come back. That attraction, we can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And oh, keep telling myself that I should move on, but I don't. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. We got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. We got that. Seeing the world disappears. Tell me the things that I wanna hear. I just wanna stay right here. You push me out, but I come back. That attraction, we can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. Keep telling myself that I should move on, but I don't. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. We got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. We got that love, we got
Welcome to the REPUBLEAGUE closed qualifier. Oh my God! It's two through the wall.
Davide, to bys mohl vidět.
Jde.
Dčko, správna odpověď, samozřejmě, celkom
Dobře.
aktuálna novinka.
Podle mě David to
24
bude
kámo.
ne, 2010 kámo, 24 určitě ne kámo.
Počkej, je většina, víš vlastně.
Buď 2000,
No,
jako
2010, no, určitě.
2010 podle mě 24, ale 24 je boho strašně moc
2010,
kámo,
no,
2010 určitě.
no.
Ne, počkej kámo, jako já, když
Ale
jsem hrál
počkej.
ještě 1.6, tak jsem se jako na LTVko už díval podle mě, tyjo, když jsem
A
hrál.
2010 je pozdě sebe, podle mě.
A 2010 je kámo 12 let zpátky, jako jo, to mi bylo 12, a tyhle,
A založený, kámo, třeba to nebylo jako nějak známý, chápeš?
jako možná to bude 24 kámo, možná to bude 24.
Tak 24,
To je,
pravdě. Když
máme
tak,
24, jako 2010 už je zase,
ale jako
jako kdyby to bylo třeba
kámo,
28 kámo, tak já,
Jako 28,
můžeme dát 24 kámo, já bych dal 24.
Kámo, nevím, no, co se týče.
Jako 2010 je asi teda moc nakonec, jakože moc pozdě už. Imo. Či 1.6 už je strašně dlouho, kámo, oni coverovali už 1.6, že? A tyjo, 99 je, to už je témo, to je blbost, podle mě 24, no. Kámo, podle mě 24.
Tak dáme 24.
Shodneme se, dáme Cčko. Dejme C.
Takže Cčko, finálna odpoveď je nesprávna. 2002.
Tak brzo.
Tento rok bolo 20. výročie Holotovo.
A jo, vlastně.
Jo, já tam jsem každý den, kámo, a nevím.
A jo, já jsem si to teď vzpomněl, kámo, jak se to výročí.
let.
15, počkej, Katovice.
Kámo, nebyly to Virtusové, kámo.
Já myslím, že...
To podle mě
počkej,
byly...
to byly Fanatic, kámo.
Myslíš?
No, jak Freiberg, kámo, dal spray, ne? Víš, co myslím? Jak Freiberg dal ten spray jeho, ale oni prohráli. Kámo, ne, to bylo asi 15, podle mě. Nebo?
Nevím,
kámo, já myslím, že jo. Já myslím, že to byly Fanatic. Protože vím, že ES Slovan Cologne vyhráli NVS, myslím, či? Nebo já nevím, kámo. Já bych dal Fanatic sebou.
Dal bys Fanatic. A nevyhrali.
Myslím, že ten jak dal Freiberg, kámo, ten spray na tom Infernu. Víš, co myslím?
Ty já nevím, kámo, to už je týdnu.
To nevíš, že to je úplně nečeho.
Týdnu a dní. Můžeme dát Fanatiky, ale já myslím, že to Virtus. Ale jdeme B.
Takže finálna odpoveď Bčko.
Yes.
A je správna.
Nice, David, ty máš nos.
Mám knowledge, on step.
Podle mě over, ne?
Že over, ale nevím.
Podle mě over, kámo, protože Inferno mi dáš.
To je jedna odpověď vlastně správná, no tak over.
Tak.
Over, ne?
Jo, to over určitě.
Určitě over.
Áno, správne. Po prvých dvoch majoroch sa tam pridal presne Overpass a Cobblestone.
Víš, 21, to bylo teď, viď? Tak to bylo... No,
jsi byl
11,
pátý, ne?
Kámo.
Nebyl 11,
pátý,
kámo, 11.
Kámo, teďka
Já nevím, kámo, já nevím.
Týpek...
Kolik byl minulý rok?
Ne, určitě
a minulý rok byl ještě decent docela,
nebyl, ne, už kámo, to už bylo to už nebylo dobrý, to už byl poprvé nebyl v top 5 nebo co, to si pamatuju. Buď 8
tak 11 určitě nebyl, kámo, podle mě.
Kámo, podle mě
byl. By teda 8.
Tak 8.
Nevím, kámo, nevím. Předtím stipnul Fanatiky, tak dám ti ještě jeden guess.
Počkej,
jako já si myslím, že 8.
Ne, to už byly, kámo, to už nebyly dobrý Astralis přece. Počkej, já nevím, jestli 8.
Ale kámo, 11 je už docela out, ty vole.
A podle mě 8 ne, kámo, tam bylo úplně, to byl stacked úplně, kámo.
Kdo tam byl, kámo? První, kdo tam mohl být? Tam mohl být Niko, Zaibu, Simple,
Zaibu, Niko, Electronic, Exile, Hobbit,
6, Shiro, ne?
Shiro tam byl určitě někde.
Shiro, to je 7,
máš 7.
Takže už 8.
Pak, no. Kdo ještě, kámo?
Blame tam možná, nebyl tam Blame někde vysoko, kámo?
Ne, to bylo 220, kámo.
Jo, tak to si pletu. Kdo tam mohl být?
Kámo, no, počkej, kdo ještě? Co byl dobrý za tým ještě? Já si to matu normálně. Nějak Bit tam byl určitě, no 8 nemohl být, kámo.
Kámo, Bit nebyl určitě nějak vysoko.
Kámo, 221, byl Bit asi vysoko, pátý. Ne? Kámo, týpek byl doma top 5 nebo jo. Nebo top 7, Bit byl 7, myslím.
Blázníš.
Kámo, na 100% 11.
Tak dobře, dejme 11,
na 100%
okay, dejme 11.
Na 100%.
Takže finálna odpoveď Bčko?
Yes.
Je to správne.
David. To bude C, no. Odpovídalo by to, ne? Princess to nebude, asi taky ne.
Jo, určitě tak jsou.
Taky si myslím C.
A nebo D, no. Ale asi
Správne, Cčko.
Bude drahý, kámo.
Podle mě B. Jako já si myslím, že to nebude stát víc než 100, kámo, tady tohle.
Já nevím, kámo. To vůbec tam ani neznám, že takový skinček.
Já taky ne, v životě jsem neviděl,
no.
Kámo. Já bych dal jako Bčko, no. Nevím, jako já si myslím, já bych dal...
Ale to je trash nějaký, kámo.
A tak je to, víš, jako, nevím.
Jo, Factory New, kámo, ten bude dražší, tak Bčko.
Právě, je to Factory New, právě.
Vlastně B, ale to bylo nejde víc, kámo, ale dáme B.
Myslíš, že víc? Dáme B.
Průměr, to se neprodalo, kámo, určitě moc toho, kámo, já bych dal klidně C sebo.
Kámo, tak dej kolik chceš, ty vole.
Ne, dáme na tebe, kámo, musíme dát na tebe teďka.
Já bych dal jako B, no.
Tak dáme B. Ale z Factory New víš? Ale jo, asi B to bude možná, kámo, to bude B. To dáme B.
Jo.
Finálna odpoveď B? Je to Cčko.
Kámo. Tyjo, tak takový skin.
Ale kámo, průměr, to se prodal třeba jeden, chápeš, za kámo peranec.
Možná.
Prečo sa Howl stal kontraband skinom? Je to kvůli vysoké ceně?
Copyright problémy, to bylo určitě Dčko, tam byl nějaký špatný copyright problém. Znám to, protože jsem měl s tím smutnou zkušenost.
To vlastnil?
Vlastnil jsem starý.
Pak to tradenul za 5 euro.
Jsem to tradenul za 20 euro, no.
Jedna vec bola pridaná z inej mapy v tomto screenshote. Čo to je a z akej mapy?
Ta raketa tam. Pod hevnem.
To je správne. A z akej mapy to je?
Tykrát.
Počkej.
To je nějaká cache, nebo něco takového.
No.
Bude to z cache, ty vole.
Není to náhodou... Kámo, není na Infernu třeba, jak máš ty kofiny, není tam raketa nějaká.
Podle mě není tam raketa, kámo. A kde by mohla být raketa? Zrovna Aňuku bych čekal, že tam nějaká raketa bude, ty vole, ale... Jako můžeme asi Inferno, jako nic jiného mi tam nedává totiž smysl, kámo.
Jo.
Možná
Inferno, kámo.
Ancient to taky nebude.
Ne.
Kámo, nebude na Vertigo něco, kámo, nebude na Vertigo něco, a to je...
Tam není
a na Vertigo je, kámo, spíš stavební, to je stavební mapa, tyhle, tam...
Já vím, že kámo v kofinech na Infernu jsou, kámo, rakety na 100%.
Tak můžem dát asi Inferno, zkusit.
Určitě.
Takže Inferno?
Yes.
Bola to správna odpověď, je to Bčko.
Kámo, já to vlastně...
No je 5 head, tyhle, normálně. Já bych dal Kobl zpátky. Bych chtěl já.
Je to asi jedno, no. A Kobl byl docela nice, no.
Kobl byl cool.
I Kešku jsem měl rád.
Já Kejky jsem měl taky rád, ale to by museli trošičku ještě pomět. I ten Kobl, ale obě dvě mapy bych klidně vrátil, no. A je jedno kterou. Ale Kobl radši než Cash. A místo které... Nevím, kámo.
Já bych dal pryč Mirage, kámo. Nebo Dust. Dust bych dal pryč.
Dust nebo Mirage, no, bych taky dal. Jedno z toho bych dal pryč. Dust nebo Mirage.
Welcome back to the REPUBLEAGUE Season 3 Closed Qualifier. I am Alan, and today I'm joined by somebody new. It's B-Dog. So, B-Dog, how are you? And how excited are you for these games?
Hi, thank you so much to having me, Alan. Yeah, I'm really excited. I think we're in for an absolute treat at Counter-Strike today. We've got Sinners versus MOUZ NXT as the first best of 3 today, and there's a lot of talking points that we can discuss just in a couple of seconds. And then later on, we've also got Sprout versus Sampi, which is going to be another really good best of 3.
Indeed, and of course, for the teams, we're really trying to make it through to the main event. So some are in the upper bracket and some are in the lower. Those in the lower going out today. Those in the upper will be going through to Season 3. So I think I'm going to kick off by taking a quick look at yesterday's games that we had here on the stream. And those were, first of all, K23 versus Argentinium. 2-0 for K23, fairly easy affair. But that second game, Hellslayer's Ecstatic, super close the whole way through. Second map of Ancient wasn't so much fun, but Ecstatic making it through to the main event. Is that a surprise for you, or did you expect Ecstatic to be sailing high through here in the closed qualifier?
I've been impressed with how they've been performing recently. I think that Hellslayers are kind of a little bit of an upset team right now. So for Ecstatic to overcome the odds, on paper, I feel like it was expected, but it's still good that they can back that up as well.
Yeah, it was great stuff from them. And of course, you know, players like Zello having good performances, whilst also Fasho, the player we normally associate with being great, we had a really good event as well. So the close qualifiers, as you can see, they're still running all the way up until June the 6th. These are the qualifiers for the main event. 8 teams will progress forward, and then we'll have some more invites to play through the group stages of that main event as well. So a lot of fun CS ahead of us. We've had a bit of CS behind us already, but I think it's going to be even better so far. And as we can see here, these are the invited teams and the qualified teams into the close qualifier, and only Argentinium has been eliminated so far, and it's Ecstatic that's gone through. And of these other teams here, B-Dog, who else do you expect to make it through? Who else is the other bigger names you're expecting to punch in well?
I honestly think that Skade should be one of the teams definitely on the list. I think that Sprout have a very good opportunity as well to make it through. It depends if they can really just overcome that lower bracket run, to be completely honest with you. We're going to have to wait and see. It's Sinners or MOUZ NXT next, and I think MOUZ have got it in the bag.
It should be an interesting matchup. Of course, Sinners, we now know the news that NeoFrag is on his way out. He will be playing today. We can confirm that. But across the rest of the upper bracket here, Skade have a great opportunity to get into the breach. And then Mad Lions and Tropic Prize. It's a bit of an interesting matchup because, of course, Mad Lions are now out of the scene, and that team is still just about sticking together. I believe they're still kind of under contract, but they're accepting offers moving forwards. And here is that bracket. So brutal here. Lose 1 best of 3 and you're out. K23 and Hellslayers, that matchup was set up off the results yesterday, and that one will be a really tough pill to swallow for whoever loses that one, because you feel like you come so close to the main event and then you get eliminated. What a brutal format we have here in the closed qualifiers. So a lot of fun ahead of us, and hopefully today's games perform as well. And looking at those ones, first up, Sinners versus MOUZ NXT. We mentioned that one already, but that second game of the day, Sprouts versus Sampi. I guess Sprouts are pretty heavy favourites, but hopefully Sampi can also perform. That's got Guardian. But what's your thoughts on that second game in particular? Do you think Sprout are going to continue their good form from the Valencia qualies?
I believe they got a very good opportunity to do so. I was very impressed to see how they have been performing with the newest member of their team from that Nexus core as well that's moved over. I think that, yeah, they've got a very good opportunity. Sampi haven't really seen too much of them. They've only been established for around about a month or so on playing under the organization. So it's kind of a lot of unknown entities, but on paper, I feel like Sprout should be coming out on top.
Yeah, Guardian as well in the mix, of course. Very tenured player, but I haven't seen the Sampi team play a lot, to be honest, and it just feels like they're kind of a new outfit. Maybe they just haven't played for enough of the qualifiers and such to be in all the regular tournaments. But I guess we'll jump straight into actually the upcoming game. The first one, that's going to be Sinners up against MOUZ NXT. Here is that Sinners lineup, and for me, Neofrag, he is on his way out, but he's such a brilliant player. I've also found Forzy to be a great pickup. I really thought they'd lose that a lot, losing Oscar, but actually he's been playing really well. So for you as well, are these the two standouts, or is there anyone else you want to highlight?
Yeah, definitely. I think Forzy is definitely a notable name to mention. 1.17 rating coming into this. You can have a look at the last 6 matches as well. And there's kind of, I think the issue with Sinners for me is a consistency. It feels like they went into the European RMR, they had a set game plan. Unfortunately, they didn't quite make it through, going 2 and 3. But since then, it's kind of just been a bit flip-flop back and forth, and we're yet to really see them establish kind of a winning streak of sorts. Yeah,
I guess you have to factor in probably this Neofrag situation has been known behind the scenes for a few weeks, and even when they were playing at the RMR, they were in our group as endpoint at that time as well, and it just felt like they were a little bit inconsistent. Map pool has been a tiny bit problematic of late. We've still got the strong home grounds of, say, your Vertigos, your Infernos, but outside of that, maybe towards the bottom of the map pool, it's not so great. But moving on, MOUZ NXT, really exciting team, of course. MOUZ's academy team. This is competing over in WePlay right now, actually, with this brand new lineup. Zerjan, for me, is the player to watch out on. Israeli, he's so skilled, so much potential, and I can't wait to see more of him in today's game. Anybody else here that really tickles your fancy over on MOUZ NXT?
Oh, I've been impressed with MHL recently as well. Obviously, steps into the shoes of Torji, and I think he's doing a fantastic job there as well. Obviously, you can take the MOUZ NXT results kind of grain of salt. They are the favourites on paper going into the Academy League, and as you can see, it's just a clean sweep across the board. The 2-0 versus Sprout, though, is incredibly impressive. It was a very tight game on Vertigo, and it was really good mental resilience for MOUZ NXT to really get it over the line. I'm so impressed with how they've been performing, considering they're losing their players. It sometimes feels like a rotation phase, but that's what the Academy team is for. And I'm so impressed with the recruitment of MOUZ NXT. Yeah,
that's always the most impressive thing, isn't it? Whoever does the scouting for this team really knows what they're doing, because they lose a player like Torzi and you think, how on earth can he be replaceable? He's so brilliant. He's already performing well in the main roster on LAN against elite level teams. Where are you going to find another good AWPer? And out of nowhere, they pull up an MHL from kind of the Polish scene, and immediately we've got a team that can perform. We've got players like Zerjan, who are already great riflers. So they've got an amazing bedrock of players, and they must do so much work in the scouting department to, figure out who's coming up or watching the low-level team. So I've always been really impressed by MOUZ NXT. But for you, who do you actually think is going to win this matchup? Who are you going to take in this one?
I think just based on what we have discussed, just kind of about Sinners just having an inconsistent patch of form, and their map pool, it is established, but it feels like they don't always rely on the same matches time and time again. I know that they like Vertigo, and MOUZ NXT are quite prolific on Vertigo, so I would actually just have to give it to MOUZ NXT.
Indeed. Here come the picks and the bans. Permabans coming out, no surprises there. Both past us too. Uke pick from MOUZ NXT, of course, as you mentioned, they always really liked it. And Sinners, it's more of a troublesome map. They actually used to be really great on it maybe six months ago, maybe a tiny bit longer, 7 months, 8 months, around Pro League last year, just after the summer. But it has fallen away, and the third is going to be Ancient Sinners have always been really up and down on this one. And looking at MOUZ NXT's results, of course, maybe the competitions are not quite as stiff. All the way up at 80%, only lost one recently. So I think overall, MOUZ NXT have got to be pretty happy with this veto. Nuke and Ancient, good home maps, and Inferno as well. It's not like they're terrible on it. So overall, I like MOUZ NXT in the series. I am going to favor them to win. And of course, I think the big factor is Neofrag's out the door. We already know he's leaving. How a Sin is going to play around this? It could be really tricky for them to, you know, have a good bedrock, have good strategies when they likely aren't practicing to, in all honesty, at least with this lineup. So a lot in the air. But let's get into this first game, the first map of the series. That's going to be over here on Nuke. MOUZ versus Sinners. As we said, I'm taking MOUZ. I think you're in the same boat. But hopefully, if for nothing else, we're in for a barnstormer of a game. I always enjoy Nuke. Is it one of your favorite maps as well?
Yeah, I really like Nuke in the map pool. I think, to be honest with you, I'm favouring the Nuke, the Vertigo, the Ancient. They're my top three. I just think that they're a lot more tactically based. I think Ancient is the newest one. I always like a new map in the pool. I think there's some bits that kind of need to be worked out on it overall. Maybe that CT side needs to be tweaked just a little bit. But for me, I'm always happy to see those maps in the pool.
Controversial, I think, saying Ancient and Vertigo are some of the better maps.
Yeah.
But we like that. We can't have everyone just saying Inferno, Mirage, you know, Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, they're your staple, your bread and butter. I think I like the little controversial out-of-the-box picks. I think for me, playing as well, just as a player, I quite like Vertigo. I quite like the idea that there's such an elevation difference, and you're fighting for the control, and it brings a new element to Counter-Strike rather than just the kind of the linear kind of map such as Mirage.
Indeed, of course, Nuke is a great example of that, all that verticality, and for me, it's actually grown into being one of my favorite maps, especially to cast. I just feel like teams getting better and better on the T side. There's so many options, and if you are a team that can play really well on the T side, it can be really fun to watch, really dynamic, and it's not like it used to be in the past of playing it slow, putting down those smokes, and just trying to play around that. But anyway, let's get into this one. MOUZ NXT, their map pick, starting off here on the T side. A lot of nades, actually, in the bank, and I really do wonder where those are going to be going.
It looks like MOUZ NXT just going to posture towards lobby. You can see that Sinners there actually sending people down site early. Zeko will find contact outside, but these utility is being primed. It's going to be this top lobby hit coming straight in. Sinners are in a good spot to defend this, but as the nades rain down in, MOUZ NXT are just going to burst out through Heart. Pawsey
here, forced back already. Flashes are good. Flashes are really good. Bomb's going to get planted. They are at a man deficit. Surgeon, though, immediately evens that up. Playing wide here on Mini, and now Sinners got to think about the retake. They have a smoke. That's going to go down on the paint barrel thing. Out by Heaven. Surgeon still playing wide. He finds a second. Here, Frag's thinking about peeking, takes the duel. Surgeon hits the deck. 3-on-3, not for long. MHL finds another. Neofrag, though, in fine form. Coming onto the bomb side. B-Stick rattles off a few shots, but now the bomb is really dwindling down. B-Stick, kit in hand, no body armor, and Zui here finds the frags. Sinners get over line, but that was an absolute brawl. And actually, sorry, Overlay's confusing me here. MOUZ NXT get it over line. Absolute brawl, and yeah, some good frags in the end to secure the afterplan. It was really good utility as well. The flashbangs completely just detracted Sinners from kind of attempt to the bomb site the first instance. It was a nice idea to go for the retake play, but these shots just coming out were absolutely essential. And I like it, just a simple execute onto the top floor. It nets MOUZ NXT the round, and they're just going to look to convert here. So they have forced into this, the CTs. Got a scout on 4G, going to look see if he can accomplish anything here. Exertion is just going to run straight out. That's B-Stick hitting the deck early, and MOUZ NXT, once again, they just completely capitulate onto this bomb site. Only two remaining. What can they do here? You got to save. And MOUZ, they're just keeping it simple. First round, fast upper hit. Second round's not a lot different. Exploding out of Squeaky. That was Zershin getting aggressive. Found a nice entry frag as well for good measures. So MOUZ NXT displaying some nice strategies. Nice explosive play. And of course, here on the pistols, we couldn't expect too much from Sinners, and of course another eco in the following. So T-side nuke already up to 2 and chances for more. MOUZ NXT looking good so far.
I think it's a really good point that you just mentioned. It's just keeping it simple. MOUZ NXT, they're just running their standard protocols. They don't really need to overcomplicate anything. Things get a little bit messy with the force buys back in. I know there's some IGLs that kind of like just throw a wild strat out there, just maybe go for a little bit of a default, but by just running this fast execute, it doesn't allow Sinners to really get a foot in the door. There's no really window of opportunity for them to pick, especially with the scout heading towards outside. MOUZ NXT keep it simple. Sinners just going to be having what they hold, just these deagles, the scouts, and the upgraded pistols surrounding it. A very good opportunity for MOUZ to further extend their advantage.
Economically as well. And on the Sinner side of things, any frags here would be great. Just keep that money low. Going into further gun rounds. Outer seems to be on the cards for MOUZ. Wrap smokes landing. 4Z. Gonna get some opportunities. Flashes don't really catch him all too much. Sitting back, he does tag up Zergin, so maybe they got to beware a little bit here of that scout. Reply though comes in, and MOUZ looks to be putting the brakes on and picking off these Sinners players one by one.
Nero frag's in a... Then we have a corner here trying to capitalize. CZ frag will come in and Mac 10 can be retrieved. Avenue approach shut down towards Secret for MOUZ NXT. But once again, Shane, he's found a lot of space over here towards A. Just going to call the rest of his team to come in. Forzy's the only real person that can stop this, but with the bomb being planted already, I don't see a way back in.
What do you do here? Do you really try to save these weapons, or do you stay aggressive looking for frags? MHL. 2 headshots, nice. Can't quite find the third, but overall 4 players alive, money in the bank. T-side's looking good so far, and on the Sinners side of things, they need to hit the ground running. CT side of nuke can't be affording away too many rounds, and hopefully for their sake they got some good game plans and good setups in mind, because they're going to need them here on the CT side of their opponent's map pick. It hasn't been great for them actually nuke in recent times, and they certainly need to switch something up to take down a team of MOUZ's caliber.
A shock on the A4 as well. I've seen a couple of teams kind of implement that in over the last couple of weeks. What's your thoughts on the silencer versus non-silencer debate?
Surely the silencer is just better. It's got to be better, but we're getting aggressive now on the flashes. He seems to wide himself there, did the MOUZ player. Here, Frag though finds the spam. Good kill, good kill. Bit of a mess there with the flashes. Getting back to that debate of the A1S versus the M4, you can see it there. You just spam through the smokes without really any rebuttal. And that's really the main difference. Of course, clip size now up to 25 as well, and extra Amazines in the bank. So yeah, there's a lot of arguments for the A1S and the A1 at a higher price. Some still use it, but yeah, I think it's a tough sell for most people.
MOUZ NXT, they flip their attention towards ramp. Forzy has scoped in with the AWP, but he allows safe passage for the rest of the gang to head on down. But Neofrag's already rotated in. A lovely couple of kills. It's all left onto MHL on the 1 versus 4. He will get the bomb down, but that might just be about it.
Needs to find fights. Needs to find a lot of individual fights, and he needs to win them and look in the wrong way. Face from control. Shock peeks out on his teammate's contact. Simple stuff, and actually for Sinners, keeping 4 players alive. What a result. So good first gun round from them. Neofrag, though, as always, doing work. You can tell why this man is off and onto OG soon.
It's a very good pickup for OG. And it's a shame for Sinners because he's the star factor for them, and when he's firing on all cylinders, it's a very tough day in the office for any opponent he is facing. But MOUZ NXT, they tried to keep it a little bit more dynamic, this time taking ramp control, and Forzy respects it, gets pushed off the line by utility, but because Neofrag is already there in support, it's a lovely clean-up job from him.
Forzy, smoke down, has that AWP. Can he get aggressive behind you? Look at him on this left-hand side. See, there is no idea. Falls immediately. And a great man advantage already in Sinners. Now that the rifles are out, maybe it's a bit of a resurgence. 5-on-4 and looking good so far.
Yeah, Zeko's still here, just lurking around by this red position. Gonna drop the smoke at potentially not the most ideal time, and Exertion will find him. And now Neofrag is gonna try and pick up the pieces. There's the silencer, no traces through that smoke. And Forzy's good for MHL outside. As the rest of MOUZ NXT try and group, it's Forzy once again. Now it's all on to Shane, but he gets shut down in the lobby by B-Stick. The guns come out and Sinners are here to play.
Looking good, looking good. And now that economy of MOUZ NXT is in a little bit of question. Zerge and Jen, they've got money. Across the board, though, not so much. Here we can see the replays. Here's Forzie's entry. No idea. That offensive player. Just playing around the garage, cleaning up, doing work, and MOUZ NXT couldn't do much to deal with him on that occasion. So, good so far. They're actually going to force it up. A couple Galils in play, and if Sinners win this one, their opponents have nothing left in the bank. This is such an important round for MOUZ NXT.
You already see the setup being formed. Forzie just trying to peek outside. Has spotted the head over towards red. And there's rotations already in for Sinners. You see Neofrag already posted up down secret. Can just cut off the rotations. The rest of the MOUZ, they're just playing a little bit slowly. They're waiting to see if there's any contact forming. But with Neofrag just holding the line here. His intentions are made clear. Going to try and play ahead of the Molotov, but Exertion's good for it. And now space being gathered down towards B.
They need to rotate. They need to rotate. Only one player's on lower. And that shock here. Oh, he finds the angle around the smoke. Zooey there thought he had a great position, but it wasn't the case. 4-on-3, and how this round has gone from jubilation to troubles for MOUZ NXT as Forzie's repositioning. They'll have no idea he's back here as well. And MOUZ, they need to find a frag. There's one on lower, but I don't think they're going to isolate any easy kills here. Look how passive these Sinners guys are playing.
Shock's just tucked in right towards Dark. It's going to be such a difficult gunfight for MOUZ NXT to win. You see on the minimap they're trying to cross outside, trying to hit timing, walking past Forzie and Garage. It's a difficult task. We're going to have to make noise. Only 20 seconds left on the clock, and I'm looking at the important frag down in towards Lower's Shock. He can just tuck in. He can just wait for the rest of MOUZ NXT to explode onto the bomb site. He can just prevent this and win it all here. 10 seconds left. As MOUZ climb in, Jimfat's going to put the bomb down. The rotations are in for Sinners. As Shock, he hasn't revealed himself.
Oh, can't connect with the spray. Can't connect with the spray. Jimfat in the same boat. Behind Silo. It's just MHL remaining. Can't hit the shots either. B-Stick coming in from ramp does the work. Bomb's going to be defused, and it fell for a few seconds there like Sinners. They had all the information. They were just so scared of going down the vent. They thought a player could be holding it. They knew someone had got down earlier, and the rotating really late. So, bit of a troublesome round, but they clean it up in the after plant. They're up to 3, and see how the money plays out now. Bomb plant will help a little bit onto the MOUZ NXT side, but I'd expect a half buy at best. That'd be a result for them. But overall, Sinners have been in good form. Yeah, just the hero Galil, some pistols. So Sinners finally breaking that economy.
Yeah, it's a good step in the right direction for Sinners. These rotations down towards Secret have been quick and clean. It's unfortunate for Shock he couldn't find anything done, but as Neofrag just pushes into the lobby, that's just a freebie. Even going to be offered up a second as well. Shane just darting around the corner. Will actually get taken down. Neofrag gets eliminated, and that's a rifle that can be retrieved. The rest of MOUZ NXT, they're trying to crunch in towards this main position, but Forzie's holding the line. It's a quick cleanup for B-Stick and Sinners. It looked a little bit dicey, but they came out with 3 players alive, trying to keep that economy a little bit stronger.
Yeah, Neofrag just didn't care, did he? They also would have been well aware of the investment. Almost certainly was going to be a half buy, and he just wanted to get aggressive, dropping his nades, pushing straight through huts. So Neofrag's here to give us a show, if for nothing else, and an early timeout from MOUZ NXT, of course, winning the pistol and the conversions. Rifle rounds have been a different story, and they certainly need to change something up, and that's certainly what they'll be discussing at the moment. If I was in their camp, I don't know, those pistol round and second round were some nice inner hits, so maybe pressure out a bit and think about an inner explosion once again.
Yeah, maybe even target ramp. I think the one round that they exploited that area, it just took one flashbang to force the AWPer back. We know that Forzie has been playing outside early in these rounds, so that could be a difference maker for MOUZ NXT. We're gonna see what they decide to do here. The timeout just draws to a close. It's exciting. I'm happy to see the Sinners' resurgence, especially off what looked like some really convincing early takes from MOUZ.
Yeah, remember as well that here on Nuke, Sinners have had their problems of late, so nice to see them stabilizing early on. Jen here, thinking about getting up close. And Ram Forzy takes a shot. No connection. No, it isn't so brilliant, but it's not going to matter. Outer smoke's coming in from that T side. That will give Sinners a little bit to think about. Molly's lined up. I think they've got a set plan in mind. Players lurking into the smoke. I think it's going to be a set in this play, but Zedko aggressively drops that lurker. Now they're going to change their minds and explode into ramp. And actually, there's nobody really in attendance. Forzy's going to fall. They got some space here, but still a man to the lesser, and Beastic finds another 2-on-4 now. It's just so difficult in this sort of position.
Shane's going to tuck himself in towards the double doors. MHL with the AWB, he going to provide Overwatch. The MOUZ NXT hoping they can just catch out a player, but that grenade, I think Sinners know that Shane could be lurking, but that's a lovely headshot. Neofrag with the immediate trade. It's all left now onto the AWP of MOUZ NXT. He makes his presence very loud, and Neofrag will capitalize upon it. It just feels like sometimes, Alan, that MOUZ NXT, they've got a rough plan in mind of where they want to accomplish, where they want to take space. We saw it once again over towards ramp, but the rest of the team, they're just so far away to kind of pick up the pieces.
Yeah, I think here the plan was probably to split A, with that player coming through the smoke towards outer, but Zedko ahead of the game, flash through the smoke, kills him, and then A, he's dead, and also the game is kind of up. They know that in is open and exposed. Sin is covered off. They had a bit of a gap in ramp, but the rotates were too good, and ultimately out of utility, and again lacking the funds here to go for another buy. Looks like one of the smokes has been pre-mollied or something here, so they can't cross, and actually they're out of smokes, so it's just the half buy, but this round is already going to be a desperate affair.
It's going to be very difficult for them to cross outside. You can see the Forzy's already holding it. You've got a crossfire in between the rafters if MOUZ NXT decide to walk all the way back in the temp lobby. Looks like Exertion has got a plan in mind. Molotov's going to be lined up potentially towards the back of site or top hut. But no one resides there for Sinners. Instead, B6 is playing anti-flash. Zedko's going to be the early engagement. And Neofrag's even here as well. So it's the perfect defense to stop this A burst that's going to come in off the back of that pre-mollied smoke outside. Perfect smoke deployment as well. MOUZ NXT, they just can't aggress through the squeaky door. They're being shut down wherever they go, and the time is... They've still got 40 seconds left to play with, but it just feels like there's just no entry.
3 on A as well. Player in heaven. So that's Zedko. Got B-Stick, Mustang, CT Ven as well, and actually... They're just going to explode out behind this. Rushing out of Squeaky, trying to get down the Ven, but look at Zedko, ready and waiting. Just an absolute massacre as they come out the squeaky door, and it was a nice idea, but Sinners were ready for that every single day of the week. Easy cleanup, and this CT money is really starting to bank up now behind it. So Sinners looking good, 6 on the trot, and I'd be getting a little nervous now if I was a MOUZ NXT fan.
It's going to take them so many rounds to kind of break the economy of Sinners. MOUZ will have enough money to bring out the AWP. MHL, it's moving out the duels against Forzy a little bit, over towards ramp especially. 2 players starting on A for Sinners. Forzy once again trying to be that presence outside, but quick smokes already down for MOUZ, and they've got a player in towards Secret early.
Yeah, frag. Rotated down. He knows what's up. Oh, the timing. Look at that. Zerjan knew there was a bit of a gap around the smoke, plays around it, finds the entry, and now the CT rotation is going to be absolutely hectic. Going to commit still 3 on this upper side of the map. One is aggressively on ramp. But now the map is the MOUZ's oyster. Where do they choose to go? Heading towards ramp. And Shock on this off angle. Looks like he's ready and waiting.
He's in the absolute perfect position just to counter this. It's going to be a very hard clear. MOUZ NXT, they need to make it. Easy just Forzy dropping down the ladder. He can be here in support at Hell. Flashbangs rain in. Shock, he hasn't even revealed himself. 1 player's run past him and a second. It could be a quick clean-up job, at least we thought. But Shu with the immediate trade. MOUZ NXT, they've got room to work with on ramp, but Zedko, oh, he could have been the last line of defense, but Exertion, that early secret player, has now taken out 2 lines of the Sinners defense. Bomb to be planted. The Sinners might be thinking about saving this.
Zerjan on an absolute tear. monstrous headshots. That second one was so impressive. Annihilates the player behind the silos. And Sinners had to swallow their pride. Got to eco this one. Or sorry, not eco, just saving the guns through. They'll be buying the next. Don't worry about that. But MOUZ, they need a strong gun round. First full weapon round they've won in this map so far, so nothing to scoff at on that front. And MOUZ NXT, more of where that came from, please. Especially those entry frags. Look at this, though. Trapped in secret, these two CT players, and I don't think they quite know that the opponents are only a few meters away. They're all going to be saving, and MOUZ needs to keep this rolling. Kept players alive, and whatever worked there, let's do it again.
Yeah, it's a nice change of pace down secret, and I thought Shock could potentially do a little bit more of his position, but not to be. It was a nice split in the end from ramp. MOUZ NXT, they will get that one over the line. Saved AWP, carried in for Sinners. Forzy's been quite impressive outside. He has been holding it down for most of the time, apart from that last. Take a look, MHL on the polar opposite side of things. They're going to try and aggress in towards lobby, go for that heaven pick, but Zedko all the meanwhile is taking a lot of space outside, and this is a lot of room for Sinners to work with.
Zergen. Nearby, quick frags that are coming in. Ramp player goes down, find another frag on A, and they're taking space. There's nobody nearby either for Sinners because that out of setup, and all this space is given, and maybe they'll even think about saving here early on. Utility being thrown down. Jimfat leading the charge, taking all this space in towards control, and Sinners have already consigned themselves to their fate. It's going to have to be a save, and MOUZ had some troublesome gun rounds, but they're already up to 5 on the T side of Nuke. Respectable and definitely chances for more.
Yeah, nice avenue approach. Went through ramp once again, and it just seems to work out for them. Jimfat, we haven't really said his name too much. Newest member of that MOUZ NXT roster. Incredibly young as well, but bundles of talent. Started off a little bit slow here, but some important kills, getting that one over the line for MOUZ NXT. And it's interesting to say, we talk about the CT economy, we said it has built up quite a bit, but Sinners, they're playing so disciplined. They just want to make sure the longevity of their economy remains throughout the rest of the first half, and there's really no way back in when MOUZ have already taken that bomb site so early on.
Been to the VP School of Saving, I think, is Sinners. These guns are rolling. As you mentioned, they have still some decent money behind this. They'll be buying up again. No issues on that front. Team economy, let's have a look. Certainly for Sinners, has fallen by the wayside as MOUZ been clawing a few rounds together. With the saves, it's not a disaster. They're still buying into this one and still got good chances. Let's see how the T-Cell is going to default. Ace towards out, MHL's in attendance. He's looking for frags to play aggressively on his left-hand side and slip by each other like ships in the night. Oh, Zedko. I thought he was dead there. I thought Zergen had the frag, but Zedko wins out. It's a little bit trapped, a little bit isolated, and surely they're going to find the frag. Indeed, it comes in 4 on 4, but there is some information here for Sinners.
You can see what the reaction is as well. Deep smoke in towards ramp. You've got 2 players just pushing up. Oh, that's a lovely kill from Shock. Takes the ground back, and it forces MOUZ NXT to reevaluate their options. Not really too sure if there's any more aggression by the wayside outside, so try and regrouping towards lobby, but Neofrag, he's just walked the smoke. It's a lovely kill. It's thinning the numbers of MOUZ NXT significantly. It's this 4 versus 2. And it's just the wave of aggression in all areas of the map, and it's just netting Sinner's success.
MHL's just praying. He's just praying a player walks through outer and into his crosshair. He's on such low HP. Scarcely move around. And Jimfat, he's actually looking in the right direction. Takes a bit of damage for his trouble, but does find a frag. Makes it a little bit more doable. And B-Stick next to full. Jimfat finds 2. They're very low HP, these 2 remaining players, but they've made it so much more doable than it was 20 seconds ago.
Forces on this quick rotate already, but he's going to miss the shot. That's such a crucial kill. It's going to be Neofrag just climbing up through the vents. MHL trying to dance around it, playing with the bomb, and he can't land the no-scope. I think Neofrag's positioning there was absolutely perfect in Sinners. It looked a little bit dicey. Jimfat's entries over towards the A side of the map were looking really good, but Sinners hold strong. But that's a warning sign.
Just lost a little bit too much early on. as you were mentioning, perfect reaction from Ramp. They support all the players towards the outer area, over towards Yard. Why not take Ramp off those T-side players? Why not take some information? And starved out in the end. Jimfat was a good attempt, but too much to deal with, too much to do, too much weight on his shoulders, and no real chance. The outer aggression has just been relentless. Every single round, it feels like Zedco is trying to find advantages, trying to get aggressive. This time, though, he's forced back a tad by the smokes, and he says, I'm going to sit in garage. I don't want to get too aggressive on this occasion.
MOUZ NXT, they seem to find this gap towards Secret. MHL looks like he's even holding for potential Zedco push. Not to be. He's joined in support by B-Stick. It's a nice crossfire they've established, and it will punish any more MOUZ members if they do want to cross outside. Exertion, though. Could be the fly in the ointment. He could just peek out here, potentially ruin this whole setup, but instead, he's just going to once again creep, try and work his magic down towards this B bomb site. Thankfully, Sinners don't hang around for too long, though. Three-man setup once again taking place and taking form. Zedco's not too far away. But MOUZ, it looks like they're heading towards lobby, and it's another important ramp engagement.
A bit of control. Forzie's in attendance on the angle. They're going to boost it. Could be an off angle for Forzie, and MHL can't connect. Would have been an amazing flick, but just too much to ask of him. Nades now landing on inner. Zedco finds one, swiftly traded, but now time is dwindling so quickly. B-Stick repositions Neofrag on top of HUD. Such a strong spot. It's traded in the end, but now just Jimfat. And again, too much work to do as Sinners stabilizing on their CT side. Forzie's looking great as well, and all across the map, they're just finding so many advantages.
I'm so impressed with how dynamic Sinners have been as well. This round especially, they take early crossfire momentum outside. They're just holding in case MOUZ NXT want to extend. And it's another layer just holding a rafters crossfire between CT vent. And then Neofrag's repositioned once again, and he's just suddenly on top of top hut. MOUZ NXT, they're just looking in all the wrong places. It's just not to be. Zedco is getting so aggressive outside again. It looks like Exertion's just missed the timing, but this might just allow Zedco just to push up. This could be so scary for MOUZ. They're not going to be ready for it. Completely eliminates Chewy. The immediate trade is there, so now we're into this 4-on-4. The space has temporarily been taken outside by MOUZ.
Beast clears it. Doesn't see Zerjan. I think he's already fallen back, and now indeed he has. He's got MOUZ here grouping over towards inner. Actually gonna line up some smokes. Haven't thrown those cross smokes just yet, so I want to deny those CT some information, move them around a tad. They're gonna be flying over. And good few of those numbers as well is going towards outer. Garage smoke landing. Vorzi given a chance, peeking before those nades. And actually they need to speed it up a little bit here, MOUZ, over these smokes might start fading before they've actually crossed with the bomb. Zerjan, as I'm gonna push through this garage smoke, take more and more space, and I don't think CT on his left hand side is any idea. That's going to be Neofrag behind the blue crate into his credit card. Finds a first, but surely he gets traded. But a lineup, huge damage from Neofrag and good information for his teammates.
Surely he's not going to be ready. Forzie, his Exertion's so far pushed in. It now leaves all the pressure on towards Shot. He can spot out a couple of the players, but the spray is absolutely perfect. It's just Zerjan running in from the heavens, and it's a 1 versus 1. The time is so low, and the bomb's been dropped towards main. B-Stick, he can just wait. He can hear the footsteps. Oh, but he's going to come up the vent early. Exertion hits the shot. B-Stick overplays his hand, and it allows MOUZ NXT an opening into the round.
Tricky stuff in the end. Tricky stuff in the end. CT player there just fought. He's running towards the bomb. I got a timing. Zerjan a little bit too much. Seeing here in the replays, lurks out all the way in front of that CT spawn. They had no idea. And then pulls off the 1-on-2 to secure the round. Find a kill. Absolute assassination coming out the vent. And they're up to 6 here on MOUZ. CT buy is still pretty good. But they've turned it around here on the T side, exploding again. Repeat of what we saw earlier in the half, and Zerjan is so good at finding these aggressive entries. Out of squeaky, frags raining all the way of MOUZ NXT. It's only Shock remaining. Left alone, 1 versus 5. Terrible position here. Looking for any frags, can find the first, but Now they're all alerted. Jimfat's on the right-hand side, and MOUZ NXT make it up to 7. A great performance here on the T-side nuke on their map pick. Can they close it out going into the second half?
Tak, jdi. Já ti pařu pojď doprava.
Doleva, míř, doleva. Najde před tebou, i nalevo.
Doleva dolů,
ano,
dolů.
jo.
Doprava.
Počkej, no před tebou, doleva.
Uteč, eskam. Tak, jdi.
Je rovně teďka, doleva.
A tak, jsi tady tu. A teď se otoč malinko doprava.
Počkej, já mám zapnu zvuky.
Zapni zvuky, no. Je před tebe a doleva.
Kamo,
Před tebe,
vypl jsem ty zvuky úplně. Sakra,
běž před
nemám zvuk
tebe.
vůbec. No,
Slyšíš mě? Běž před
No.
tebe. On jde plantovat, počkej, on jde plantovat, na levo slyšíš, teďka plantují, běž rovně.
kámo, já nemám zvuky, počkej.
Dělej, plantuje teďka, on plantuje s tebou.
Počkej, volume. Nemůžu napsat, já nemám zvuky.
Ne,
Já nevím,
ty
kde
jedno,
jsem.
dělej, běž.
Kde jsem?
Běž rovně.
Jdu rovně.
Dole, nejdeš rovně, ty jsi v Altabu, ty asi.
Aha, a počkej, já jsem někde v konzoli. Počkej, už? Chodím?
Ne, nehýbej se.
Kámo, tak co se teď děje, počkej.
Kámo, ty jsi
Já jsem počkej, já jsem hodil do toho. Kámo, počkej, už hraju.
Rovně běž. Běž
rovně.
defovat. Počkej, on teďka má line na
No.
bombu. Ježiš, ty je,
Kámo, ale za to můžeš ty, já jsem se dostal do Windowsu, počkej.
fakt.
Tak můžeš mě trošku navigovat, víš, jak já chci vidět třeba na shot, chci vidět.
A jdi rovně, a ještě jednou stop, tak stop. Stop, jdi doprava, a ještě jednou stop, tak budeš plantovat.
No tak řekni, co mám dělat.
Plantuje na kozera asi.
I S a stůj. Víc. Je přímo před tebou teď.
Dva.
Tak rejv. Dolů teďka.
Hlava. Ještě?
No.
Ještě. A stoj.
Střílej, ne, jsi na headshotu, do p***či, ty vole.
Kámo, tak co děláš?
Vyskoč v čupě doprava směrem.
Vole.
Já, ježiš, já volkuju.
Je to prdeli, no, prodaj
A kde jsem já, tak komunikuj.
Střílej teď.
Odepři. Uteč, skákej a uteč, máš jedna HP. Uteč a jdi doprava.
Běž doleva.
Pojď,
Ne,
kam,
končím,
doleva.
Kámo,
Dělej.
jsi na headshotu prohrál, ty máš řevky, ty
Kámo, ale tak ty
Kámo,
mě...
já se jdu pro šálu a jdu to vyhrát, bude ty
Co děláš, to nemůžeme otočit. Hoši, já jsem normálně ztratil tady kamaráda
Jsi reálně neschopnej, ty
normálně si mi řekneš doleva, kámo.
Lec už?
Tak 6-0, hraje se do 6 podle mě.
Welcome back, everyone, into the second half of Map 1. It's Nuke. This is MOUZ NXT's map pick. My name is B-Dog, and joining me is Alan. And we saw quite a dominant kind of well, actually, it felt dominant early stages for MOUZ NXT. Sinners had this lovely resurgence. They had some very good reactions to what MOUZ NXT were doing. What did you make of that first half?
Has to be noted, though, doesn't it? MOUZ NXT won the pistol, converted second round, and of course had Antaiko in the third. So 3 rounds came from that. And it was only in the very latter stage of the half they got the gun rounds together. So I think overall, competitive stuff. But MOUZ NXT, 7 rounds on the T-side of Nuke, irrespective of how it happened. They're going to be happy with that. And going into this second half pistol round, it just feels like Sinners, they need to win this one to get a good T-round haul. Nades here on near frag, going to blow the door. Plenty of teammates in behind him. He's actually going to face here on the P250. Opens it up. First onto Zerjian. Heavy hitter hits the deck, and now MOUZ 1 man to the lesser.
Yeah, Shane's going to just try and pick up the pieces. Gets flashed off, though, Zedko. He's going to now be the next man to capitalize upon it. It's a similar pistol to what we saw from MOUZ NXT. Sinner's just overwhelming this top site. Difference is that MOUZ NXT, they've got players in early. Rotations from MHL and towards main. Shui from Heaven. But Shock's already holding for it. The fuse kit dropped on the site, but I don't think that's going to matter too much. This looks to be a Sinners round all over it. You can see that MOUZ NXT, they're not even ready to consider it. Just trying to save onto that armor on Jimfat. Yeah, it was nice stuff from Sinners.
Aggressive, straight out. Wasting no time in Neofrag. Given that P250 for a reason, and he delivers. Opens up the site. Teammates roll in behind, and they're grouped behind the frag. Sinners then up to 9. We'll wait to see if MOUZ are going to be forcing up. I suspect they will. The Sinners, I think they'll very much welcome that T-side pistol. It will help them go into this campaign to close out this map potentially on their opponent's map pick, nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely. It's a foot in the right direction. It's a good sign if you're a Sinners fan, as I'd seen Neofrag performing so well. His last hurrah almost, as the recent news that he has joined OG. This is still a full lineup for Sinners. I think we were just talking about it in the break. It's this lineup that's been together for so long. They're still a very competitive team on their day. MOUZ NXT, this academy roster found a lot of success, but hang on a second. I was just talking about the cleanup squad, but in fact, Jimfat, Shuey, they're finding the frags on A. It's supposed to be a done deal for Sinners, just trying to explode onto this upper hit, and it's all gone wrong. The frags come in a quick flurry, and now Neofrag, the man I'm just talking about, he's left alone the 1 versus 4. Finally opening towards Squeaky, he's got to go a whole lot further, trying to extend out. Needs to isolate the gunfights, but Shane will swing onto him. MOUZ NXT, they bite right back.
Massive round, massive round. M4 dropped over. Jimfat there makes perfect use of it. And that is just catastrophic for Sinners. They've done so much work. They'd won the pistol round. They looked in good position, and that's the worst one to lose. No bomb plan either. Look at this investment from them. 1 Galil, Deagle armor on the others. This is disastrous, and unless someone like Neofrag can find some headshots, MOUZ NXT are going to be swimming so pretty after this round.
So they're just grouped in lobby right now. You can see that she was holding for the silo aggression that potentially might come in. Trying to get all the piece of utility out on this CT side. Shane will open up on towards Zedco in lobby. So it's a good start for MOUZ NXT. Puts the pressure right back on Cinder to try and make this Galil work with B-Stick, but he's so far removed right now from the fight over towards Red.
Jimfat. Here on ramp. Ready and waiting. Here frag. Can't connect. Easy frag in the end, and now just 2 remaining. Ballsy B-Stick. Trying to coalesce here in towards outer, but MOUZ have no interest in overfacing. There's nobody aggressive, and unless Zerjan here makes a misstep, it's just so hard to see them finding any frags, let alone getting back into this round. It's so clean here from the MOUZ NXT squad. Just 4 remaining. You might find 1, but it's not going to be a whole lot more. 4 players alive. Money in the bank, and Sinners going to have to swallow their pride and take a heavy eco here. MOUZ NXT are back in the driver's seat here on Nuke.
Yeah, she's still spun out of control a little bit for Sinners. Even there with the heavy numbers disadvantage, Forzy can't cross there with the bomb. There's just no utility. Gets a lovely shot, but that's about it. Exertion farming up the kills. And you're right, Sinners just going to be on these Glocks. They'd love a bomb plant if they could, but it seems a little bit doubtful right now, especially with Jimfat and his silenced M4 posturing towards this ramp position. All the crossfires already are being established outside once again, and it's be very difficult for Sinners to carve open an opportunity.
Just the Glocks sitting back, biding time. Letting the CZs burn utility. But here are MOUZ already. They're getting aggressive. They want the frags. They want this round over and done with. MHL and Zooey here. No B-Sticks trapped. Fish in a barrel. Only a matter of time until they connect. If he's actually done to join. Bit of a dink up. But just on the Glocks. I don't think it's going to make a whole lot of difference. MHL's not afraid to stick around for some jewels. And now the teammates can spell the eco. Frags. 1 remaining. 5 alive. Absolutely masses of cash in the bank. And now Sinners upward road to turn this round. And they're going to need some brilliant rounds in these weapon rounds to follow.
Just gonna be straight AKs as well, because the bank finances definitely don't supplement a sniper rifle right now. Good to see that MOUZ just clean up so easily just against the pistols. Don't really give them any headaches. But that's the gun rounds. Kind of the formalities of the eco are out the way. The Zinners are really trying to turn it around here. They might look towards ramp, but it's already been smoked off.
Jimfat, bit of a spam. Connecting so much at the moment as Sinners. Brakes applied. No aims to get aggressive. Yet to throw out of smokes. Maybe we'll think about it soon as some players are going in that position. Frag runs over. Finding his lineup. Smokes are soon to be raining in. Look at MHL here. He's already into a secret. He could be a real thorn in the side. and he can give over the information. Molly as well, and this is a great one. You can peek behind it. MHL isolates the duel. Beastic hits the deck, and they've got information that nobody else is out of. Surely Jimfat knows what's coming. Flash is raining in, turns the two of them lining up. First two goes away Jimfat, teammate rotates, and that's going to be Zooey. 2 apiece, 4 frags and ramp, and that was an absolute massacre.
You just alluded to it, but it's lovely stuff outside. MHL just peeks in above the molly. It's such a nice little bait from MOUZ NXT. It just funnels Sinners in towards the ramp, and what can they really do? The rotations are here, and it's just a cleanup.
Just disgusting is that molly. So hard to play around, and for those less initiated with nuke, it's hard to even know what's happening until you're already dead. So troublesome stuff. Sinners on the half by have a bit of utility. Flashes seem to be primed. Smokes have already landed. They're flashing through Squeaky, but actually accelerating over towards ramp. There's nobody in attendance. The fake has worked perfectly. They're gaining so much ground, rushing in towards lower. Jimfat's arrived, but can't do so much damage, and at the least, they should get the bomb planted here.
Yeah, for sure. Zedko finds him on that rotation in. It's actually an even playing field. There'll be a 4 versus 4 after plant, and Sinners, they need to establish some strong crossfires here if they want to get anything going. Zedko's already holding for this ramp aggression, but it will be punished. That's a perfect smoke. It's going to completely isolate Forzy on his own. He needs to open the door. Oh, but he gets spammed through it. Beastic is there for the quick trade, but now it's this 2 versus 3. MHL's going to put a smoke on the bomb. He's going to try and defuse it, but no one's there. Just trying to waste so much time on Sinners, but the kills will eventually come in. It's a scrappy one, but MOUZ, they get it over the line just about.
Good attempt from Sinners. The fake worked perfectly. They gained all the space, and if they had even weaponry and some more utility, I dare say they probably would have won that one. Jimfat early traded. Zooey here later on did a lot of work in the after plant. Here we can see, oh nice, Wall Vision, X-ray vision. And we got a kill through the door. A good cleanup in the end from MOUZ NXT. They're going to be up to 12. Sinners back on the bye, but they're running out of chances. They need to find some gun rounds and success on these rounds thick and fast, or this is going to be 1-0 for MOUZ NXT.
Forzy looked like he wanted to get aggressive towards ramp there, but that smoke is going to completely prevent him from doing so. Meanwhile, if we take a look outside B-Stick, he's working his way up towards red, trying to cross secret, potentially without any utility. Scary prospect, and MHL once again just creeping round in the shadows of secret, trying to make a play happen. He will actually find Zedko on the silo, but B-Stick's position is still relatively unknown. Sinners, they were positioning potentially towards this upper hip, but they're going to reevaluate. Smoke's being lined up for that cross, and this Molotov's going to push MHL back.
Zooey jiggling. Spots B-Stick on the cross, and long range spray is found. Sinners, they needed a strong gun round, and this is not playing out even remotely in their favor thus far. EFRAG's trying to find any opportunities, but Shadow gives it away. Easy for Surgeon. Forzy not long for this world either, and MOUZ NXT are really in their stride now. T-side was a touch problematic at times, but the CT side has been all MOUZ NXT, and they look well on their way to going 1-0 up in this series.
Yeah, Sinners even convert the pistol. It all just came tumbling down from that dropped M4 to Jimfat. It's just all across the board. MOUZ are holding so well. I've seen Shane a couple of times on that tight angle towards Hut, just finding success time and time again. Mechanical ability shining for MOUZ NXT. Sinners just going to be on the Deagles. Could be a difficult way back in, but that drop down on towards main. Nets near frag a kill, but more importantly a rifle.
Surgeon can't connect. Shock's made it down. They should know about it, and players rushing down secret as well for good measure. Surgeon takes some space in reply. Gets the first unarmored opponent in Zedko stuck in ramp and getting absolutely sandwiched from either side. Timely flash almost costs Surgeon his life, but doesn't matter in the end. So they might have some map control do Sinners, but it's not going to matter. Look where this bomb is. All the way out towards the lobby. It might be on the roof. I'm not quite sure, but it doesn't matter. Nowhere close to in the hands of Sinners, and they need to go all the way back to recover this.
Just going to waste time as well, and it's just going to give up the map control that they've just established. MHL just poking his head around on B. I'm not sure if MOUZ NXT are even aware that the bomb is this far removed towards the back end of lobby. There is aggression. Looks like Shane's pushed all the way in towards Squeaky. JimFat will find Shock outside. And yeah, this is an incredibly tough angle to clear if you're Sinners, and looks to be only a matter of time before MOUZ NXT posts 14 on the board. Here they come. You can see it on the X-ray, and the lineup. It was potentially perfect, but Exertion's there for the quick trade. MOUZ NXT hit 14.
Yeah, Zheng didn't work. Coming into his stride. 17 to 12. Zui's not far off either. Zerjan up to 20 as well. Young Guns firing off, and often is the story of this MOUZ NXT squad. The individuals are so strong, and if you give them room to work with, they're going to capitalize. Sinners, though, hitting the deck. Nice gloves. They're killed over, just like their results so far on this map. 14 for MOUZ NXT, 2 required. Forzy's on the AWP, and he needs to do work, and he can't connect initially. MOUZ NXT are on an absolute tear, and they have no fear about getting aggressive against this Sinner squad.
Solid personal exertion. He's hanging around. He potentially wants even more. Could be a very dangerous concept for Sinners. JimFat, look at how far advanced he's pushed in towards ramp. It could be this lobby crunch on the cards for MOUZ NXT, as they are grouping towards this top site. Forzy, he can't see anything outside because there's no MOUZ NXT players here. Already all grouping. Some kind of read potentially on the cards, just in case Sinners wanted to aggress in. But not to be the case. How long will it take before MOUZ NXT push the issue?
Grouping up. MOUZ NXT don't need to do anything. Man advantage, map controller, could JimFat. Pushed into radio. Telling his teammates, don't be worried about ramp at all. Even if I die, I can call a rotate before they make it down. Zui's also in mini, so good luck splitting this A bomb site. That's going to be the attempt. Busting through this squeaky smoke, and actually Zerjan's caught in transition. He's going to fall. Zui comes through the smoke, finds 2 fast frags. Jen as well chiming in, and it's just a disaster for Sinners, getting 0 traction here on the offense. And now they've only got one more chance, so we're going to map 2.
I'm so ready for A here as well, based on the positions. I love the fact Exertion's just not even afraid. He just pushes instantly. Gets the man advantage in MOUZ NXT's favour. Shuei just pushing right through that main smoke. A lot of opportunities for MOUZ NXT to take their map pick on Nuke. It's going to have to be the full AK buy for Sinners. Aggression outside now for MOUZ. Trying to peek all the way in. You see the Exertion, he's got very close. Just underneath the silo. Can just hold firm, and that means... Actually, they might even go further. This is a very scary prospect. Sinners could get caught out here.
Difficult stuff, difficult stuff. Trying to sell some utility. Oh, the rotates aren't biting. Look at this. Only one's in towards lower. That's MHL, and he's in secret. He can tell his teammates, I can't see anything. I can't see any rotations. Soon are going to be busting out of secrets. Squeaky even, sorry. Taking their time so much. 2 pieces of utility remaining to get past all these CT defenders. Advantage MOUZ NXT. This is going to be such a hard execute to pull off. Molly onto the doors. B-stick. Oh, the Molly misses. They can face behind it, but up on top of hut finds the first. Zerjan chiming in with the second. Bomb is rushing down ramp. With only 38 seconds remaining, it's going to be difficult. Neofrag finds the trade, but Zui's on the rotation. Cutting them off before they can get down, and now already in towards double doors is Zerjan. Peeking out wide. MOUZ NXT make it up to 16. They win the map, taking their map choice in the end, and overall, dominant performance. They had a few issues on their first half in the T side, but in the end, they were the better team here, and you can see exactly why they picked in towards Nuke.
Yeah, they play really well. Sinners trying to catch them out with some fakes towards the top site and then trying to exploit the gap created on the rotation towards ramp. MOUZ NXT, they were ready for it this time. Even JimFat just sticking around, making sure that even though they fell for it once, it wouldn't happen again. Very impressive stuff from MOUZ NXT indeed.
Yeah, Sinners, it felt like on that first half, they had a few good rounds. Players like Neofrag were chiming in, but clearly, as we could see in the second half, not quite all together on the T side, maybe don't quite have the structure, and of course there's a reason that Nuke hasn't been terribly far up their map pool in recent times. That's going to wrap us up for Nuke. Next map is going to be Inferno. We're going to take a quick break here on the stream, but when we come back, we'll see if Sinners can turn the series around.
FaZe?
Oh. It's not me.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
Yeah, it's right. Right.
2002.
It's
2002.
Yeah, because its 20 years anniversary was on HT.
Yes, I remember that. I was gonna say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was 2002.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. I think it was
not-
in Minosity. It was in Minosity. Because they, after this, Astralis went to win 4 in a row. I believe.
It was. I remember the stage where it was like
Luminosity.
really.
Yeah,
they
it
were
was
like
one-
separated.
Yes, it was versus each
Luminosity.
other with booths. Yeah, it was like a
Yes.
booth.
Yes,
yeah,
everyone
it's
had their own
Luminosity. It's
booth.
Luminosity then. yeah,
Luminosity.
yeah. I'm pretty
Final
sure.
answer.
Yes.
Okay, you're right.
I remember that.
Actually, yeah, after this, Astralis dominated the scene. First 2 majors. Okay, so Train 100% is in there, right? Or...
Okay, Nuke Mirage does 2 train, right? Can you repeat the question? I
Nuke
don't know.
Overpass does 2 Train.
Nuke Overpass does 2 train.
Okay, I think I
think
say
Overpass was there, Train was there, Dust 2.
was Dust 2 there. Dust 2 though, not Dust. Dust 2. That's a trick, I think, because...
No,
Or was always Dust 2 in CSGO?
it's Dust 2.
Okay,
I don't
then
think Nuke was there.
No, Nuke, bro, no way, right?
I don't think Nuke was there, no.
Bro, Train...
It's
was
like
Train?
in first-
Was Train really there though? Train at 2013? Train? No way.
Wait.
No way, Train, Camille, I think. I think that's 100% not there. If it's there, then I'm
Wait.
terrible.
Train Nuke. It's between Train and Nuke.
But there's
Trying
two,
to think.
like... okay, which of... Okay, it's Train and Nuke, okay. I will say Train, but you can say whatever you want. You will decide, but in my opinion, it's Train.
But it's your fault if we lose.
Okay, fine. Let's
Okay.
go.
Let's go Train.
Final answer D.
Yes.
It was Overpass.
Okay, you did not got it.
We just spent like 5 minutes to eat.
Was it
He was 11th. He was 11th.
Okay, I think it was outside of 10 because
he was 11th.
it was
he
like
was 11th.
it was like the first time he was outside of like
Yeah.
top 10 in a long
yeah,
time.
but he made it for sure. He made top 20, so he's 11th.
It's 8th or 11th. I think 11th.
I think 11th too. Let's go see then.
Let's go see. You're right.
Millionaires. Is this in the game?
Yeah, definitely.
I've never seen it in my life, man. What? Okay,
have
I
no
would
idea.
say, in my opinion, it's not B. I don't.
I have
think
a
this
feeling
would be
it's
a name of
D.
a skin. Yeah, I think it's actually. I don't think it's C. I don't think it's B. I think it's between A and D. I don't know.
I
I'm
don't
just
think it's
taking a
A.
guess. Then let's do D. Let's go D. Let's go D. Anyway, we want it's a guess.
So final answer D.
Yeah.
It's B.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm-
What is that name? Who thought of that?
Bro, I'm gonna buy the skin out just to be just to be safe for next time.
Has to be D, right?
No. It went up in price insanely, Kamel, like a lot.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's D or B. It's not A and it's not C, I think. Wait, Factory New though, Kamel. I think.
Do you really think it's more than 1,200 euros?
No, I think it's B.
What is the next? I think it's A. I don't know.
Okay, what do you want to do?
It's
then?
Factory
Because- What do you want to do? Because I was wrong twice.
Rock, paper, scissors?
But will they really do 600 to 800 like the thing? How does that make any
Yes,
sense?
because it varies. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Okay, rock, paper, scissors then. Rock, paper, scissors for A or B.
Wait. Shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ah. Okay.
Okay, B.
So
B?
final answer B.
Oh my god, it's a troll answer, Dory. 420, do you not see it? I just realized now. Oh my god.
Is it B, Kamil? What do you think?
No.
I mean, it's a jungle, okay? It's a jungle. Then...
Okay, Siberia, no.
No, yeah. Wait.
Mongolia, no.
Okay.
South Africa or Central America? Central America?
Central, but that's really specific. It makes me want to press it. What do you think?
Wait.
I think it's between C and B, right?
Yeah. And I'm not.
But which one? You choose now. I'm not gonna say anything anymore. You should decide.
Yeah, okay, listen. But the question is, most likely. So they don't even know themselves. Okay, let's
B.
go. Let's go B, South Africa.
Yeah, let's go B. Nothing to lose.
It's Central America.
It was twice we were 50-50 and we messed up.
Yeah, it's after the whole map. It's did after Aztec archaeology, and they were located in America.
Okay.
The bike, the ramp, and C. All three.
Yes.
Done.
Bike ramp and C.
Yeah, you're right. It was pretty fast.
Yeah, just give me maps, man. I personally would say cash, but not a new one now. With how it is. It's the same with cobble for me, but I like cash more than cobble, so I would pick cash.
I think for me it's between 3 maps. It's train, cobble, and cash. Like you said, the old one, not the new one. But I think I would have to go with. I mean, train has been here for quite some time and it's been gone for not really that long. Cash was one of my favorite maps. I'm gonna go with cash.
Okay, thank you. And which would you remove to replace it?
Dust 2
Overpass.
already go. Oh. I would remove Dust 2 already go. Actually, I would remove Vertigo, man.
Man, overpass.
Not
it's
a
a
good map.
10-man team or a 10-man map.
Yeah. True.
Like it's too big. Toda shootouts.
Thank you very much everyone for the support. We love you. We hope that you keep watching us, and thank you very much for being here for us.
Yeah, thank you. Dory, say dziękujemy.
Dziękuję. Dobrze.
Dziękuję. Do widzenia.
Dobrze.
Kurczak na butli.
Kurczak na burdli, kocham cię.
Welcome back to the Republic Season 3 closed qualifier here with the first match of the day. Sin is up against MOUZ NXT. Winner of this one actually makes it into the main event, so plenty on the line. We just saw Nuke. MOUZ NXT second half, a real cleanup operation, looking good on their side of things. But going into Inferno, this is Sinner's map pick. We were discussing it a little bit there on the break. So where are you at in terms of Sinners? Do you think they can actually take this to a third map?
I know that they're a very strong team on Inferno. I just think if you look at that T side that they just put up against MOUZ, it looked a little bit flat. It felt like they had no real direction, and that could be to a whole plethora of factors. It could be that they just haven't practiced, haven't really refined anything due to the recent news of NeoFrag. So I'm not really too sure. I know Inferno, it's a kind of a staple map for Sinners. They feel a lot more comfortable on it anyway. I'm sure that they've got protocols in the book ready to go. So hopefully we see a more revitalized performance from them on Inferno.
Yeah, indeed. And I think the overarching kind of sentiment is that if it's played anything like Nuke in terms of how the teams are approaching the game, how their coordination was, this will be a 2-0. It's as simple as that. The counterpoint is, we expect Sinners to be a lot better on Inferno. Surely they're more well-versed. Surely their strategic depth is better. And even if they're in this bizarre situation of NeoFrag already being out the door, but he's still playing games and who knows what's going on behind the scenes, I still feel like we've got to be seeing a better Sinners here. But as we mentioned, it can't be the same as Nuke. It can't be the same disjointedness. They have to be more of a cohesive unit and hopefully on more of a home ground. That's exactly what we're going to be seeing.
I mean, loser of this game, they're not out of the close qualifier, but they just dropped down to that lower bracket. I'm sure for either one of these teams, they're just looking to get the quick route on the board. Nobody wants to play an extra best of 3 if they can help it. A lot more pressure and high stakes on the line as well. And MOUZ NXT looking to take it in a quick and easy fashion. Very impressed with what we saw from them on Nuke, and I imagine it will be more of the same from them on Inferno. It's just a very big question mark whether the cohesiveness of Sinners can really rise up and step up, especially on today.
I guess for MOUZ, at the end of the day, Inferno is a map they guarantee to play a lot. I'm sure for the Academy League, it's been a map that's well prepped. There's a lot of best of ones over there, and you'd expect a lot of, you know, a lot of videos are going to go down to a map like Inferno that tends to be in the middle of a lot of map pools. So I'm sure MOUZ are going to bring a good game. I'm sure they have some cohesiveness. I'm sure they have some good strategies and some good playbooks. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I know what level MOUZ NXT are going to bring. It's more for Sinners, where first half of that game looked pretty good on Nuke. Neofrag was firing off. T-side, bit of a disaster. Struggling to find any traction. Didn't look like a good unit. So, yeah, I feel like we're really here to see what sort of Sinners are going to be showing up today, considering all of the, you know, the rumors and the expectation around the team now that Neofrag's out of the door. So, yeah, Sinners in a tough spot, but hopefully a bit of a resurgence for what we saw on map 1.
It's also a showcase for MOUZ to really establish themselves as the... Obviously, they've proved themselves that they are the best Academy team right now from what we've seen. We take a look at WePlay, obviously they're so consistent. They just win everything over there. But they want to start competing with Tier 2, Tier 3. They're not satisfied. It's a very good opponent. And if they make it all the way through the closed qualifiers, straight through an upper bracket run, not dropping a single series, that's a real statement for them, especially given the recent changes as well.
Indeed, indeed. For MOUZ NXT, it's actually with previous lineups, particularly with Torzy and JDC, they did truly get up to a really brilliant level. I think at times they had hilariously overtook the main team for a few days on HFTV rankings. But equally, they were always hovering around the top 40 sort of level, always punching above their weight for some of the, you know, the experience, especially some of the players. So, of course, they're in a weird position where the moment a player gets too good, they're going to get sniped or sold to another team. But they have proven time and time again they can source these new players, they can bring a unit together. Even losing Cyclone, honestly, must have been a big loss. But we're getting into this one. MOUZ NXT starting off here on the CT side. 3 stacks on B, and if Sinners are not careful, they could be walking straight into this trap. Zerjan posted up. Zed goes soon to peak. Zerjan finds the frag. Neofrag in return. But Zerjan to the deck. There's still a player behind sandbags. So he also is close by. Jimfat's peeking out. Neofrag, though, is on a tear. Showing us exactly why he's held in such high esteem. 4-3 now, and he gets a dink. This man is just unstoppable on these pistol rounds.
Sinners are creating room as well over towards the A side of the map. They're keeping the rotations locked in for MOUZ. MHL will find a consolation kill, but it's just not to be. Sinners taking so much space over towards this B bomb site. You can see that while Shock is still finding the success, he's still keeping Shane here. It's not the true intention. Sinners are about to get this bomb down. It's only Shui that can really do anything about it, but tucked all the way in towards CT. Just armed with the defuse kit and already dinked from earlier exchanges from Neofrag. It's going to fall by the wayside. Sinners, another impressive pistol, but we saw on Nuke, that's not always the full story.
Yeah, indeed. That was the case, wasn't it? Reset, second round on T-side with Sinners on Nuke. And we can't have the same occurring again. Neofrag doing work. 2 headshots and a dink. Opening up a lot of space on towards B, and as you were mentioning, equally holding the rotations on A overall. Comprehensive round for Sinners. This is what we're here for. Force buy, and Sinners cannot afford to lose another in this series. They can't get reset again.
No, they can't, but they might be walking straight into the stack. These grenades can be so well placed, though. Doesn't do as much damage as I initially thought, but it allows Beastic the room to crawl up. Top banana control established. And Sinners want more, trying to just crunch towards this top brackets position. MHL, he's tucked in at long with the Deagle. Might be tested, but smokes are being lined up. Sinners are taking no chances.
On slight, so goes down on B from Sinners. They had a bit of information early on, bit of a nade stack on B, and they were saying, why shouldn't we clear out A? And look at all this. They're just walking up, no contest. Keep pushing in and meeting no resistance on this A bomb. So bomb yet to be recovered, and B-Stick maybe will have to run the gauntlet a tad. Chooses to go through mid, but he's playing it safe. Bomb will go through apps, and I wonder for MOUZ NXT here, once this bomb gets planted, what do? Do you just save? You don't want to be taking this bomb site, especially with MHL dead, so I think Zooey here needs to get out of dodge. Finds one frag, swiftly traded, and these other three they have to save. There's no chance here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they take the armor and the deagles forward into the next round, it gives them something to work with. At the very least. Sinners, I really like just how much they didn't leave anything to chance, even taking that bomb for apartments because they weren't sure about the long presence. Just nice heads-up play. It's good teamwork that we were kind of lacking on the T side of Nuke and what we were hoping to see. It's good early stages, perhaps a map they're a lot more comfortable on, and hopefully they can extend and find their form to have a really good chance at extending the series out to a third if we can get there.
Jane here recovers that AK, so it's a nice find. And given that they'll be ecoing as well in this round, that's nice that they have something to carry over. I'm sure he's the player we need to watch out for. So MOUZ, just a few saves around it, a little bit of investment into utility, and a couple more upgraded pistols. Certainly Shane, if anybody's going to get this round close or do some economic damage, it's got to be him, and we need to watch where he's playing on this AK.
We saw one rifle being dropped over that Jimfat did the damage on, actually reset Sinners. Different story here, but it could have the same outcome potentially for the round. Shock's getting very aggressive in towards middle. Potentially a boost falling towards brackets, but it's actually the Exertion finding the opening. Perfect flashbang to try and just take banana control away from the Sinners. It'll be a heavily contested affair. You can see that Neofreki is pushing up here, trying to find the damage. He won't get it done. The SMG, it will prevail, and Jimfat finds one with the Deagle. Surely not like this, Sinners. Once again, it's that one rifle that could potentially turn it all on its head. MHL, it'll be a difficult task for him to lock this one in. It's actually going to be a very close affair of timings. Exertion's pushed all the way in towards T-Apps. It's going to get scrappy for Sinners. They're going to isolate the gunfights.
Bomb still dropped at T-stairs. 50 seconds remaining. MHL put out a tad, but he actually escapes. Zedko, look at him, he's holding in towards the balcony room, and for the moment, MHL is slipping through the net. Does meet his maker in the end, but with 30 seconds remaining, bomb yet to be recovered. 2 AKs in the hands of these CT players. How on earth do you break this crossfire and grab the bomb and get a bomb plant? Zerjan might be low. Actually, his teammates isolated out with the smoke, so bomb set to be recovered, but these knives need to be in hands and they need to be sprinting. And look at Zerjan, look at the read on this guy. Knows they have to go A, gets himself into apartments. Teammates also flanking in through mid, and Zerjan's not even going to be required. That was a brilliantly played 2-on-2 from those MOUZ NXT players.
Lovely stuff. Very impressive to see they make it work time and time again with such minimal purchase. Saved armor coming into play. It allows rifles to be picked up to be that little bit more potent. Really like this fight on Banana. Exertion just not scared at all to be re-flashed in constantly. Important duels being won towards the top end of that. It's a perfectly timed lurk from Jimfat, and they had the safety net over in apartments. Ball's coming in. Hopefully we can get this one underway very shortly, but I'm very impressed with MOUZ NXT how quickly they can just find success based off the back of what looks to be on paper a Sinners round through and through.
Individuals are just amazing on this team. Give them opportunities and they're going to take them. Saved weapons, pistols, it doesn't really matter. They can turn it around, and for Sinners, potentially after this series, a bit of an inspection to playing against the pistols. How do we approach these rounds? There hasn't been plain sailing on that front throughout this series thus far. Hopefully this tech pause is short-lived. We'd love to get back into the action. Here with the drone shots, getting our take of cultural learning though. Seeing the streets of Italy here on Inferno, and I'm enjoying flying around. I get to see all these spots of the map you don't normally enjoy when the bloodbath is ensuing.
It's nice. It's a calm before the storm on the server.
Yes. Precisely.
It's nice. You can just hear the music. Well, you can't hear it, but you can just imagine the music playing. So sweet Italy tunes as you walk your way down the streets. haven't been to Italy in quite a while, actually. I was in Rome a few years ago, and that was quite nice. Got to do the touristy thing, saw the Colosseum, eat the proper Italian cuisine. I really immersed myself in the full tourist experience.
There you go. I've never been to Rome. I've been to Italy a few times. Milan, Florence, Pisa. A couple other places in the area, but I need to do Venice. I need to do Rome. I forget where exactly Inferno is based on, but I need to go there as well, because that would just be the absolute OG move. But pause is over. We're back in the game. Full investment from MOUZ NXT. No surprises there. And of course, Sinners got ecoed in the last round. They got a full force. 1 AK-47, 1 Galil. I was going to say 3 deals. We're making only 2 remaining. MHL with the entry, and Sinners. Money's in the bin. 4 on 5 already. This is looking dire.
Sinners trying to give MOUZ NXT a taste of their own medicine with the limited weaponry they have, but MHL Scope Brain Supreme can just control the distance, but B-Stick, he's got a hand cannon of his own. That neutralizes the heavy investment coming out of MOUZ NXT. Might allow Sinners an opportunity to try and retrieve it. Going to be a tall task, but the smokes are flying in. Look at the reaction, though. Pushing down Banana, Exertion will find it. It feels like Sinners, they're just funneled in. They can't really go anywhere except brackets.
Small amount of control. As we can see, MOUZ NXT, they're not budging a great deal. It's 2 side players giving no opportunities for duels. Jim Fat's early on the rotation, and as we can see on the mini-map, look at the bomb. All the way back in T-spawn, that needs to be recovered, and actually there's not so much time remaining. Neo-Frag feels like he has to force a duel. He has to find an opening, and Zooey's going to win out on that one. 37 seconds, bomb yet to be recovered. What do you do here? Do you go B? Do you try and group A? Neither way looks good, and they might even consider saving now that this AWP has been recovered.
Yeah, he doesn't even pick up the bomb. They know it's a lost round. They try and hold on to an AWP, which has been recovered at the very least. Means that MHL will have to spend a pretty penny to just achieve that gun in his hands. It allows maybe an opportunity for Forzy to peek in. We saw outside on Nuke, he was very good at determining those opening duels on the CT side. He was allowed opportunity time and time again. It's very difficult on Inferno, on that T side, to really get an avenue in with the AWP. But I expect Forzy to have a little good go of it. That's a lovely shot for B-Stick.
One aspect that needs to be mentioned, though, is that MOUZ are going to know that AWP is saved, and they shouldn't be facing it. They shouldn't be facing down mid. They shouldn't be getting overzealous on Banana without the utility down. So that's where I see problems. Shock, though, decent spawn. Woody was going to go front logs for a second, but just playing behind the smoke. And has to give it up. Good use of utility. No opportunities for him, and MOUZ just playing simple, solid CS right now.
In fact, extending down through the fire and the flames, taking the Banana control. That's been a consistent factor, and it just forces Sinners to waste utility to retake it, or just try for this top bracket's pressure. Shock might be allowed an opportunity here. Exertion, has he seen his arm? Potentially, yeah. Just spotted out with a wallbang. It doesn't connect. It's baiting Jim Fat in perfectly. He can just sit and wait. And Sinners will have to go through a grey screen if they want to find anything else.
No Molotov either, so you're not clearing him out. He can just play behind the smoke. Exertion's up close as well. This 1-2 punch. They're ready if there was any utility, but it's not going to matter. Soon to be arriving in the vicinity of Sinners, jumping their way in, trying to do their best. Exertion fights 2, make it 3. Only 4-0 remaining. Gets 1 kill on the AWP, but I dare say he's not going to be finding a heck of a lot more. Potentially even thinking of saving, but actually says, I'm dead. I've got no chances. Throw it out of the map. Come and kill me. As the rattle fires off. Just burning all the nades. Actually froze the smoke so it can't be picked up off the ground. Nice little small thing in the end. And Sinners, this is the problem. They saved 2 weapons in a couple rounds ago, and now their economy is completely out of balance. 2 players are not going to be on rifles here. So Sinners, the economic woes do not end, and MOUZ plain sailing at the moment. They're looking great.
It's just not really helping them either, because the T side is where they look so flat. Transitioning over, they were able to convert the round after the pistol this time, and it looked to be a little bit of a better spot. Now trying to make it work up Banana once again. But MOUZ NXT, they've got a different layer. It's a lot more defensive, a passive line. Potentially retake utility could even be lined up for them. See that Shane has aggressed so far in towards apartments as well. Just taking a look at all of the smokes on Banana right now. It's a complete barrage. Everyone's vision is currently obscured. But MOUZ NXT just trying to take back with the fire and the flames. Exertion's going to get out of there. Doesn't want anything to do with it. It's going to allow Sinners a temporary respite. But as Zedko peeks in towards apartments, he might just lose his life. Instead, it's just going to be a dink. Sinners regrouping once again towards top brackets. Utility is in.
Bit of control. Top Banana as well. So for the first round in a while, MOUZ are lacking a tad of information. MHL though pushes up, clears brackets again from the short side on his AWP, re-smoke on B, so Sinners can't commit, and with this information, MOUZ should have free over soon. They know nothing's in towards mid, no pressure at all. Surely Sinners have to be on the B side of the map, and indeed, third member's making his way over, and for Sinners, surely this is a meat grinder. Surgeon's ready and waiting. They're actually going to play a little bit of retake, but Jim Fat decides I'm going to come through. Hits the deck, can't find any frags. Surgeon finds one but falls back and is actually repositioned in towards new box. Zooey's behind the coil. Smoke. Surgeon finds another. Make it 3. He is a monster on the back of the bomb site. And 7 seconds remaining. Zedko just 5 health. The ace for Surgeon. What a beast on the B-bomb site.
Doesn't even need to reveal himself either. MOUZ, the rest of the forces are taking all of the pressure. Throwing in the utility, shooting, spamming through the smoke, diverting Sinner's attention completely away from the nuisance in towards quad. What a fantastic ace from Exertion. They're not even ready for him, not even a consideration, despite it being such a common check. Switch of the pistol is fast and reloading, and that ace is definitely his. Lovely stuff, and it's a wonderful hold for MOUZ.
Strong stuff, and Sinners... Economically, this half has just been disastrous. Another half buy, and it just feels like how many full weapon rounds have we truly seen? Can't be more than 2 or 3. As MOUZ seemingly can put no foot wrong, and look at Zerjan, 12-2. His teammates combined only have 10 kills. He is by far and away the heaviest hitter on the server right now.
Forza getting a little bit cheeky with the Deagle pick. Already seen B-Stick with the same heroics on MHL, but not to be. They said it would be Sui who just aggresses in brackets. MOUZ NXT are not scared to take these fights completely to Sinners, even if it is just against the partial investment. MHL will find that player down top middle. Shane's also aggressed, and Zedko, he's taken the room back. It's a scary prospect. The pistols could potentially overwhelm as they just try and greet out the apartments. It's a quick trade. It allows space, and rifles can be recovered.
Forzy trying to find any frags. But he's just getting swarmed, and overall, MOUZ keep it pretty clean. They'll be okay with that. They've got plenty of money in the bank from earlier rounds, so no qualms on that account. Finally, Sinners, though, this feels like the first full buy round in a long time. Chicken bugging out as well for good measure. MOUZ enjoying themselves. MHL having fun on that AWP. That got recovered in the end, so they'll be wielding the big green going into this one as well. Deep mid smoke coming out from that CT side. It was a nice adaptation and can be hard to predict, so we'll see if Sinners are used to playing around this.
That peek in towards top middle. But it's the battle for Banana right now. A lot of utility. B-Stick has spotted the player, but he's fully blind. Exertion just going to run the gauntlet. Lovely kill coming in, and it's MOUZ NXT taking Banana straight away from Sinners. It's been a highly contested battle, but the CTs, seemingly they always come out on top. It's now another smoke in towards top bracket. Sinners have just got no room to breathe.
Funneled into mid at the moment. All 4 in attendance. Soon to be seeking out this control. Nades raining over. B split smoke is down. Deep short molly. Taking some long control. It's a good reply, good response. MHL isolated back. And a couple of these players have sneaked all the way through, and See if MHL's prepared for this. Can't scope up to give away the noise cue. And they frag MHL. They know when a player is dead. Which way do they choose to go? And MOUZ NXT, look at this. They cut in two.
Completely isolated from each other. With 35 seconds left, Sinners could go to either bomb site. Tough decision, but it looks to be this B. That's where they're leaning. Exertion going to get caught out, but actually he hits the shot with the Tech 9. That's absolutely crazy. Jimfat extended Banana in the meantime, and he's just dropped the bomb. This looks so winnable for Sinners, but in a matter of moments, proactive pushes from MOUZ net them some kills. Exertion, low HP with a Tech 9, getting it secured, and Jimfat tucked in another movement towards Pool. It's really high-level stuff, and Sinners get completely caught out.
Best position for a long time, wasn't it? Although CT split up, it felt like only a matter of time until they could get more done and crunch onto one of the bomb sites. But how on earth did Zerjan find more frags in these positions? He is just a complete menace. Always getting more than he should be granted. And Tagpaw's coming in, no surprises there. Sinners on the half by again. They've struggled to find bomb plants in so many rounds, seemingly, it feels like. And MOUZ up against just the pistols. Surely it's going to be 7, and Sinners, when they get later into this half and back on the rifles, they've got to change something, or this will be a swift 2-0.
Already feels like it. That was a lovely change from Sinners, though. It felt like there was a lot more of a plan going into that one, and trying to react to the space that MOUZ NXT keep continuing to take. It's a lovely clean-up just here on the pistols. Just trying to get it done. Already 2 players have fallen. Sinners is way. And Shane is going to catch out Zedko for good measure. Nice clean round. It keeps the economy very healthy for MOUZ NXT for pretty much the rest of the half. Even pushing down mid. They just want to make sure that Sinners can't really get anything going into round number 9. Jimfat spots out Shock, but Shock will land the kill, but it's the immediate trade coming right back in. Neofrag just left all alone now in the 1 versus 4. We know he's capable of some wonderful clutches, but this might just be one step too far.
Or maybe the highlights of his career in the making. Look at it from the other perspective. Yeah. Bomb on the ground. Going to be picking that one up soon, but Zerjan, first line of defense, jumping a lot around, and there's no getting past Zerjan right now. 16-3 for the Israeli player. Complete monster on the server right now. Combined, Sinners have, what do they got over there? 19 kills. He's almost doing as much work as the entire opponents, so yeah. Zerjan, brick wall, and you can't get past him at the moment.
Yes, Jimfat, a notable mention as well. He's got over 115 ADR. Just completely destroying Sinners with utility. There's no way in on Banana. Timeout being even called in for MOUZ. They just want to reset themselves, make sure that nothing really slips away in such a dominant lead, and they don't want to make any crucial mistakes that could be their undoing. But for now, it just feels like MOUZ NXT through and through. Very impressed with how they're performing. You look towards your B-stick, you look towards your Neo-frag, just at the bottom end of the scoreboard for Sinners, and they really need to step it up.
Okay, then. Is the AWP on 4Z? Opted to go for that over the utility, so maybe he's got a plan in mind. Just heading towards mid at the moment. Neo-frag lining up, flashes for B-stick. Take some space on Banana. Half full smoke goes down. They're looking to deny a little bit of control here from MOUZ NXT. Banana has been firmly in the MOUZ camp in these last few gun rounds, so it's a nice switch up. Look at this double boiler setup. Are they going to be ready at all? Shock. Surely he's been the first to walk into the setup. MHL's playing wide. Zui's on the right-hand side, and Shock going to peek. MHL finds the frag. Zui also drops the molly. Thinks about backing off, actually. Zedko gets in front of the Molotov, and he's going to fall by the wayside as well. And already a 5-on-2. Only top Banana control, and numbers rotating over. This is just desperate for Sinners, and it's deflating, to put it lightly.
Forzy's aggressing with the bomb. Will catch out Shui, so it's a well, not quite a silver line in a very grey rain cloud right now. Exertion's getting aggressive through the smoke. Just going to walk on through. They're not going to be expecting it, and he just doubles up. It's all left onto Forzy. They know his position about 15 seconds ago or so. Bomb on his back, crawling, just trying to get anything offered up to him. MHL feeling confident, trying to peek in and will spot him out. Really nice change up from MOUZ as well. They didn't really get aggressive in apartments too much, and now they throw it in. A lovely setup, catches Sinners completely off guard.
Zerjan as well. It just feels like he can do no wrong on the server. There's that early setup paying dividends, and Zerjan finds an excellent timing to just push around the side of the smoke, half a one-way on that left-hand side, and he knows exactly what he's doing. Still Wart on B, and there's no getting onto that B-bomb site. And again, Sinners, another round without a bomb plant. The best they can muster is a half by an MHL. He can smell frags, 2 for him already. Surely set to make it more, and nothing's going right at the moment for Sinners.
Shooting fish in a barrel, Neofrag extending up towards apartments. It's a lovely timing. That's an AK that can be retrieved. MHL got to be careful not to get caught out either. That's Neofrag with the AK, and he gets free. That's the A bomb site completely opened up. Jimfat, he's a world away. They know he's the B bomb site player. So all off the back of this timing in apartments, Neofrag could have won it all for Sinners.
They needed some magic. They might have just found it. Jimfat, AK in hand, kid on his side. No reason not to go for this. Masses of cash in the bank, and Deed is going to commit. Coming in from mid at the moment. Sinners set up. Here frags in pit, AWP in hand. His teammate's extremely low. That will only come into play if Neofrag doesn't connect. Jimfat slowly making his way in. Neofrag's on the angle, and he is not missing. Decapitates Jimfat as well for good measure. 4K for Neofrag, and oh boy, do they need one of these star players to show up, because it's been woeful overall. Neofrag giving them a chance though here on the T side.
It's going to take a lot more though. That's a great round to convert, especially with MHL doing the damage so early. But that's it. That's one round out of so many more to go. It feels like that mountain, it's very steep to climb. Quad kill from Neofrag. If you can get a few more of those, obviously it's a completely different story. Sinners have a lot more opportunity to work with now. They've got the full purchase. MHL will actually leg Forzy. It won't be the kill conversion. So temporarily, it's still an even playing field.
Boiling smoke is down. Grants MHL more space to post up on mid. Explosively out along. Zui's in defense. Molotov goes down, but Zed goes in front of it. Trade eventually comes in, but they're taking so much damage to these utility pieces from the CT side. Shane here playing into the apartments, come with that dual shock, important one, and now MHL isolated. These are low HP players, but he's on the AWP. Not the ideal positioning to be in. Jimfat though on the rotate, he's in library doing work, and somehow, some way MHL remains alive in towards pit. They just can't find him. Moving around, absolute thorn in the side. 3K for him in a position where he should have died a lot earlier, and MOUZ up to 9. Sinners back in the doldrums economically, and this is just painful to watch. Sinners on their map pick have struggled so much to find any traction.
They even accelerated over towards long. MHL was shutting them down, but as soon as this kill comes in from Shock, you think the Sinners might aggress on. They know that where MHL roughly is, but instead they slow things down, and MOUZ's rotations can just come in. There's no route back. The Sinners pump the brakes, and MOUZ extend to a 9th. This banana control, MHL, that's a new position. Gonna peek on in, and Neofrag, the star player, kind of on his last dance for Sinners, gets taken out immediately.
Long smoke goes down. What's just going to start clearing. Bomb is recovered. Problem is, if they don't force back this solo B player, it's going to be 4 in defense on A. So much information with this banana control. And you can see Neofrag already out of action. His B6 is trying to clear banana a little. Trying to do anything to force back this CT player. Molotov on towards the car. See what Zerjan does. He's actually going to peek behind it. Amazing headshot, and he retains banana control. Xertion is just a complete monster right now. He's doing so much.
Yeah, and Sinners just feel like they have to extend in. They're going to go straight into a crossfire. But it's going to be hard cleared. Forzy, that's such an important kill to win. But Jimfat's here on rotation, but Forzy hits the headshot. This is all starting to fall apart for MOUZ NXT. They were in the driver's seat. But now Shane, he's just got a multi-kill as well. It's chaos. Of course, he gets a triple. He could be on for the ace clutch if he does manage to convert it. But this bomb, it's so far removed. Going to have to win out the duels instead. 20 seconds left. Can force these isolated gunfights. But not to be. Shane, the hero for MOUZ NXT, just locking it in.
Yet again, same story. Shane there did so well. He knew a player was over towards the long side, the moto side. Obviously, he was dueling a player on short and could hear another in apartments, so he just made the perfect play. I'm going to fight into the short player and back into that position. You can see it here. Reverses in towards porch. And Zen still alive to do damage in the afterplant, so... Yeah, for MOUZ NXT, it's just going so well so far. MHL run boosted. So much confidence. Loving the aggression. Fast banana comes out from Sinners. They had to change the pace, but it's not worked at all. And Jimfat's found two. MHL with another, and it's just crumbling so fast here on the offense.
Look how far advanced Shuey is down middle. Completely pincering upon Sinners. And what can Shock really do? Not a whole lot. He even gets Molotov'd out. That grenade's not going to help things. A lovely headshot takes out the AWP. They've got so much money, they can just retrieve the AKs. It feels like Sinners, they're really just down in the dumps. MOUZ NXT, they've got their number, and they're looking to end Inferno quickly.
Here's Jimfat at the start. Sinners trying to change the pace, as I was saying. They had to do something. They felt like a fast banana take might be a good idea. Maybe it'll catch his defenders off guard, but MOUZ haven't put a foot wrong, and especially on this B-bomb site. Such thorough play throughout. Finding so many kills as well, backing off. They're trying to put down pressure. Do get some nice map control, but not a whole lot else. And Sinners, it just feels like if they're not finding entries, it's not going brilliantly. Look at their utility. 2 grenades left with 1 minute 20 left in the round. How on earth do you scale ground and get onto a bomb site here?
It feels improbable. You've even got this double lap set up to completely counter out. MHL misses the shot, but it means that Shane can just swing on in. As soon as they don't have banana control, trying to exploit a gap up long. They found this opening quite a few times. MHL was in such a quick rotation, though. There was an opportunity for him to catch them, but the timing is just going to be there. But Shuey, he just knows. He's just so aware and ready. That Mac 10, the spray, it's just not even going to connect. This is 3 versus 2. MOUZ NXT recover from the man disadvantage again. And with Jimfat finding Neo frag, Shock does extend. 40 seconds left. Finally has the bomb on his back. It's a difficult road in, but if he kills Jimfat, there's an avenue where he can get the bomb down as well. So that Shane, he's rotating all the way in. And Shock's going to check banana. 20 seconds could be a bit of a marathon sprint. He does go towards A, but that's what he's electing to do. Trying to circumnavigate MOUZ NXT, trying to play with their rotations and just try and get anything possible over the line.
It's going to be so close. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. 4. Does he have it? It is really much on the border. And it does get planted. Calculated to perfection from Shock. And now he knows the situation. I've got to find a fight. I need to make this a one-on-one thick and fast. He's lurked out towards long. Look at Jimfat. He's just got absolutely no idea. No idea at all. Shock finds the first, but it's peaked by Shane. 1-2 punch comes in, and MOUZ NXT are going to make it all the way up to 12 on Sinners map pick. What a monstrous performance from MOUZ NXT here on the CD side. Bomb eventually is going to be defused, and going into the second half, it is going to take everything from Sinners to bring it back. And after this quick break, we'll see if they can even attempt to mount that comeback.
Keep going left. You're close to monster. Keep going left.
Go, go. Right. Turn right.
Right side. Right side monster. Yes, to the right, to the right.
Yes, there. Shoot, left, left,
Yes,
left,
yes, a
down,
bit
left,
more to the
down,
right.
left a bit.
Bit more, bit more. You're
Down,
close.
left, right, right, right. You shoot him. Yes, left, 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 left now.
Okay.
More right, right. Left, 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 left now. He's sneaking to the left. Left, okay, he went short. Just sneak, just sneak.
No, forward, forward, left, left. Behind you, behind you. Turn, left, 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 left. Yeah, go, go.
180 degrees.
Go,
Yeah,
go,
yeah,
go.
close left, close left. He's knifing you. Knifing you.
You need to buy something. Okay, okay, wait. Turn, no, you're looking down. Wait, can you move your mouse? Yes? Left. Yes, go, 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 go.
You're close to pillar. You're going default. Shoot, shoot. To the right, yes. Take your weapon out. Left, 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 left. To the right a little bit. More. Down.
Left, left, turn left.
Down on left, down on left. Yes, and go to the right. Move to the right. Left, left, left. Shoot, 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 shoot. To the right, to the right.
No, 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 no. Right, right, turn right, turn
He's on
right.
side. Okay. You're in good position. Just select this.
Shoot, shoot, shoot. Shoot, right, right, right.
Go back, go back. Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, to the right, to the right, to the right.
He's
Right,
knifing.
right. Mouse to the right. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, go forward now. A bit right, a bit right, a bit right. Yeah, not that much.
You're walking water.
Man.
He's to your left, short. To your left, short. Down, down. Mouse. Little bit up, little bit up. Left, left. He's okay. Just plant the bomb. Take the bomb out and go
Left, left, left. Oh no, Hubert is shooting. Left. Take your MP9. Take MP9.
Number 5 for bomb. Okay, go behind you. You are short. Yes, keep going, keep going, keep going. Now plant.
Move forward, forward. Left, left a bit, left a bit, left a bit. Yeah, shoot, shoot right, shoot right.
No. Ah! Left. So close to you. Down, down.
Shoot right, 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 right. Yeah, nice. Go defuse, go defuse. Yeah, you kill him.
Did I kill him?
Bomb is,
Oh my god.
Yes, bomb forward, forward.
Second half here on Inferno. Sinners, so much work to do. 3-12 is the scoreline. And let alone on any map, but it's their map pick as well in this series. They're already one map down. And on the CT side, for some it might be considered the stronger. I think it's completely even on Inferno, to be honest. And to find 12 rounds or even 13 to win the map outright in regulation, it's going to take absolute heroics from Sinners. And throughout this series so far, it's been heavily in the MOUZ NXT camp. So I really, truly hope they make this a competitive affair. But I just can't see it at the moment, and it would take quite the turnaround.
I think the big factor for MOUZ NXT's CT side was, well, Exertion being an absolute beast, but also just how much space they took away from Sinners. Banana control was always MOUZ NXT's. There was no route, there was no opportunity for Sinners to have a clean execute onto that B bomb site, and coming into this on their defense, they'll be looking to produce some of the same. First, fast aggressing up towards middle. They're just going to take the fights. MOUZ NXT looking to bring pace. It's a 4-man stack here. Already being cut down in the numbers. Trades are aplenty, but all the kills are coming out MOUZ NXT. It's only Neofrag left in this 1 versus 3. Trying to isolate the Jules, but he can't get it done. Exertion will tap away at his head. And now MOUZ NXT are in touching distance of closing out the series.
Panic stations, absolute panic stations. And if you wanted any round to epitomise this series overall, Sinners just had the perfect read. They played 4 in mid, full mid stack, ready to mow down any players. The mid peak is immediately assassinated, and despite the crossfires, MOUZ NXT are just in too fine form individually at the moment. There's no killing some of these players. And Sinners, 10 rounds to the lesser. They've got a force buy. They can't let MOUZ get up to 14 uncontested, and this is it. It might just be the Pistons, but in my opinion, they have to win this round. It's their only chance back into Inferno.
A lot of smokes to prevent any sort of executes coming in. MOUZ NXT accelerated up Banana, but are now just taking their time. CT smoke comes in, it makes the rotations appear for Sinners towards B. It's not the true intention though. These Ts, they are going to group towards top brackets. Apartments already being gathered. Already completely different to what we saw on Sinners' T side. very difficult to break. This Crossfire, it's going to have to do, well, absolutely magical things if I can see them with any opportunity of shutting down this one. Forzy trying to get a little bit dangerous over towards Arch, but Shuey with the Mac 10 should be an easy duel, but the Shadow's been spotted. Man advantage Sinners, but for how long?
Shot behind default, Deagle in hand. Finds the first, and actually goes towards the nade. Peeks out wide, decapitates Jim Fat. Can't adjust his aim in time for MHL. And Zedko stuck behind the pillar, he's isolated. Hoping for these rotations. Moto Smoke isn't perfect, it's a bit of an angle. But MHL continues doing work. Goes down to a 2-on-2. And BC's arrived just in time. I thought he had the frag. But Shane does just enough. And it's just Neo frag. Best player on the team. Set to reach new heights. And he can't do it in this round. MOUZ NXT well on their way to winning the series and punching themselves into Republic Season 3. 14-3. They're absolutely in touching distance.
That was so close though, that spray transfer. If it was just a little bit further to the left, Neofrag would have completely closed it out for Sinners, but not to be. Fine margins, at least in that round only. Take a look at the buy for the Sinners. It's really not ideal. Trying to make sure that MOUZ NXT at least have a challenge coming into this one. There's once again Banana. That's the main point of focus. Neofrag is here. He's the point man. Flashing in. Lovely shots, but Jimpat with the immediate trade.
B-Stick. Still alone, though. No nades to his name. Bomb is also coming out over from MOUZ. And Sin is only now starting to gather a little bit of information, peeking mid. But I just wonder, will this information come in too late? B-Stick on the coffins. Beagle in hand. Smoke's being lined up. There goes coffins. CT soon to follow. Flashes at the ready. The rotations have just about made their way over. And will they commit through the smoke? Indeed they do. BC trying to fight over coffins. Zedko coming through that CT smoke. MHL takes down his teammate in the middle of all the carnage. Bob is trying to get planted, but B-Stick's around. He will actually... Oh, he doesn't deny the plant. 2-on-3 for MOUZ NXT. Can they get this round over the line?
They haven't really got any utilities to work with. It's going to have to be the straight aim duels. Jimfat swinging his way in towards CT. Takes down those players. It's only B-Stick left, but he hits the shots required. Lovely kills from him. Giving Sinners a temporary respite. It's a lifeline. The fate beating heartbeat of Sinners is trying to just keep their way in towards the game. Wonderful deagle shots, a triple kill. Could that be the catalyst that fuels the fire in this CT resurgence?
The pulse is there, but we'd still like to see a little bit more before we declare Sinners alive and well. MHL did so much work. Team kill in the mix. A B-Stick. Beast on the deagle. There's work towards the end. And MOUZ, they didn't have a lot of cash in the bank. A lot of these terrorist rounds, despite winning them, have been close. And look at this. 2 rifles, scout in the hands of MHL, lacking utility. And Exertion hits the deck early. 4-on-5, made that 3-on-5. Trade comes in, so a little bit of a silver lining, but advantage Sinners for the moment.
There's a gap in this top mid smoke. MHL just holding for shot in case he wants to retrieve that A1S. Or even being spammed through the smoke. Sinners can't catch a break. They do have an opportunity into this one. Just look how far pushed down Banana they are as well. This boost in towards the smoke, it's going to be heard as well. So Sinners, they got all the information now. It's just what they can do with it. It's just if they can win out these duels. MOUZ NXT looking to reassess straight into B-Stick's lair in B.
Tugs into logs. Neofrag's around as well. B-Stick finds one. Surely Neofrag's going to peek, but actually he's fragged out. MHL doing work on the scout. Upgraded to AK's HP is low, but this is most certainly doable. Bomb thrown over. That's going to get planted front sight. Now they can think about the arc plan and actually look on the CT side. No nades, no kits. Great opportunity now for MOUZ.
Yeah, MOUZ can tuck in, and look at this. Shui's even rotating all the way around. It's a long one, so MHL just needs to tuck in. Make sure he doesn't get baited out by any fake diffuses or footsteps. Just going to wait for his teammate. This looks so good on paper, but MHL reveals himself. Now when's Shui going to activate? Time ticks on. Bomb, it's a fake one. Surely Sinners, they're not ready for this, though. He lines them both up, and he sprays them down. Lovely rotation. The afterplant paid mostly to perfection, and MOUZ Sports are now on series point.
11 chances. 11 in a row required just for overtime here for Sinners. A-OK. We're MOUZ in that round. Not the case of Sinners. All too strong in the afterplan. Look at this one. Essentially lining up there for Sui in the end. Great positioning. And it pays massive dividends. Mid push from Sinners. They have to change something, and this is the final gambit. Throwing everything at this one. Kitchen sink is on the ground, but I don't think it's going to matter. 3-on-2 for MOUZ, and now 2 frags away from Republic Season 3.
Rupert as well. Towards top middle. Beast it with an opportunity. We know what he can do with the Deeg, but Shane will silence him. Still on to Forzy. Trying to get it done, but he's only on 3 HP, so... I'll be honest with you, Alan, I think this one's done. It's a long way back in. I think MOUZ NXT, they're going to qualify.
Feels like it. Feels like it. 3 HP, 3 players to find. Feels like 3 out of a million chances. And that is indeed the case. MOUZ NXT will be your next team, joining Ecstatic in the main event of Republic Season 3. And what a great fashion they did it on Inferno. First half of Nuke was a close affair, but since then, second half of Nuke and Inferno combined, they were absolutely monstrous. And players like Zerjian, absolutely off the charts. Well-deserved from MOUZ NXT, and I can't wait to see them in the main event.
Yeah, it felt like a no contest. Really good performance from them. And Sinners, they're not out of the running yet in the close qualifier. They'll drop down to the lower bracket. So there's still one more opportunity for them to kind of ascend and try and work it out. They'll drop down. They'll play the winner of Budapest 5 versus Kase. So yeah, it's a good spot for them. I reckon that they are still the heavily favoured team going into that one. We're going to bring you the schedule, the updated lower bracket here. We can see that.
If we can. There's Sinners. I guess we did suspect Budapest 5 playing in that matchup, but Case as well. They were from Brazil, maybe a bit of expectations for them. But yeah, Sinners, as you've mentioned, they've still got a good chance to make the main event. I'm just a little bit nervous because what we saw then on Inferno especially, that's not the Sinners I'm used to seeing, and given the situation around the team, I just fear that maybe this downward turn is going to continue.
I think for Sinners, though, what we can say is they went up against a MOUZ NXT that was very in form. They look very potent right now, and it felt like every individual was stepping up to the plate.
Okay, then I believe we do indeed have Exertion on the line over from MOUZ NXT. Of course, he had a great performance today. Did a lot of work, especially on Inferno. So hopefully, Exertion, you can indeed hear us. Looked like you had a lot of fun there on map 2. So just talk us through Inferno. It felt like you literally could do nothing wrong. You were killing absolutely everyone, especially on the CT side.
Well, yeah, as you said, it was a really fun game. Yeah, I mean, everything was working, to be honest. I think we played really well. I think it was our best game we played official together. Everyone was on point, sharp, communicating. Like, that is our problem. Like, we're a bit inconsistent in communication, and that's why we have days where it's really rough for us to play officials. But I felt like today everyone was sharp, and it was much easier to play when everyone is giving correct info and like very nice info, you know, like valuable information.
Yeah, it felt like a lot more of a cohesive unit, and you guys really thoroughly deserved to make it through that qualifier. What is your expectations for the rest of this tournament for REPUBLEAGUE? Where do you see yourself slotted in with the rest of the competition?
Well, to be honest, we don't really have a goal. I mean, we just want to get going with this roster, right? We're still a new roster. Even MHL is not in the roster for that long, and also we had... I mean, JDC was removed from the roster. We had to rebuild again. Like, you have to rebuild the system every time a player leaves because we cannot expect everyone to just adapt to us. It's not normal. And yeah, so we're just taking official by official. We want to have good results in WePlay and Republic and hopefully win the title. You know, I think it's possible, to be honest. I think if we keep improving, it is. It all depends on us because we just have to find a way to be more consistent and improve, you know?
Indeed. I actually have a question about MOUZ NXT and how they find all these players. So who is it actually that makes the decisions on these new players they brought into the lineup, and how on earth do they keep finding such amazing players from seemingly out of nowhere? It's just incredible how many great players have been brought into this project over the last year or so.
Well, it's a combination of everything. I think it's like, I mean, I don't really wanna say, like, I don't wanna give credit or not give credit to people who deserve it, but basically it's everyone. Like, MOUZ is making decisions, obviously, financially as well, if it makes sense for them. We have, I mean, our old coach Cyclone made the first lineup. Now it's Tobias who brought Jimpat in, for example. Like, I didn't know much about him. I heard that he's really good, but I was a bit skeptical because of his age, you know, and young. I mean, I'm young too, but like 15-year-olds, it's like, you have to be really gifted to be able to play in a team that needs you to communicate. And Jimpat is like really amazing. Like, I really love this guy. It's a blessing to have him on my team with me. But yeah, it's a combination of us making like a list when we need players. Top is the coach approving them and watching some demos, and then at the end it's obviously the CEO, right, or like the MOUZ itself, like the staff members making their decisions, of course.
Yeah, just to touch on the coach changes there, and I just wanted to ask a question about that, because it seems that no matter what adversity is thrown your way in terms of players moving onto the main roster, your coach even moving onto the main roster, you still produce these excellent results, and it's actually a quick turnaround. What's the new coach brought in terms of ideas, and how has he helped you going forward?
Well, he's amazing. Toby is like really, really nice. I was really sad when Dennis Cyclone left because I was really close to him and he taught me a lot about the game. But Toby, he basically like took off where Dennis like left, you know. Basically, I told him what I need from him, criticism, also good words, right? Because it's very important for me at a young age to hear these words. And yeah, he's really helpful. He's one of the smartest guys I ever had the chance to talk to and play with. And I'm honored to have him on my team. He's very hardworking too, so I'm grateful.
So Zerjan, last question. I just want to ask actually about Israeli Counter-Strike and where it is at the moment. Obviously, Spinks, amazing at the major, absolutely phenomenal. You've got Flames, you've got Nerds also playing at the top level. So it just feels like such a great kind of stock of talent is coming through the Israeli scene. I know you all are actually kind of great friends behind the scenes. So have you got any words about the Israeli scene and where it's going in the next few years?
Well, it's only going up from now, right? Like, Spinks reached top 4 at the major. It's incredible. Like, he's a big inspiration for me, and I'm sure many others in the Israeli scene, including Flamesy and Nerds and everyone. And yeah, I mean, I think our scene has so much potential as players where before it was maybe a bit of toxic environment with past players when we had Israeli rosters, a lot of talking behind the back and stuff. But in this, it's like very rare it happens. And also, we don't really have an Israeli team, but like the Israeli players learned to adapt to the Europe environment, you know, and be more professional, understand how people think, not talk behind the back, and etc. And I think that's where we're seeing Israeli succeed. And I'm sure that there will be many more in the future and much more people at the very top, I hope.
Okay, perfect. So thanks, Zerjan, for coming on. Best of luck to you guys in your matches going into the main event of Republic Season 3. And again, thanks for joining us for the interview. And yeah, best of luck moving forwards.
Thank you very much, guys.
Always nice to hear from Zerjan, and some great words as well on his local and domestic scene in Israel, which, as we were mentioning, has just become along leaps and bounds. Who would have thought that 4 or 5 years ago we'd have multiple top-end players coming out of that sort of region, when I don't think anybody could name a single Israeli player 4 or 5 years ago. So truly amazing, and hopefully his progression, MOUZ's progression, and the Israeli scene's progression continues onwards, because based on what we've seen today, it's going pretty well, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just impressed with the mentality as well. He's such a young age, and he's just recognizing, he's like, hey, well, I need criticism when I don't do well, but also I need positive reinforcement. I need to know what are the elements in my game that are improved upon and what can work. They've gone through so many changes, and it just feels like the mental fortitude across that whole team in general is something very special. And it's always lovely to hear from the insights of Exertion and the rest of MOUZ NXT, especially because of how much of a beast he just was in Inferno.
Indeed he was, and hopefully going into the main event we can see a little bit more of that. So that's going to wrap us up for the first series of the day. MOUZ NXT, of course, progressing through. Sin is going into the lower bracket. The next game is going to be Sprout up against Guardian's team in Sampi. A bit more of an extended break. It looks like we're heading for 1900 CST for that game. So stick around on Republic. I'm sure they'll throw up some content in the meantime. But over here on the broadcast, we're going to take a short break and be back to give you that second game of the day.
Davide, to bys mohl vidět.
D.
Dčko, správna odpoveď, samozrejme. Celkom aktuálna novinka.
Podle mě David
24
to bude
bylo.
2010, kámo, 24 určitě ne, kámo.
Počkej, vyčená, vlastně.
Buď 2000,
No,
jako
2010, no, určitě.
2010 podle mě bylo 24, ale 24 je boho strašně moc, kámo, 2010 určitě.
No.
Ne, počkej, kámo, jako já, když
Ale
jsem hrál
počkej.
ještě 1.6, tak jsem se jako na healthívku už díval, podle mě, tyjo, když jsem
A
hrál.
2010 je pozdě sebe, podle mě.
A 2010 je, kámo, 12 let zpátky, jako jo, to mi bylo 12, a tyhle,
A založený, kámo, třeba to nebylo jako nějak známý, chápeš?
jako možná to je 24, kámo, možná to bude 24.
Tak
To
24,
je,
pravdě. Když
máme
to je,
24, jako 2010
nevím,
už je zase,
ale jako
jako kdyby
založený,
to bylo třeba
kámo,
2008, kámo, tak já,
Jako 2008,
můžeme dát 24, kámo, já bych dal 24.
Kámo, nevím, no, co se týče.
Jako 2010 je asi teda moc nakonec, tyjo, jakože moc pozdě už. I moc. Či 1.6 už je
pozdě?
strašně dlouho, kámo, oni coverovali už 1.6, že? A
Tak ale
tyjo, 99 je, to už je, to je
Ne,
moc,
ne,
to je
ne.
blbost, podle mě
Jako
22,
24,
podle mě 24, no, kámo, podle mě
Tak
24.
dáme 24.
Shodneme se, dáme Cčko,
Jo.
dejme C.
Takže Cčko, finálna odpoveď
Poďme teda,
je
ale
nesprávna. Z 2002.
tak brzo.
Teraz tento rok bolo 20. výročie HLTV.
A jo, vlastně.
Jo, já tam jsem každý den, kámo, a nevím
A jo,
to.
já jsem si to teď vzpomněl, kámo, jak se to výročí.
Let.
2015, počkej, Katovic.
Kámo, nebyly to Virtusové, kámo.
Já myslím, že...
To podle
Ne,
mě
počkej,
byly,
to byly Fanatic, kámo.
myslíš?
No, jak Freiberg, kámo, dal spray, ne? Víš, co myslím? Jak Freiberg dal ten
Nevím.
spray jeho, ale oni prohráli. Kámo, ne, to bylo
Myslíš ty
2015, podle mě. Nebo?
Nevím,
Kámo, já myslím, že jo. Já myslím, že to byly Fanatic. Protože vím, že IS Slovan Cologne vyhráli Envias, myslím, či? Nebo já nevím, kámo. Já bych dal Fanatic sebo.
Dal bys Fanatic. A
Já myslím,
nevyhrali.
že ten jak dal Freiberg, kámo, ten spray na tom Infernu. Víš, co myslím?
Ty já nevím, kámo, to už je
To nevíš, že to je úplně
týdnu a dní. Můžeme dát Fanatiky, já myslím, že to Virtus, ale jdeme B.
Takže finálna odpoveď Bčko
Yes.
a je správna.
Nice, David, ty máš nos.
Mám knowledge, moc step.
Podle mě over, ne?
Že over a nevím.
Podle mě over, kámo, protože Inferno mi dáš
to je jedna
trade.
odpověď vlastně správná, no tak over,
Presne
jasně.
Je over, ne?
Jo, to over určitě.
Určitě over.
Áno, správne. Po prvých dvoch majoroch sa tam pridal presne Overpass a Cobblestone.
Víš co, 21, to bylo teď, viď? Tak to
Ano.
bylo... No
Jste byl
11,
pátý, ne?
Kámo.
Nebyl 11,
pátý,
kámo, 11.
Kámo, teďka
Já nevím, kámo, já nevím,
Týpek,
kolik byl minulý rok.
ne, určitě
A minulý rok
nepátý.
byl ještě decent docela,
Nebyl,
ne?
ne, už kámo, to už bylo to už nebylo dobrý, to už byl poprvé nebyl v top 5 nebo co jo. To si pamatuju. Buď 8
Tak
nebo
11 určitě nebyl, kámo, podle mě.
Kámo, podle mě
Musel
byl.
být teda 8.
Tak
A
8.
nevím, kámo, nevím.
Kámo,
Předtím stipnul Fanatiky, tak dám ti ještě jeden
kámo,
guess.
počkej,
Jako já si
nevím,
myslím, že 8.
Ne, to už byly,
jako-
kámo, to už nebyly dobrý Astralic přece. Počkej, já nevím, jestli
Ale kámo, 11 je,
kámo.
11 je už docela out, ty vole.
A podle mě
Je
8
to
ne,
nebyl
kámo, tam bylo
nice.
úplně, to byl stacked úplně, kámo.
Či kdo tam
já
byl,
nevím.
kámo? První, kdo tam mohl být? Tam mohl být Niko, Zaibu,
Simple, Zaibu, Niko, Electronic, Exile, Hobby.
Hobbit, 6, Shiro, ne?
Shiro tam byl určitě někde.
Shiro, to je 7,
Máš 7.
kámo. Takže už 8.
Pak, tyvado no. Kdo ještě, kámo?
Blame tam možná, nebyl tam Blame někde vysoko, kámo?
Ne, to bylo 220, kámo.
Jo, tak to si pletu. Kdo tam mohl
7,
být?
kámo, no. Počkej, a kdo ještě? Co byl dobrý za tým ještě? Já si to matu normálně. Nějak Bit tam byl určitě, no 8 nemohl být, kámo.
Kámo, Bit nebyl určitě nějak vysoko.
Kámo, 2021 byl
No,
Bit
nebyl
asi
vysoko,
pátý.
ne?
Kámo, týpek byl doma top 5 nebo jo. Nebo top 7, Bit byl 7, myslím.
Blázníš.
Kámo, na 100% 11.
Tak
na
dobře,
100%
dejme 11, dejme 11,
100%
ok,
11.
dejme 11.
Na 100%.
Takže finálna odpoveď Bčko.
Yes.
Je to správne.
David.
Nebo-
David.
Ne,
To bude C, no.
Jo,
Odpovídalo
je to
by
C.
to, ne?
Je to
Princess
C,
to
je to
nebude,
C.
asi taky ne.
Jo, určitě tak jsou.
Taky
jo.
si myslím C.
A nebo D, no. Ale asi C.
Správne Cčko.
Bude drahý,
Je-
kámo.
Podle mě B. Jako já si myslím, že to nebude stát víc než 100, kámo, tady tohle.
Já nevím, kámo. To vůbec tam ani neznám, že takový skin jack.
Já taky ne, v životě jsem ho neviděl, kámo. Já bych dal jako Bčko, no. Nevím, jako já si myslím, já bych dal...
To je trash nějaký, kámo.
A tak je to, víš, jako, nevím.
Jo, a Factory New, ten bude dražší, tak Bčko.
Právě, je to Factory New, právě.
Jo, asi B, ale to bylo víc, kámo, ale dáme B.
Myslíš, že víc? Dáme B.
Průměr, to se neprodalo, kámo, určitě moc toho, kámo, já bych dal klidně C sebou.
Kámo, tak dej kolik chceš, ty vole.
Ne, dáme na tebe, kámo, musíme dát na tebe teďka.
Já bych dal jako B, no.
Tak dáme B. Ale z Factory New víš? Ale jo, asi B to bude možná, kámo, to bude B možná. To dáme B.
Jo.
Finálna odpoveď B? Je to Cčko.
Kámo. Úlet, jo, tak takový skin.
Ale kámo, průměr, to se prodal třeba jeden, chápeš, za kámo peranec.
Možná.
Prečo sa Howl stal kontraband skinom? Je to kvůli vysoké ceně?
Copyright problémy, to bylo určitě Dčko, tam byl nějaký špatný copyright problém. Znám to, protože jsem měl s tím smutnou zkušenost.
Třeba to
vlastnil jsem starý
Howl. Pak to tradenul za 5 euro.
Pak jsem to tradenul za 20 euro, no.
Jedna vec bola pridaná z inej mapy v tomto screenshote. Čo to je a z akej mapy?
Ta raketa tam. Pod hevnem.
To je správne. A z akej mapy to je?
Počkej.
To je nějaká cache, nebo něco takového.
No.
To z cache, ty vole.
Není to náhodou... Kámo, není na Infernu třeba, jak máš ty kofiny, není tam raketa nějaká.
Podle mě není tam raketa, kámo. A kde by mohla být raketa? Zrovna na Nuku bych čekal, že tam nějaká raketa bude, ty vole, ale... Jako můžeme asi Inferno, jako nic jiného mi tam nedává totiž smysl, kámo.
Jo. Možná Inferno, kámo.
Ancient to taky nebude.
Ne.
Kámo, nebude na Vertigo něco, kámo, nebude na Vertigo něco, a to je...
Ne, tam není.
A na Vertigo je, kámo, spíš stavební, to je stavební mapa, tyhle, tam...
Já vím, že kámo v kofinech na Infernu jsou, kámo, rakety na 100%.
Tak můžem dát asi Inferno, zkusit.
Určitě.
Takže Inferno?
Yes.
Bola to správna odpoveď, je to Bčko.
Kámo, já tebe, to vlastně...
No je 5 head, tyhle, normálně. Já bych dal Kobl zpátky. Bych chtěl já.
Je to asi jedno, no. A Kobl byl docela nice, no.
Kobl byl cool.
I Kešku jsem měl rád.
Já Keky jsem měl taky rád, ale to by museli trošičku ještě pomít. I ten Kobl, ale obě dvě mapy bych klidně vrátil, no. A je jedno kterou. Ale Kobl radši než Cash. A místo které... Nevím, kámo.
Já bych dal pryč Mirage, kámo. Nebo Dust. Dust bych dal pryč.
Dust nebo Mirage, no, bych taky dal. Jedno z toho bych dal pryč. Dust nebo Mirage.
FaZe?
Oh. It's Navi.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
Yeah, it's right.
2002. It's
2002.
Yeah, because its 20 years anniversary was on HT.
Yes, I remember that, I was gonna say.
Yeah. It was 2002.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. I think it was Luminosity. It was Luminosity. Because they, after this, Astralis went to win 4 in a row. I believe.
It was, I remember the stage. Well, it was like really, they were like separated.
Yes, it was versus each other with booths. Yeah, it was like a booth.
Yes, everyone had their own booth.
It's Luminosity then.
Luminosity.
I'm pretty
Final
sure.
answer.
Yes.
Okay, you're right.
I remember that.
Actually, yeah, after this, Astralis dominated the scene. First 2 majors, okay, so Train 100% is in there, right? Or...
Okay, Nuke, Mirage, those 2 Train, right? Can you repeat the question? I
Nuke
don't know.
Overpass, does 2 Train.
Nuke, Overpass, those 2 Train.
Okay, I think
I think Overpass was there, Train was there, Dust 2...
Was Dust 2 there? Dust 2 though, not Dust. Dust 2. That's a trick, I think, because...
No.
Or was always Dust 2 in CSGO?
It's Dust 2.
Okay,
I don't think Nuke was there.
No, Nuke, bro, no way, right?
I don't think Nuke was there, no.
Bro, Train...
It's like Infer...
Was Train really there though? Train at 2013? Train? No way.
Wait.
No way, train, Camille. I think that's 100% not there. If it's there, then I'm
Wait.
terrible.
Train, nuke. It's between train and nuke.
But there's
Trying
two,
to think.
like, okay, it's train and nuke. Okay, I will say train, but you can say whatever you want. You will decide, but in my opinion, it's train.
But it's your fault if we lose.
Okay, fine. Let's go.
Okay. Let's
So
go train.
final answer D.
Yes.
It was overpass.
Okay, you did not got it.
We just spent like 5 minutes to eat.
Was it 8?
He was 11th. He was 11th.
Okay, I think
like
it was outside of 10
80%.
because
he was 11th,
it was like
11th.
it was like the first time he was outside of like
Yeah.
top 10 in a long
Yeah,
time.
but he made it for sure. He made top 20, so he's 11th.
It's 8th or 11th. I think 11th.
I think 11th too. Let's go see then.
Let's go see. You're right.
Millionaires. Is this in the game?
Yeah, definitely.
I've never seen it in my life, man. What? Okay, I
have no
would
idea.
say, in my opinion, it's not B. I don't
I have
think
a
it
feeling
should be a
it's
name of
D.
a skin. Yeah, I think it's actually. I don't think it's C. I don't think it's B. I think it's between A and D. I don't know.
I
I'm
don't
just
think it's
taking a
A.
guess. Then let's do D. Let's go D. Let's go D. But yeah, anyway, we want it's a guess.
So final answer D.
Yeah.
It's B.
Sorry.
Moment.
What is that name? Who thought of that?
Bro, I'm gonna buy the skin out just to be just to be safe for next time.
Has to be D, right?
No. It went up in price insanely, Kamel, like a lot.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's D or B. It's not A and it's not C, I think. Wait, factory new though, Kamel. I think.
Do you really think it's more than 1,200 euros?
No, I think it's B.
What is the next? I think it's A. I don't know.
Okay, what do you want to do?
It's
then?
factory
Because- What do you want to do? Because I was wrong twice.
Rock, paper, scissors?
But will they really do 600 to 800 like the thing? How does that make any
Yes,
sense?
because it varies. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Okay, rock, paper, scissors then. Rock, paper, scissors for A or B.
Wait.
Shoot.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ah. Okay.
Okay, B.
So
B?
final answer B.
Oh my god, it's a troll answer, Dory. 420, do you not see it? I just realized now. Oh my god.
Is it B, Kamil? What do you think?
No.
I mean, it's a jungle, okay? It's a jungle. Then...
Okay, Siberia, no.
No, yeah. Wait.
Mongolia, no.
Okay.
South Africa or Central America? Central America?
Central, but that's really specific. It makes me want to press it. What do you think?
Wait.
I think it's between C and B, right?
Yeah. And I'm not.
But which one? You choose now. I'm not gonna say anything anymore. You should decide.
Yeah, okay, listen. But the question is, most likely. So they don't even know themselves. Okay, let's
B.
go. Let's go B, South Africa.
Yeah, let's go B. Nothing to lose.
It's Central America.
It was twice we were 50-50 and we messed up.
Yeah, it's after the whole map. It's did after Aztec archaeology, and they were located in America.
Okay.
The bike, the ramp, and C. All three.
Yes.
Done.
Bike rampancy.
Yeah, you're right. It was pretty fast.
Yeah, just give me maps, man. I personally would say cash, but not a new one now. With how it is. It's the same with cobble for me, but I like cash more than cobble, so I would pick cash.
I think for me it's between 3 maps. It's train, cobble, and cash. Like you said, the old one, not the new one. But I think I would have to go with I mean, Train has been here for quite some time and it's been gone for not really that long. Cash was one of my favorite maps. I'm gonna go with Cash.
Okay, thank you. And which would you remove to replace it?
Dust 2
Overpass.
already go. Oh. I would remove Dust 2 already go. Actually, I would remove Vertigo, man.
Man, Overpass.
Not
It's
a
a
good map.
10-man team or a 10-man map.
Yeah.
True. Like it's too big. Toda shootouts.
Thank you very much everyone for the support. We love you. We hope that you keep watching us, and thank you very much for being here for us.
Yeah, thank you. Dory, say dziękujemy.
Dziękuję. Dobrze.
Dziękuję. Do widzenia.
Dobrze, dobrze.
Kurczak na butli.
Kurczak na butli, kochancze.
very slow. It's not enough to please you. Pretty Caroline, oh, 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 stone cold stunner. She was a winner, started working at the night. Oh, 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 surface of her mind. Take out your blessings, 'cause it's time they fair, put you down and leave you there, don't make them scared. Yeah, that's the ugly truth. How they coming for you. Yeah, yeah. It's the missed opportunity train. It only comes on a very blue moon. Think twice, and you missed it again. Waiting in line for the party to end. Guess you didn't get what they asked for. Not a genie in sight, that reality gets so. There's no point to being careful. Learn the rules of the game before you lose your mental. Pretty Caroline, stone cold stunner. She was a winner, started working at the diner. It's surface of her mind. To count your blessings, 'cause this town ain't fair. They'll put you down and leave you there, don't make them scared. Yeah, that's the ugly truth. How they coming for you. Yeah, yeah, oh.
I'm in. I'm in. I'm in. I'm in. I'm in. I'm in the explosion. Be a chocolate. Be explosion. Be a chocolate. Be explosion. Be a chocolate.
Okay. Right now, I would say Hellraisers or Liquid, but I don't know which one.
I would go for Liquid.
And then they say Liquid.
Yeah, we will go for Liquid.
Okay, let's do
Final
it.
answer.
Yeah, D, Liquid.
The Liquid is wrong.
Nah, it was
It's
Hellraisers.
Hellraisers.
Oh.
Yeah, that's you, Law.
Oh my god. I think I would say
Can it be in 10?
C. No, because it was 1.6 and
Was it there in 1.6?
yeah. I know.
Then maybe 2004, I don't know.
Or actually, I think we can go for D.
Yeah, I think too. Let's try.
Yeah. The final answer is D.
Final answer D, 2010.
Yeah.
It's wrong. It's 2002.
It was a A.
Yeah, there was 20th anniversary this year.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's actually unlucky.
Oh, this is easy. This is C. Envious.
Okay, then we go for C.
So Team Envious C.
Yeah. Sick. Got one right. It's not Inferno, I think. And
Yeah,
I don't think it's Train either. That's two very old maps. I think it's Overpass, but I don't know.
Yeah, I would say Overpass as well, because Mirage was played
then
back
let's
then.
do it. Let's do it.
So final answer C, Overpass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
That's nice.
Good job. Overpass and
Sampi.
Cobblestone were added after first the majors.
Uh-huh. I mean, he did make it, didn't he? He must have. He did.
Yeah.
But it's just which
sure.
one? Maybe 8th? I don't know. You choose. We guess.
Yeah, let's just go for 8.
Okay.
So 8th place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's wrong. It was 11.
What?
I would say 10 to 20. What would you say?
Yeah, I would say the same.
Then let's do it. A.
We'll go for A.
10 to 20 is wrong.
That's unfortunate. We go for 0.
Wow.
Correct.
Yeah. It's straight up pink to Dragon Lore.
Ah.
Oh.
How should we know? GG.
I know it's either A or B.
I would say B. But
Because I know that this is straight up towards the up Gugner, so...
yeah,
But I'm not sure.
I think we should go for B. It's a little, I don't know. No way it costs above 2. Yeah, let's go for B.
Okay, just go B.
Let's go for B.
So final answer B
Yeah,
is right. Good job.
that's nice. It's Germany. It's A.
Yeah, yeah,
So final answer A.
yeah.
It's wrong.
Doesn't say
USA.
in German on there.
What?
Bro, we are so bad. We are so bad.
The old version is in Germany.
Really?
Yeah, from 2013.
No.
That was bad, man. It's D.
It's A or C. No, not D. I don't believe. Is it? Oh yeah, it says caution actually.
Wait.
Yeah, okay. Wait, it says caution and there's a lot of X's. We could go for D. I just thought it was.
Yeah. Let's
Okay, let's
just
do
go D.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. D.
So D, caution, XXX
Yeah.
is wrong.
Ah, it was one of the two left.
This skin doesn't even
That's
exist, I think, right?
It does
Yeah,
exist, it does.
It's
No,
also full
like
paid.
the D.
No, it doesn't. I wasn't thinking either. I've never seen this name. But
Yeah.
it says on the gun, so I was like, okay. I don't know actually. Maybe Cobblestone. I haven't really played it, but I think it was a pretty nice map. Would be sick. And then I think it should replace Mirage for sure.
I'll just go for the old cobblestone to have it back in the map pool, and I'll remove those two.
Welcome back to the Republic Season 3 Closed Qualifier. I'm Alan and I'm joined by B-Dog, and the first match of the day, unfortunately, was a little bit of a blowout. That was Sinners up against MOUZ NXT, and now we've had a bit of time. Tell me, B-Dog, how do you reflect on that overall result?
Well, I feel like on paper, MOUZ NXT were more comfortable coming into it. Obviously, the whole Sinners news kind of has blown that team kind of out of the water of it. We're not really too sure on the ins and outs of that team, how much they've been practicing, how much it does affect them. We quite clearly see that their T-sides were pretty lackluster, both on Nuke and Inferno. And MOUZ NXT, they just overpowered them. I thought the individuals, especially Exertion, were incredibly strong, and it just felt like Sinners, they could never really have an opening.
Well, that wraps up our first game, and going into the second is, of course, going to be Sprout up against Sampi here. And kicking off by talking a little bit about Sprout, of course. They decided after the Maramar to remove Marix. The new guy on the block is called Lonks, and I'm telling you, we cast this guy the other day. He is absolutely out of this universe, and combined with some of the other great names on this team, I only see a bright future for Sprout with this lineup.
Yeah, I think it's the new guys on the block, right? You got Stare and Lonks. They're incredibly well. Lonks part of that Nexus core that was kind of dominated in like the tier 2, tier 3 space for such a long time. Some of the players have moved over, and this is one of the more notable pickups, and I think it's a really good acquisition for MOUZ. You can see they're on a bit of a hot streak, taking out MOUZ, the main roster, because they did of course lose in REPUBLEAGUE to MOUZ NXT 2-0, so maybe a little bit of vengeance there, but the fact that they went all the way through to qualify for Valencia without dropping a single map is certainly impressive.
Indeed, and of course a little bit bizarre losing to the academy team and then comprehensively beating the main team twice in a row. So Sprout, as you mentioned, great run in that open qualifier and closed qualifier for ESL Challenger Valencia. Really been on an upset since they brought in Lonks. Here's a look at their map pool. Overpass, a bit of a weakness, but across the board, a fairly strong stuff from Sprout. Now, Sampi, a really interesting lineup, kind of formed from the ashes, essentially, of Enterprise and Isuba around Guardian. Now, Matties is a player I've known a little bit about for a while. I'm really excited to see him playing again. And I guess the big talking point, though, is Guardian. It feels like I haven't seen Guardian competing for quite a long time. So just excited to see Guardian again competing on the server and hopefully giving us some great highlights to reminisce about.
Yeah, of course, his experience cannot be understated, and I think it's a really nice idea that Sampi, they got these Slovakian players all with kind of really young ages, and they're getting all the experience that Guardian has had throughout his really established career, and I think it's a nice idea. It's going to give a lot of experience to them, and it's going to give them a lot of opportunity going forward. How that will actually line up in terms of their competition against Sprout, I'm not 100% sure.
Vito starting to roll in on the bottom of your screens. Permaban's going out the way immediately, especially for Sprout. We're not quite sure, to be honest, where Sampi's going to be at in terms of the map pool, but on the Sprout side of things, no surprises thus far. The Inferno pick is a little left field. It's not a map Sprout has liked a whole lot in the past, so maybe with Lonks, that's changed up. Dust 2 from Sampi. Maybe they've watched a bit of Sprout and seen this can be a weakness on that side of things. And the third Inferno map is going to be Ancient. I think, actually, for Sprout, I think they'll be fairly happy with this veto. The glaring one that stands out, actually, is Dust 2, and that's the only place I can see some stumbling blocks, because overall, I just see in this series Sprout as the much more kind of comprehensive team.
Yeah, I think they're more put together. It's just the individuals finding that form. That's always the kind of thing you look to when players are joining the roster, especially they've had that transition with Stare. He's only been in the roster about 4 months or so he can still be regarded as the new kid on the block that's transitioning more into that core. But from the looks of things on the outside, they're doing really well, and hopefully that can just continue. It's not sort of this honeymoon period for Sprout. I think for Sampi, it's going to be a very big challenge today. I understand the pick of Dust too. It's potentially a weakness they could have seen from Sprout, or it's just more the fact that they want to play on just sort of like the more puggier style of variant, relying in the aim. It's Norp's Playground and Guardians here on the server.
So the first map of the series, I believe, is indeed going to be Inferno, Sprout's pick, and I am a tiny bit perplexed. In the past, Inferno has most certainly been up and down, but I would assume from their perspective, now with Lonks in the lineup, with players like Stare playing really well, maybe they've looked at Inferno and said, if we put a lot of work into it behind the scenes, maybe we can get it up to scratch. And indeed, they certainly had their reasons picking into it on for this matchup. and I'm certainly intrigued to see how it's playing out. Inferno had a little bit of it earlier, but I hope for our sake here on the broadcast, it's a closer affair this time around.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would be very nice to see just a heavily contested affair. Inferno quite often notably the king of maps for deciding a series, but this time we're going to start with it. It's a very exciting prospect.
A little bit of a change up on that front, and actually Inferno was for a long time one of the most played maps across all the teams. It's kind of ebbed away a tad. Interestingly enough, maps like Nuke and even Ancient, actually, to be honest, of late, has crept up a little, but it's always good to be back on the old streets. As we're zooming around here and going the drone cam. Hopefully we're underway soon. We don't want to keep you guys waiting any longer than is absolutely needed. But Sampi, I just feel like there's so many questions for this team. I'll be honest, I know Matty's, I know Guardian, I'm not super familiar with the others, but hopefully they can teach us a little bit about them as we go along. Starting off on the CD side, our Sampi 4 and A. It's only Matty's on this side of the map. 3 players soon to be approaching him, and he's got to do a lot of work on this B-bomb, so it's going to be such a wide open proposition. Takes a shot, falls back, and thinks better of it.
Yeah, nice he's even stayed alive there. Flashbang looked to be lined up, but thought better of it. Said Slacks with that dry peek. Sprout going to aggress up towards Banana now. Completely circumnavigating this 4-man lean heavily on A for Sampi. There's been no contact, just a little bit of noise, and here the smokes will come on in. Sprout, they're so close. And the execute comes in. Matty's with lovely 2 headshots through the smoke. Okay, that's absolutely unbelievable. The rotations can now come in time, but surely Matty's has carved open a way that could even be back in already.
Kill on Aegis. Smoke as well for the bomb if required. Sprout realise we've got to take some map control. We've got to do something. We can't just sit back. And they're going to fight in towards ruins. Baddies. USP in hand, can't connect. 2 frags quickly go the way of Sprout, and suddenly this looks a lot more doable. Spiddy's hunting down in towards CT, and Slack hits another. Headshots are raining in galore. And Sprouts from out of nowhere, from a 3-on-5, pick up the afterplant, and Sampi, they're going to be devastated. So many chances to convert that pistol, and just can't quite get it done in the afterplant.
You touched on it, but Sprout's aggression there in the afterplant, taking the control, not both in ruins, but also CT, taking the fight to Sampi and catching them off guard, and that was turning the tides in their favor after some heroics. Just not really being able to see. Just this aggression really pays off. Sprout, they somehow get that pistol converted. It's going to be a forced purchase for Sampi and Guardian back on the scout.
Smokes across the board here for Sampi. Common investment on the CD side of Inferno on these 4 spikes. Bit of a flashbang. Rouse actually is in a spot above her. Wins out in the duel, however, despite the utility, and Sampi also is soon enough going to show they've got 2 on this B-bomb site, and I think that is the case. Sprout making the mid-round call. A surely is lesser defended. Savannah was posted up. Slacks, though, catches him off guard, and now tagged alone. Head removed, Spiddy hitting shots, Slacks hits another, and this is just clinical from Sprout. No window at all for Sampi to get into this round.
Yeah, nice mid-round. As soon as the 2 players on Banana revealed themselves, it was only a matter of time. Just upgraded weaponry. I'd say just trying to hold on. Will pick up a Galil for his troubles, but how many more can he realistically get? The answer is none, because Rolls will just come in on that Banana flank and convert. That felt quite comfortable for Sprout. They took the control early, they rotated off, they're just playing with the rotations, and they found the weak point and they just pressed on it.
Good communication as well. Of course, important the Rouse wants the opening duel, but from there, had all the info, knew it was 2B, A had to be open, and didn't miss a beat after making that decision. Sampi, heavy eco on this occasion, no chances of upgraded pistols. Guardian's got a couple flashes and they're going to mid-push behind it, but Slack's ready and waiting. 4k for him, lining them up, and who doesn't enjoy a few eco frags? I'm sure Slacks is very happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, I would be. I mean, that's the perfect answer to that sort of push. Even gets blinded, doesn't matter. 4 kills coming in quick succession. Wasn't really that pivotal for Sampi, just the USPs, just trying to see if they can get anything going. The answers are flat, no, they can't. But Guardian will be on the AWP. He'll be wielding that immediately into round number 4. It's uncontested, quite notably. Still on the bonus weapons for Sprout, a couple of Galils and a Mac-10. So it's actually a nice moment for Guardian. He can peek in on some of these angles that he can feel a little bit more comfortable on and try and get his team the early advantage.
Has to be said, it's extremely likely that there was never going to be an AWP in this round for Sprout, and Guardian knows it. On the boost, peeks out. Savannah does get one, but swiftly traded. Guardian posted on the angle, widened up, but it doesn't matter. Still connects. Rouse hits the deck. Man advantage here for Sampi. Guardian's looking good right up until that moment. Getting a little bit touch and go here on the A-bomb site, but for the moment, tag holding strong. I'm a little bit nervous, though. If Speedy goes any further, maybe he'll see the barrel.
Just trying to work his way in. You see that Sampi aren't 100% sure where Sprouts are going to commit to. Just on the edge of rotating backwards and forwards. That Molotov, it's not going to catch out tag, so he can just sit pretty on top of the balcony. A lot of time to play with now with Sprout. Just grouping, trying to see if any utility can be distributed from Sampi, but there is a little bit of a crossfire. It's a long way off. And the stair grabs utility and ground towards this B bomb site. You can try and force a rotation over to make that A bomb site a little bit easier.
Matties on coffins. Bides his time. Collects the frag. Well held. With only 26 seconds remaining. Bomb may be recovered. They've got a lot of ground to cover. Sampi, though, yet to make the read and load any more numbers on towards B. It's just Matties alone. Still has work to do. Peeks out of the perfect timing. I thought he found the free case. Spiddy stole that one away with the team kill onto his brethren. But Sampi get around on the board. Keep it much cleaner on the rifles, and hopefully they continue in this direction.
Yeah, as that clock wears down as well, it's so difficult for Sprout to really get into that bomb site. Nice reposition from Ruins to CT. But with no smoke on the cross, it's just an inevitability that Matties will hold that one in. Can't really clear every angle with only a few seconds left. Unfortunate for Guardian, he did well to get the kill fully blinded towards top middle, then kind of overextended towards long a little bit. Maybe a bit incentivized by the kill. Got this stack on towards short for Sampi. There's more top banana control for Sprout.
Boosted on the balcony. Getting with our bird's eye view. That's going to be Savannah. Guardians over towards a long. Couple nades exchanged on banana, but not so much else. A little bit of info for Sampi. Nothing top B. Retain our focus on mid. There's no reason to rotate away and look at Guardian. Who wants to fight for this? In front of the long smoke. Nobody committing out, but already looking aggressive, and that's exactly the Guardian we want to be seeing.
Yeah, no fear. But no commitment from Sprout. Just waiting out this utility. Then looking to trade. Savannah called him out on the boost. He could be so instrumental in holding Sprout at bay. But instead, the clock bleeds down once more. Rolls. He's having a little peek in. Trying to make sure Guardian, from his aggression, he's actually going to go in again, and he will win out that duel. That's going to funnel Sprout straight into this B bomb site.
No option, no option. They have to commit to B right now. Guardian's fast on the rotate, and they need to beat him. Adis wided up, still gets the kill. Guardian spamming through the smoke. And now this offense is so stalled out. Bomb in the open. Smoke on the choke point, and what on earth can you do here if you're Sprout? You've got to save. A strong defense, and Guardian, be it a good lineup, be it fortune, be it intuition, gets the spam, and that kind of sealed the deal on that attack onto B.
Being a little bit of a nuisance everywhere, gets the kill into top brackets, the immediate rotation over. It's important for Sprout that they save those rifles. AWP can remain on their side as the replay comes in. Lovely little bit of spam. But yeah, Slacks can just wield that AWP. He's going 9-2 right now. So it's a good sign for Sprout. Hopefully a more positive light.
Funds are dwindled. Look at his investment though. By the way, the AWP Slacks, but around it they're lacking. And he knows what he needs to do. He needs to find an opening pick. He needs to make use of this big green. Utility is also far from perfect. So getting an early opening would be even better, and Savannah on the jiggle peak. Spots out Slacks. Information traded over to his teammates, and they may have some space here, Sprout, but now the game's up. They know they've bought, and they know that Slacks is an open play.
I like this from Sampi. They're just turtled up as well. It allows Sprout free real estate up towards this long side. Savannah going to halt their momentum with an incendiary. Thinks better about spray and instead relocates to library. Sprout have got a lot of control though towards the top brackets position. Looks like they're going to completely crunch on the bomb site, but there's two players ready and waiting. One of them being Guardian, who's already sung early. This boost could potentially cut some of them off, but here's the exchange. Rolls will win out the duel, and now the rest of Sprout can follow suit, just trying to completely punish. Savannah, you're going to be careful. You can't really go through this library smoke. It's a difficult line to tread. And Tag just in the bomb site gets bailed out, but eventually Sampi have rotated in, bought so much time, and that means that Sprout don't have a clear avenue onto this play. 3 versus 2, the bomb can be retrieved, and now the afterplant can take shape.
Good positions as well. Look at Spitty in apartments. Bombs truly for Pip, but apartments will be just as strong really in this afterplant. And Sampi squaring up to go for this. Paddy's his first in, executed. Hades might get the trade, but he's taken so damn low. And that's the afterplant for Sprout. Sampi over-rotated against the B split smoke and caught out of position come the execute. Guardian as well, the pivotal frag. As soon as he goes down, you can see here on the replays, it's just that solo player on the A-bomb site, and did as much as he could, but ultimately there wasn't much more Tag could have done in that sort of position. So Sprout, clean stuff and strong afterplant.
We've seen that from Guardian quite a few times in the early stages, where he's actually very keen to take these engagements, swing out onto an angle and try and take a player away, just out of the equation, but he's been caught almost in no man's land a couple of times. That allows Sprout that route in. Has got the B spawn though, will go for this aggressive banana play, I'm sure. As the tactical pause just works its way down, the clock is about to wear thin, we can get straight back into the action. Sprout with the early lead, it feels like they are in control, it feels like they know what they need to get done. It's just how much of a defense and an unstoppable force Sampi and Guardian can really be.
Both teams not much in the bank. This round's important. Set the tone of quite a few to follow. 3 on B for Sampi, I think they want banana control. Nades are starting to rain in. Stare here. Smoke's in front. Can't actually come through the smoke because that molly's still burning, but there's so many damaging nades raining in. A couple HEs behind that. And Sampi have to concede this. And look at Sampi's utility. They put so much into banana, but ultimately have no control. And surely the meat grinder is soon to follow. Molotov on the corner. Flashes set to rain over. Guardian playing in front of that Molotov finds the first. Push back off the angle. There's still a player sandbags actually in the middle of all of this. Maddie's as he expected. Oh, an absolute grinder there towards banana, but ultimately Sprout come out on top.
Sampi just trying to force the issue. Throw a lot of bodies at the problem, even baiting that sandbags player, but not to be. An important piece of the puzzle in that banana take as we just see the kills coming in on the lurks. The Sprout's flashbangs. Matties, he really wanted to push the issue in banana. He wanted to take the space for Sampi, but he couldn't. And then he got stuck. There was like a little bit of spam going on. You thought, will he, won't he die through the smokes? But manages to escape. But nevertheless, it was good utility usage across the board for Sprout, and it nets them banana.
Tag. Totally committed to Graveyard. Wants to save that gun. There's no interest. Attempting a retake and for Sprout. And such a strong position now. Economy's been on a knife edge for quite a while, but Sampi behind this can have absolutely nothing. It's just this save them 4 from Tag, and how important is it that he keeps it going into the next round? The only thing they can play around. So moving forwards, advantage Sprout and opportunities to follow to really build up that economy.
Yeah, really golden one here. It just feels like right now from what I'm watching with these executes coming in that Sampi, they're trying to just solidify the trade space and to enable the peaks, but Sprout, they're just all on the same wavelength. be it utility and mechanical skill, is just prevailing here. You mentioned the weak buy. Sampi's just going to be on with the Deagles. It'll be a very difficult situation to recover here for them in round number 8. The Sprout, surely they'll just keep elevating and keep pushing forward on Inferno.
Armin setup. Problem is, Stair here already starting to clear out B. Sampi, understandable. Little investment behind that M4, and if you just play between the sides, you're gonna have no chance at all. So why not stack one of them? Unfortunately for them, Sprout smelled the ruse, found a open B bomb site, red carpet laid out, bombs to be planted, and from here all Sampi can do is attempt some exit frags. That's best case scenario.
Yeah, Spiddy to be tested. Gotta be careful. It's a thin line to tread as the rest of Sampi move down towards Banana. The Stairs here, he can smell the eco frags, he just wants to get a few of them on the board. Riles is here in support, Slacks, he's even doing the suppressing fire deep down at the car. Savannah's in this nice little off angle. We'll take one with him. Can he retrieve that AK? That's now the next big question. I don't think Riles will let him if he can. No, immediately put in the dirt. Sprout survived with a number of players alive and tagged with the saved M4. Looks like he will keep it once again.
Just about. Come in handy as well. Matties hasn't got a great deal of cash in the bank. Maybe even could be the one to drop the AWP. DDR's by the look of it. That's onto Guardian. Has to be a huge factor on this team if they want to prevail over a team of Sprout's caliber. It's been a mixed start from the Slovakian AWPer, the tenured player. See where he's playing this time around. Beat mid molly. Standard stuff from him. Maybe thinking better of the over-aggression that may have cost him earlier on in the half. And overall for Sampi, standard stuff, passive really on both sides.
Yeah, Spiddy's made a lot of ground in towards apartments time and time again, so let's see if he can get another lurk kill. Meanwhile, taking shape over towards top Banana. Sprout just trying to contact in. So utility in response for Sampi, but the hit, it's about to come in. Matty's going to be left on his own potentially as the smokes come in, but Sprout, they reroute. It's all a little bit of a ruse. They want to take top brackets control back, at least at the first time of asking. Just trying to delay all of Sampi's utility, trying to drop it on the floor, so when Sprout actually re-execute in, there's going to be nothing there for the CTs.
Guardian taken incredibly low. Tried to react on that information of a potential B execute, and Sprout was still ready and waiting in mid. Only 3 HP for him. Just a tickle will send him to the grave. B split smoke lands and they're grouped towards short. It's a nice setup on that CT side. Balcony and pit, tough to break. The perfect crossfire, and Tag finds the first. Sprout, they're going to commit behind this. They're stalled out a little. Body in their hands. That's going to land in towards Cold, and the frag is onto Guardian. HP didn't help, but Tags being an absolute menace in towards headshot. Staying alive. Savannah, though, going to be the one to clean it up. Strong setup and strong hold in the end for Sampi, and they really needed a gun round.
Important for Guardian, even though he only takes one with him, he just attracts all the attention. Savannah doesn't even need to reveal himself until the last possible moment. Impressive stuff from Sampi, holding that defense at bay. Sprout, it looks like they were trying to be cute with the rotations. They've identified that Sampi tends to kind of over-rotate when they're throwing things just by the wayside. Not to be. Guardian peeking in down the middle, but he gets flashed off the line. Will escape, though.
Slack's taking space. Till the AWPer falling off. Here we could cover ground. Longs equally. Fast clearing the apartments. A lot of map control early on here for Sprout. Stir felt he had an opportunity on B, but he's decapitated. Sprout still, though. Feel like B is the option, but it isn't. Free in defense. Guardian's on the angle. He's actually going to push his way in. Getting aggressive. 20 centimeter they need information. The peak comes in. Matties finds 2 more slongs. Finally silences the opposing player, but utility raining down. They're going to have to respect this, and left alone 2 on 4. Sampi players also geared up to take space on A, and now they're getting absolutely penned in.
It's these aggressive plays from Guardian that are really just creating space for Sampi. And as Sprout make their way up towards A, got to be careful because Tag's already pushed in down second mid. He's got them on a dime. He's just going to wait for them. Grabs the first. Allows Slacks just to run up, but Savannah's ready and waiting. Nice setup and hold, and Sampi, they're closing the distance.
Get much improved. Economy also for Sprout. But on the basement, you can see here Stead, no idea of playing the wide from sight. Matty's picks the perfect timing just to peek out. No utility flying over, that's just a raw peek. He does work. Look at this eco. 4 Glocks in play, 1-2 P250. Sampi had a really rough start here on the CT side of Inferno, but it's turning around and turning around fast. And Guardian also seems to be enjoying his game. Whack-a-mole here down mid.
He loves it. He's just going to go in for more. Meanwhile, on Banana, Matty's, he's getting flashed in. Guardian confirming that there's no one confronting him. Drops a nade, worried about the second mid threat that isn't actually going to be here. The rest of Sprout, they're all grouping towards B. He's got to be a little bit careful, though. Dangerous, he's got to get out of dodge. Slacks, he has now got a rifle in his hand. Just needs to survive, just needs to wait for the rotations to come in, but he's been spotted. And he's been dinked out, and Slacks, in the meanwhile, he's found one of his own. But once the rest of the support from Sampi come in, thankfully, it's more of a clean-up operation for them.
2 frags with only 1 pistol board up. It's not too bad from Sprout, and they keep that money reasonably in check. Now they're back on the buy. Khalil on Spiddy, Mac 10 over on Rouse as well. You can see Guardian. There's no open play, and there's no fear for taking those jewels. Sprout, though, really struggled in these opening engagements in the last couple gun rounds. See if they choose to change their approach or tighten up a tad. Spiddy's here in underpass, not going to find anybody, but look how they're grouped. They've clearly got a plan in mind. 5 down the bottom of Banana. I think they want to go and retake that control.
You see the Rouse has elected for a Mac 10 just so he can buy utility behind it. Trying to set his team up for success. And as aforementioned, Sprout, they will retake Banana. Just working their way up as a unit, trying to take back the space. But look at this response from Sampi, the rotations, they're already here. Sprout line up their execute, but it's not going to be in time.
2 early nades. On a beta response, but they're not getting it. Sampi being careful not to show their numbers here on B, and Guardian's ready and waiting. Good positioning, good read. And Sprout had no idea, and now they have no choice. Got to go back to A. Are clearing mid. They've got a little bit of space, but there's a timer here, and that time is when Guardian makes it back, because that's going to make it so much more difficult. Ending onto this A bomb site. Slacks, though. Excellent headshot. They know only 2 remain. Moto Smoke is landing. Both teams actually throwing a Moto Smoke, and now they're putting the brakes on 35 seconds. They need to collapse through, and Savannah there looks like he got an incredibly lucky spam. For Sampi, they'll take it.
Of course, they will tagged. He's still tucked in towards the pit. There's always been this balcony threat for Sampi. Not sure if he got spotted on the cross. Spiddy's making his lurk in towards Library, trying to cut off the rotations, but the time's wearing thin. Riles will strike on towards pit, and again onto Savannah. This bomb site, it just gets crumbled. Sampi, they can't get it done at the last hurdle. It's going to force them into a save. Sprout, they wind the clock down, they bleed it all the way out. And the hero answers the call. It's Rolls just to open up.
Good split from Sprout. Pressure from many different direction. But it just feels like for Sampi, their macro is good. They're in man advantages. Guardians almost in the right place at the right time, seemingly on all the occasions. But he just gets immediately killed. Straight headshot there from Slacks. See it here on the replays and what a shot it was. Guardian goes down. And even despite the spam through the smoke, it's not going to matter. Chicken run. He's running away. Tag couldn't though. He hits the deck, and for Sprout, good recovery, good frags, and especially Rouse as well. He's looking good.
I'm impressed with how dynamic Guardian's being, though. I just feel like he's constantly trying to just be that presence, whether it's A or B. He'll take a shot. If he gets a kill, he'll just rotate over based off the information. He's always that point man, just to try and get something going for Sampi. I've seen him try and push deep as well on a couple of these occasions. We said coming into it, Alan, we said, okay, well, Guardian, if he can be shining and just firing on all cylinders, if he can walk in with the AWP, that's going to be the key, but fundamentally to Sampi's success. He's not doing too badly overall.
A little improved. We still like to see more.
True.
Especially from a player of Guardian's tenure. Got a decent spawn this time around, to see if he makes use of it. We get into around number 13 here, but I guess on the opening discussion, Slacks, he's been looking great so far. T-side is not a... T-side inverter is not a half you normally associate with the snipers, but he's doing work. I'm sure a good number of that is also off the back of the rifles, and of course that Galil on the anti-eco, but Slack is enjoying himself and taking it to Guardian right now in the AWPing department.
Sprout once again looking to take it up banana. Barrage utility, they're just trying to smash their way through. Spiddy, mentioned him before, this apartment's lurk has netted him some success. See if he can activate. In the meantime, Sampi, it's just more of a standard setup. They've actually rotated a player over towards A, off the back of not really any contact. Sprout might be looking to go faster here. Launx has dropped the CT smoke, potentially looking to extend in. But immediately as I say that, the Molotovs are going to be deployed. It's more of a standard play. Matty's, he could be the thorn in their side, though. He's boosted up and he goes unchecked.
Guess one falls off. Oh, the second aid is chiming in as well, but those M4A1Ss laying in bullets through the smokes, and there's not a lot Sprout can do in response. Only 2 remaining. Trying to set up for some good afterplants. Slack's on top of dark. He knows he's got to find fights. There's no point sitting back, just playing in dark or over towards New Box with this utility is good. Stir's isolated behind the smoke. He chooses to come through it. Guardian, though, is already on the angle. Stir may find one, but Sliffy traded. And that was a very clean round from Sampi. Perfectly played, and the afterplant utility was on point. Looking improved as they claw their way back into the CT side.
Yeah, nice spam through the smokes. Matthews the opener of the boost. And it just shuts down the execute before it can even begin. Guardian spots an arm, and that's all said and done. Sprout, they look very good in the opening stages, and we've now got this new reformed Sampi. They're playing quite reactively to Sprout's aggression, and it's paying dividends. They're doing such a good job right now. See if they can close out the remainder of this half. Guardian, he will hit that wallbang coming in, but that might just be about it. He's holding the line. He's going to get so aggressive. He doesn't want to give up the fight, but thinks better of it now.
Launx working for apartments of his teammates. See Guardian here, that mid smoke down. Absolutely no fear on posting up on that crack angle to the top of boiler. Re-smoke again on towards mid, and whilst it buys time, the utility is starting to dwindle. Sprout have no qualms of just sitting back and letting this utility burn away, so stalled out a little on this T side, but as soon as the smoke fades, they can go straight into their plan, and all these numbers grouped up towards A. Looks like mid-control here is on the cards.
Sampi again taking a passive line in towards A, and as soon as I say that, Guardian is going to walk back in, holding the boiler. Is he going to extend further? Sprout, I think, have cottoned on to the fact that this AWPer loves a peek, so Slacks is holding for him. They revert their attention, though. They're heading back towards B. Is there a boost? Did I see a boost on top of quad?
It probably is a new box boost. Doesn't look like that's players moving, so he's almost certainly wasted himself in. CD smoke is down. Now we can indeed see the boost. That's Maddie's up here. Molotov is not going to burn him. Flash does do, though, a lot of work, and now he's fallen into the flames. Has to swing wide and stare. That's an easy frag for him. Launx may have got aggressive, but he's punished for it. There's absolute carnage here on the bomb site. Adis finds another. Sprout potentially getting overzealous and being punished. 4 and 3 now for Sampi. Can they clean this up?
They're all going to try and execute back in, retake through the ruins, swing in and trade together. This boost, though, it could completely unhinge things. Stare spots out Adagis and spams him through. And Rowls, he can just reveal himself from the pit. Guardian hits the shot, but that might just be all about it. Takes a couple with him, but it's not the round. Lovely shots coming out from that AWP player in the end.
Not the round though, is it? It's the disappointing part. And from a 4-3, I believe, we're playing a utility. Couldn't quite get it done. Stir here. Gets the kill on the player swinging wide from the Molotov. Here's Spiddy's ambitious run to catch him on the reload. Doesn't work though, pistols in play. And for Sprout, despite winning the round, 2 Galils, a MAC-10 and a Deagle. Not the best buy, but not a lot they can do. Had to muster one here, and hopefully with their lesser weaponry they can still find a way to make this work. Look at Stir. Look at Stir. Aggressively around the smoke, and he gets felled. Early advantage here for Sampi.
Things are just going to keep getting better. Looks to take one with him to the grave, but Guardian's still holding up mid. 3 versus 4 now. Man deficit for Sprout as they look to try and exploit apartments. But Spiddy's just caught looking the wrong way. Tag's done an excellent job here this round. The rotations are already here. And this feels like a lock-in for Sampi.
Just 2 remaining. Sprout's low HP as well. Bomb recovered. And then over to his teammate, but look at Guardian. Just relentless. Just relentless. Tag slacks a long way down. Tag actually gets the frag, but it's only Rouse. 1 on 4, 37 HP. He's not going to be long for this world. Gets one, but there's far too much to do as Sampi recover a tad, make it up to 7, as close as can be here on Inferno. Hopefully it continues that way going into the second half.
Na lewo. Na lewo. Niższe, 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 niższe. Teraz stoj, a niższe. Niższe. Do prawa.
Do prawa, dole. Ešte do prawa.
Vyššie.
Už len dole.
Ešte výrazne dole. Stoj, doľava trochu do leva. Tak, tam. Doprava.
Ešte nižšie. Tak.
2.
Tak, už mám si pri hlave.
Pahity, pred tebou. Stoj.
Nemáš na boja. Nožík, poď do...
Kočou do vody. Možno to.
OK, poď. Do prava. Ešte do prava.
Krašujte z ľava. Nice. Ešte po doprava. Teraz si pri dilde. Outside už. Sandbagy.
Je na tebo, hore ste.
Na levo hneď. Kúpni do ľava. Kúde proti. Vo vode je za tebou. Napravo dole. Je pre tebou.
Tak na CT. Teraz si v Hobbitovi.
Nezabiješ. On sa hýbe. 40 sekúnd.
Nižšie ešte.
Vo vode je pre tebou. Netrafíš ho takto. Pohyb sa.
Dole, kod.
Po bridži na ľavo. Skús na zvuky hrať.
No, teraz je...
Chytol si ho. Na ľavo, tak.
Rýchlo, hľadám bombu.
Defuzovať bombu, na ľavo.
Teraz držíš.
Tak, pre tebou. Doprava.
Poď, pre tebou, poď. Ti ho dvakrát resol, nie? Tam taká práca. Doprava na kuchni. 20 sekúnd, budem musieť 20. Je, Pančík. Poď dopredu.
Za to sekúnd.
Strieľaj. Doleva. Dole.
Bude bežať, skús na zvuky. Flashuj. Je na šorte. Teraz si pri dilde, si za dildo. Skús na zvuky. Bude
Dopredu.
Nižšie. Doprava. Trochu vyššie.
Nespamuj.
To si. Side je pred tebou. Nižšie. Nižšie, doprava, choď. Choď rovno doprava. Tam.
Ale stratený úplne.
Na levo. Do boha. Ty sa obišli.
Strieľaj. Drž to. Nice. Mohli sme ho knifenúť, ale idem na istotu. Dobre. Vidíš ho teraz hore na mier? Doprava, hore.
Doprava hore. No, moc. Asi mu hlavu pre tebe. Flashuje, môže plentiť.
Nečím, poď rovno. A teraz, doprava. Dáme si pestičku. Šikulka.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Season 3 of Republic. Sprout versus Sampi. Close contested first half here. Sprout narrowly edge it 8-7. Alan, what did you make of that first half?
Absolute brawl. Back and forth, roller coaster and affair. Felt like Sprout were a long way in the lead. Sampi clawed their way back in. After plants galore, rounds going close, exactly what we wanted to be seeing. Unfortunately, Inferno earlier today didn't quite deliver. But this one is in heaps and bounds. And hopefully for our sake, for the viewer's sake, for the broadcast sake, that continues throughout the series and in particular in this second half. So Sampi on the T side. Again, a team we don't know a lot about, let's be honest. New lineup, only played a few games thus far. But I've been excited by some of these players, and it'll be an interesting deep dive into their tactical side. Now they're on the offense.
And we spoke about it earlier on the broadcast as well. We said that we feel Inferno is more 50-50. So it could be quite easy to say, just a comment like, oh, well, Sprout's on the CT side now of Inferno. Things would be better for them. That was Sampi's opportunity to really build a lead. But fine margins dictated that entire first half. And we're definitely going to see it again here. And it all begins with the pistol. Very excited to see what Sampi potentially have in their locker.
Indeed. Hopefully we get underway soon. Moped in spawn. Be a lot of fun if you could hop on it and speed around, but that might change the game balance a little bit, so maybe don't go for that one, Gaben. Seems you're a little bit extended here, waiting for the game to go live. On the Sprout side of things, looking fairly good so far. Slacks putting in a lot of work. Young Guns as well, as always. Looking good. And in terms of the new Sprout lineup, I've really enjoyed watching them thus far here on the map. We're still waiting for Lorks and Stair to truly get activated, but maybe a defense, a CT side here on Inferno will revitalize them and really get them in the game. So here we get underway. Sampi T side. Not so much utility, but P250 on Guardian. I wonder where he's going to be taking that one.
Looks like Riles has a double flash to prevent any sort of banana plays. Launce can get aggressive just here on the sandbags if he can make it up there. But contact coming in immediately. Sampi grouping towards the apartments and Guardian will land the first headshot. It's a man advantage now for Sampi as they make their way all the way up second mid.
Slacks. Peeks out. Maybe down mid, but he's getting swarmed. He's all alone. His three comrades hard committed onto B. And as he's taking Jules here in mid, surely the players in apartments are going to spring their trap. Trying to rotate around his Slacks. He does actually make it aside in time. But how on earth do you hold against his onslaught? Flashes raining in. Tags jumps wide to make it even more difficult. Slacks finds two. Make it three. What a performance. Makes this round doable, and Sprout, they can win this.
They're all rotating in so early. The bomb hasn't been planted, which allows Sprout more time. All three of them grouping, making their way up towards short. It'll be a very difficult round for Sampi to recover. Based on the heroics, Lordsky's going to get flashed in, but Savannah's tucked in the corner. The immediate trade out, it all leaves it onto the veteran. Guardian started the round, but he can't finish it. Riles will pick that one up and Sprout will get the defuse.
What on earth was that, though, from Slacks? 1 against 5, essentially, on the bomb site, and walks away with 3 frags? Unthinkable. That should have been Sampi's round. It should have been easy. A quick trade at the worst. And then bomb site recovered. Perfect afterplant. But looking here at Slacks. First is good. Second's even better. Third is absolutely unbelievable as the German player pulls Sprout to a pistol win here on Inferno.
Lovely stuff. You can see that Sprout wasn't really committed or sure that Sampi were even going to execute on towards A. Very set in their beliefs that it would end B. Just going to be these pistols now. Just going to try and work some openings if they can. Pocket hand cannons. We've seen them do the damage, but Sprout take control of Banana. Deep nades allow them the space, but they are going to get out.
D was in hand. It's the best they can muster. Could have gone for the investment, but just decided instead to just pull out a few upgraded pistols and go for the full buy in the next. And given the lack of utility, I bet Sprout are well aware of the scenario here. They know it's just pistols. They know it's just a light buy. So no need to get aggressive, and look how passive they are on A. Browsing pit. Spiddy's already anti-flash on balcony, and Slacks is just playing for a little bit of information. Soon to be called upon here on long. Guardian peeks his way out. Crouches his way in. Gets an opportunity, but I don't think Slacks can give him another one easily. Flash comes over. Nobody to greet him. Spy in the corner, so Sampi taking their time, but it just feels like a matter of that time until they get completely mowed down. Rap comes in. Spiddy spotted in towards headshot. They're actually going to re-divert. Consider going somewhere else. Problem is, bombs dropped on the site. It had to be A from here, and the setup is all too strong. Might have found one. make it 2, but I think that's going to be it. Guardian firing off shots. Spitty saves him. Nice attempt for Sprout. A little bit laboured, but 3 players alive. They'll take that, and now they're firmly in the lead.
That's a cool little idea, though. You try and sell the fake towards the long wrap, and then actually you're going to go archers the whole time. Unfortunately, that bomb placement just wasn't in the best position for Sampi to really execute that to their fullest potential. Regardless, it was still the pistols. Full buy can now come into fruition. Gonna have an AWP battle potentially early here in the second half of Inferno. Run boost even. Slack's gonna peer his way down in, but completely flashed off. Doesn't want to give Guardian that opportunity.
Slacks posted up here in apartments. First time he's played here. Tagged, rounding the corner. Does actually find a kill. How on earth does he frag Spitty before he's AWP down? Excellent shooting. But even so, still a 1-for-1. Look at this nade damage. Look at this nade damage taken low. Massive chip damage, and now these M4s have essentially become AKs. They're going to do so much damage if these Sampi players commit in.
Thinking better of it, though. Trying to work their way back, holding for a flank even. Sampi are funneled in, and the only way to break out is through pure gunplay. Smokes will rain down. Flashes. They are there. Matty's with the trade, but Launx is holding it in. Just going to tuck in from oranges. Good for 2. A really impressive multi-kill. It's needed for Sprout. It's only left guarding this 1 versus 2. Going to boost himself up, but Slacks will take him down.
Ready and waiting, ready and waiting. Those nades, though, perfectly placed. Made it so difficult, and lacking the bomb plant here, there's no chance of an investment again from Sampi. They'll have to eco. Pistol armor's going to be on the cards. Here we're going to see it again. Slacks gets the trade, and these players being so low when they actually committed in, it was just easy pickings for the M4s. Close out in the end. So Sprout up to 11. Just the half buy here from Sampi. Might just be the pistols, but it feels like they need to get frags at least to keep this money in check. Otherwise, this half is going to slip out of control.
Yeah, even a bomb plant to supplement Guardian's AWP. Speaking of snipers, Slacks will take down tagged in mid. Found success temporarily in apartments, albeit with an immediate trade out. The Sampi looking to set their sights there. With Stair getting so aggressive, already pushing through Banana. It's a very difficult pill to swallow if you're Sampi, because you're relegated just to the apartments. That's the only piece of map control you have. Guardian will try and take some room, but not to be. 5 versus 3, what can they really do?
Saving's not an option. Kind of hightail it through to the apartments and back into bottom side here in mid. Seems they're going to be going B, but Orgs playing it perfectly, just jiggling around for information, even finding some spam damage. Flash is good though, it's going to force him back. Problem is, as his teammate all around. Stair actually is low. Stair's low. If somehow they can isolate these fights, it could be doable. And Launx is actually going to fall, so Stair needs to be careful. Needs to wait for the cavalry. Can't get over Zealous. Flash just come in. It's going to peek anyway. Gets the first. Actually getting raps here from Ruins. We seem to hear all of it. One for Adis. Can he get any more? Slacks posted up. Finds the frag. Sprout up to 12. Is a bit of damage. It's a bomb plant for Sampi, but they still need to capitalize on this in the gun rounds.
It's still impressive though that they even get it in that position. We talk about isolating the gunfights. It was ring around the rosy at Ruins with Stair somehow surviving, even killing the bomb planter after it was all said and done. But it looked irrecoverable temporarily. Sampi, they were so far back in their spawn. The kills fall their way. Matty's and Savannah combining. It's just good for their economy going into the future, but they're kind of running out of time here.
Okay then. Sampi on the guns. Open Guardian. It feels like they need to do some damage. Mid aggression from Launx. Doesn't allow them to get comfortable at all. Flash is good. Aegis goes down. Launx finds another, and this kid is a monster. 2 fast frags. Opportunity now even to slip away. Few too many nades come in from that T side, and I think Gonna try and back off, but a third frag from Longs. He's just relentless. He's just absolutely relentless here in mid. Rouse wants a piece of the action. Doesn't want just the young guns finding frags and just Savannah remaining. And what on earth has this been? Longs wants the ace, can't collect. Savannah maybe being handed too many frags here, but I don't think it's gonna matter. And Sprout, what a statement. Full mid push. They want to stamp down their authority here on the CD side.
It's just not allowing Sampi a moment to breathe. They've ecoed a few rounds, they get the bomb down, the guns come into play, and it's completely shut down. We saw Longs trying to get aggressive on the T side, got caught out a few times, especially with the pushes in towards Ruins, but here on CT, he's in his element. Definitely has come alive in the server so far, and it's really helping Sprout just extend their advantages. Savannah's trying to carve open an opportunity. He's a sandwich between two CTs right now. This duel's important, and he will win it out on Slacks. Got an idea that Rolls might be lurking in towards Coffins. He has already seen him. Bomb on his back, potentially can get it down, but not to be. Rolls will swing in, and Sprout get a 13th.
Looking good. Looking good for the German international mix. 6 rounds to the better. And Lonks, 4K from him. Felt like Rouse got that one coming through the smoke, but it's actually Lonks. To silence the kill. Gets a bit overzealous, trying to find the ace, but can't blame him. Would have been quite the highlight. Honestly, it was a result for Savannah there, 1 on 5, and still gets 3 kills in the bomb plant. But even that is a slim consolation, and they're so far down on rounds. Trying to take some early space in mid, but Utility's going to hold them back for the moment. And Sampi, what do you change? You've got to try something different because nothing's worked so far on this T side.
Could be apartments, that could be the gap. Guardian trying to take presence towards B. Tag's trying to work his way in. Slack's thought about going for the peak early, but spot players on the run boost will get smoked out towards long. Just kind of leaves Spiddy in a little bit of a predicament. And Tagged, he's now going to seize this opportunity, try and take some space towards top brackets.
Free smoke on Banana. I'll stall out Sampi for a little bit longer, and it looks like more nades on the ground to be recovered. Must have been dropped over by an A player earlier on, and again another resmoke. Sampi 4 over here, trying to boost actually by the sandbags, but I don't think Guardian's going to be granted with a duel. Maybe just there he could have seen stairs ahead, but no chance for a fight. And look at this, look at the read from Sprout. There's 3 over here, Slacks posted up, player new box, player boosted CT. Even if they find kills, they'll never expect a third player and a resmoke. 20 seconds remaining. This is panic stations here for Sampi. They have to find headshots thick and fast, and the defense is just too mighty. Adis actually is not in a bad position. 10 seconds remaining. Slacks being an absolute menace on the back of the bomb site with that time remaining. It's round over. Adis, what a great attempt. What a great attempt. Unfortunately for him, Slacks just completely unkillable.
It's just dancing in and out of the pole, and then to add insult to injury, he'll just land the shot and the second. Even with the read though, still made it possible. But lovely stuff coming in. I think Sprout, it feels like they've just come into their element. Sampi's T side, it looks a little bit lacking. Trying to go for these arch rats potentially, but just on the pistols, what are they really expected to achieve? Slacks peeking in down middle, can't find anything, but in the meanwhile, Longs has pushed all the way down B. He's looking to be even more of a nuisance than he's already been.
So much control on this side. That smoke is not ideal. Shouldn't make a great deal of difference in the end. Slacks posted up. Batty's great headshot, all recovered, a lot of space gained, and now these B players have to get nervous. They know CT's open, so what do? They choose to resmoke Banana and play into there for now. But with this all recovered, can Maddie's get anything more done? Sampi would dearly love an unlikely round like this.
Yeah, but look where Spiddy is, just tucked in towards Graveyard. He can win the round for Sprout, doesn't even need to repeat himself, actually getting spammed out. Position's made aware, Savannah will capitalise upon it. It's now Rouse from the pit with 3 kills. Really lovely stuff. It's only that saved AWP that has been scavenged off a body. Just trying to make things work, but it will be Rouse, the unkillable man in the unkillable position, and Sprout. They hit match point.
Ace from Rouse, the in-game leader. Does so much work. Here on 400 damage to silence Sampi in their tracks. It looks so good. Covered the awkward space. Nade does work, and Rouse here into pit. Plays around the smoke perfectly. Didn't know what Hayden did Sampi there. And Sprout are going to make their way all the way up to 15 rounds. 8 map points. Take their map pick here up against Sampi, and they've looked formidable on this CT side, yet to drop a round.
Absolutely flawless. Looking to go one better. 5 kills separates them from taking the map. And Sampi, they like to work apartments. Has been the one saving grace that has allowed them to map drop. This double nade is heavy. That's dangerous. He's only down to 4 points of health. Sampi, they've reclaimed top brackets. They're trying to work the space, but 2 players already grouped up here. Rouse and Spiddy on a difficult crossfire to break.
Spidey out long. Arch and Library smokes it down. There's only 2 in defense. Spiddy, he's in the smoke. Playing with fire here. Has no idea about the player on his left-hand side. Gonna reposition, but Sampi's heard all of this. Longs finds 1 through the smoke. Looks like guarding committed. Spiddy, though, doing work. Gets 2 for his name. Quick trades come in. Headshots rattling off. But they're falling by the wayside. It's only Matties that remains. Smoke onto Moto. Should help him cross towards the bomb. But Sprout's on intent on not even letting him do that. Stairs already wide. Pushing in through short, and it's only a matter of time now. Sitting in the Moto smoke. 17 seconds. There's no time to go B, and he has to find these kills so fast. 2 fast ones. 10 seconds. Surely no chance. Surely there is no opportunity here. 7 HP. Slacks trades onto the AK. Only 1 shot is required. Flashbang is out, and Matties cannot connect. That was a sensational effort, but it's not going to be enough. And Sprout's going to collect their map pick and got 1-0 in the series. That last round, it almost had me there. I was going to get over the line, but not meant to be. And Sprout, they keep it flawless. 9 in a row on CT.
Yeah, the Slacks closed it out as well. He 26-14. That man was having a wonderful inferno. It just felt like when Sprout got on that CT side, it just all clicked together. It just felt like the gears were really and truly in motion. It's the Sprout that we've seen all throughout the Valencia run, in which they achieved that spot in the cheat in qualifying for. And it just felt like that's more of what we're used to seeing from them.
Yeah, at times I think in the first half, it did feel like maybe Sampi were looking good. They're finding rounds, they're getting traction on CT. But overall, when you reflect on the entire game, Sprout always in control, always look comfortable. And going into the second map of Dust 2, I know for Sprout it's been a little bit up and down, but they're by no means a bad Dust 2 team. And I think Sampi have still got their work out against them. But anyway, that wraps us up here for Inferno. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we see if Sampi can indeed even up the series.
Cosa neviem.
Podľa mňa za D Cloud9. Je to definitívna odpoveď?
Za 100 eur na Cloud9.
Cloud9 definitívna?
Definitívna.
Definitívna.
Je to tam. Good job. Question number 2, čiže druhá otázka. V ktorom roku bol založený portál hltv.org?
Podľa mňa to je 2004.
Ja netuším, takže ja súhlasím so Sabím.
Počkaj, ešte predtým.
Nie sú žiadne námietky.
Ešte predtým taká otázka. Máme nejaké nápovedy?
Nie, nápovedy nie sú. Jediné, čo vidím, tak Laca, jak tam už googli.
On už tam googli, ale ja by som išiel z 2004, lebo to je krásny ročník.
Ja by som išiel... A by som nešiel 2004. Ja to nezdá. Ja by som dal skôr. Veď CSko vyšlo 1998, nie? Alebo nejak...
Môže byť. Tak chceme dať akože...
Ja by som dal, že buď 2002 alebo 1999.
Tak dáme 2002.
Dáme 2002?
Dajme 2002. Ideme 2002?
No.
Ty sa narodil 2002 alebo 3?
Nie, 3.
Tak, nič, tak dávaj 2.
Tak.
Vypriemerujem tvoj a môj rok narodenia a...
Dobre, tak.
Hotová.
Volíme možno za.
Takže finálna odpoveď A.
A.
Áno.
Good job.
Krása.
Bolo to 2002. Tento rok bolo aj 20. výročie.
To malo nápadnúť až.
Tak bolo, no.
No, bolo no. 2015.
To viem!
Ticho v publiku.
To je zložitá otázka.
No tak vtedy... Very easy.
Keď to bol Han, tak to budú...
Ja by som povedal, že 2015 vtedy hrali Fnatic jak prasiaci. Dal by som Fnatic.
Ja som rozmýšľal nad NIP. Ale to už bolo asi neskoro na NIP, nie?
No, podľa mňa to bolo už neskoro.
Počkaj, ale Katovice, to podľa mňa tam dali just Virtus Pro Poliakov. Čo?
No,
Alebo že Kenny bol na dovolenke v Polsku? Alebo kto hral za Envy?
no vtedy hral za Envy Kenny a Tita. Neviem, ja by som akože dal Fnatic, ale...
Dáme na tvoj čuch, podľa mňa.
Dáme na môj čuch.
Dajme JW a spol.
Volíme možnosť B.
Definitívne možnosť B.
Fnatic, finálna odpoveď. Správna. Veľmi dobré.
Ďakujeme. Zatiaľ viac typujeme, ale funguje to.
Prvé dva majory bolo iba 5 map a potom sa pridali dve. Jedna z nich
Určite
je...
áno, určite to neviem, ale myslím, že Overpass, ten bol pridaný až potom, nie?
Tak lokujeme Overpass, instantne.
Lokujeme instantne Overpass.
Install Overpass. Správna voľba.
Je to tak?
Ja neviem, či to dal vlastne.
No, ja neviem.
Asi dal.
Ko? 2021 je proste taký blank.
On má pauzu len tento rok, nie?
No,
Ešte hral potom za NIP.
tak keď, no, ako už to bude asi pol roka, čo nehrá, ale...
Kedy prestúpil do NIP?
Ja by som povedal, že koncom decembra, alebo december.
No?
No.
Tak potom celý rok bol v Astralis, ale nedarilo sa mu. Ja som vyškrtol, že 5 aj... Ja som vyškrtol Cčko aj Dčko, podľa mňa.
No ja by som povedal, že bol 11, ale...
8 alebo 11, no. To nepamätám. Striker! Pomoc!
Ja by som dal proste Bčko.
Čakaj, dáme 11?
Dáme 11.
Dáme 11.
Tak lokujeme Bčko, 11. miesto.
Tá osviečka sa mi viac páči, ale dáme 11.
Takže 11. miesto podľa vás, hej?
Asi hej.
Ja sa bojím, ale...
To nezdiel moc presvedčivo, Robo.
Takže finálne...
Ja by som to...
Je to sapnúť na 8. miesto?
Dajme na 8. Dáme 8, lebo aha, 5, 11, určite to bolo 8 a povedali si, že dáme odpoveď, že o pár menej, o pár viac, nech ich pomýlime.
Hej, tak to presne bolo.
No ne, ostávame na 11. Ostávame na 11. Lokujeme Bčko.
Mám to na adrese, aj ty máš to na adrese. Dáme 11.
Lokujeme Bčko.
Bčko 11. miesto je správna odpoveď.
Yes!
Som lepší.
Uhadnite meno tohto skinu.
Toxo. Cčko. Lokujeme.
To fakt vieš?
No jasné. Cčko.
Ja nepoznám žiadny.
Lokujeme Cčko.
Ja možno viem, ako vyzerá aká redline, ale to je všetko.
Správna odpoveď, good job.
Krása. Factory New 200 až 800. Lokujeme.
Instalok,
Cčko.
To je gambler, pozri sa.
Je to gambler, no?
Správna odpoveď.
Family show, watch your language.
To vulgarismy, pardon.
Prečo sa M4A4 Howl stal kontrabandským?
Copyright problémy, lokujeme.
Krása.
To mi včera hovoril. To mi včera vysvetloval.
Tak, Instalok Dčko.
Instalok Dčko.
Aj viem, koľko ich je nakopírovaných, 11, nie?
Nie, sú nakopírované stovky.
Tak pardon. My Mikačka podľa...
Skúter z Inferna.
Skúter z Inferna.
Skúter z Inferna.
Podľa mňa.
Nie, tie lavičky tam sú, iba skúter pridali. Tak,
Takže
je to skúter z Inferna.
Je správna odpoveď a z Inferna správna odpoveď.
To sme mali dať akože pozičku, nevadí.
No, dostali pôvod navyše za to.
Začneš?
Ja by som dal preč Mirage. A zobral by som... Ja si myslím, že oni pridajú... Tak ti to. Typnem Tuska. Som to nikdy nehral. Ale nemám na to ako nás.
Dal by som preč asi Dusty a pridal by som naspäť buď Train alebo Cobblestone. Ale asi skoro je Cobblestone.
Ja by som urobil vlastnú mapu.
Jakú? Jak by sa volala?
Bude to The Sampi.
Ja by som dal, že The Adios.
The Adios?
A bude to mapa mexickej architektúry.
To je dobré. A urobil
Alebo
by som väčšiu ako...
A Laco by ktorú mapu vymenil? Taká bonusová otázka na Laciho.
Laco, máme otázku na teba.
Akú mapu by si dal preč a akú mapu by si zobral?
A zakrič to.
Dal by som preč!
Nič? Nič.
Welcome back to Republic Season 3 closed qualifier. Alan, we just saw Sprout versus Sampi on Inferno. It looked a little bit close in the first half, but then when Sprout moved onto that CT side, it just kind of ran away with them and they were able to convert the map. Moving ahead, we're on to Dust 2. Sprout, they've kind of been a bit hit or miss. It's been a little bit of a turbulent map for them in recent times. How do you see this one stacking up?
Yeah, I think certainly on Dust 2, it's been a little bit all over the place for Sprout. The problem is, we know they have decent CS in it, we know they have good structure, and they certainly have some stuff to fall back on. And based on what we saw in Inferno, it just felt like Sampi, especially on that second half, we're just getting a little bit outclassed. So that's where all my concerns come from. Maybe there's an opportunity here from Sampi, maybe they're a much better Dust 2 team than we would expect, but it just feels like if Sprout play a solid standard game, maybe there aren't going to be many opportunities. And if we're looking at the Sampi side of things, Guardian had a fairly good first map. Dust 2 historically is probably his best map ever, so if we're looking about that far, maybe we can expect some good results, but I definitely feel like Matties and Guardian have to be absolutely lights out if they want to win here on Dust 2.
I think that's very important, and also, obviously, the remaining members of the team need to kind of be consistent, they need to be kind of backing them up, let the star players shine, but these badges, it only means one thing when they get straight into the thick of it. Dust 2, it's on the horizon as we transition in. Just see the players having some fun in warm-up. We've talked about the Sampi side of things. I think for Sprout, we saw it a little bit with Lorx. His aggression was catching out Sampi time and time again. It felt like, especially on CT, really pushing the issue down Banana and middle. Do you think that is something that Sampi have to consider, especially on a map like Dust 2?
Absolutely, absolutely. Since the changes, mid aggression is always on the cards for the CT side, and casting Sprout over on Dust 2 the other day, they enjoyed the aggression. They love pushing up mid. And I don't think we'll see any change in tempo getting into this one. 5 seconds remaining. Sprout on the CT side. Being Sampi's map pick, they've gone for the stronger of the two. And looking at this pistol round, look at this already. Mid aggression, wasting no time. Lorx, he's the point man of the team now. Straight up mid. Savannah's pinned in the right hand side of Suicide. Slack's gonna get the first. Outside the long doors, Adis finally stops the onslaught as Lorx hits the deck, and actually they've dinked up Spiddy as well for good measure. So 4 and 4. Look at this from Sprout. Look at the rotations. If Sampi commit in, there's so many numbers here on B.
I mean, you called it. Aggression early out the gates. Slacks holding down lower. Even thinking about trying to get even more adventurous. We'll spot out the player in towards T-spawn. Savannah going to run away towards B. What it has done is drag Slacks out of position, so he won't be over at B quickly. That position is now being taken up by Stair, and it's his responsibility to hold it down. Sampi looking to aggress out towards lower, making their way through. Slacks is now here as well. It's a very difficult nut to crack, but Ajages, that's a great start. There's even players swarming in from short. Sprout are absolutely everywhere, cutting down the players. But somehow, It's just Spiddy remaining. And he's been dinked from earlier exchanges. Savannah will clean that one up. And while Sprout was seemingly here, there, and everywhere, Sampi get it done.
Slugfest in mid. So many shots exchanged. And it felt like this was Sprout's round to lose after these early engagements. Maybe in a 1-for-1 trade, but their map control was immense. And Aegis conspired to turn it around. 2 fast frags, and as you know, it played out at the end. Such low HP on Spiddy, not a lot he could have get done. 4 spy from Sprout. Not looking to relent at all. There's actually early FAMAS out as Rouse has dropped that one over. I've seen this a few times now from Sprout, and it's quite a change up from what we're traditionally used to on these 4 spies. So Spiddy, he has the rifle, and they'll definitely be expecting damage from him.
Currently on long. Just going to rotate away towards mid. That's not really where the hit is going to end up. Guardian just trying to tag through these mid doors, but his shot doesn't actually find the mark. Sprout, they're now electing to take this short control. You can see them walking in. There is that FAMAS. Hopefully it could potentially get the damage that Sprout so desire. Raz is just taking a peek in towards mid with the USP. Going to flash Sampi back, trying to just waste the time. A minute on the clock. It's still a long way to go, but each second that ticks down, it's going to draw players in. Savannah, that's a lovely kill in towards mid. Smokes are being telegraphed. It's going to be a mid to be split written all over it. Ra's going to get caught in no man's land trying to retrieve the scout. It's all a Jaegis in this side. Here's the short players just going to collapse upon it, but not to be. Spiddy's FAMAS completely avoided, and Sampi with consecutive rounds in a row.
4 alive up against that sort of investment. Nothing to scoff at. No rifles lost as well. Great start from Sampi. Already looking much improved off the back of Inferno, and quite the mental reset was always going to be required, and seems to be the case. We're going to see it again. Aegis off to a perfect start over here on Dust 2. Putting his weight, that's for sure. And Sprout, full eco, shouldn't expect much. That nade was completely pointless. I guess he thought it was a flashbang, and actually got under a bit of pressure. Flashbang comes over, but bit of a slaughterhouse here. Goes down in the end, but I think he'll take that. 3 frags on the Mac 10 and B-bomb sites in the hands of Sampi.
Got to respect the attempt from Guardian. I'm not too sure what the HE was trying to achieve, but it nets him 3 SMG kills in a weird and not related way. Still farming up the cash. That's $600 a kill on that Mac 10 farming up. So could definitely be electing to bring out the AWP if he so desires. Sprout just looking to scavenge any weapons, try and hold on to, well, a Mac 10. That's about it. Potentially looking for some exits. Matties surely will be denying them with this Galil. Oh, as I thought, but Riles will silence him with the USP. Gets out with a Mac 10. Galil too far removed. It's good to see that Sampi, they're on their map pick. They've clearly got a game plan, and it's working so far.
Looking good, looking good. Rifles though now in play. Slack short out that AWP in hand. No double orb just yet for Sprout. He's one of their favoured CT options, so I very much suspect he'll be out in force later in the half. But let's see what they've got. Sprout has been a troublesome map in the past as Dust 2. Longso was an absolute monster the other day though on the CT side. At the moment though, yet to really find any engagements. Just the slow defaults and no frags found just yet for either side.
I know it's still early stages. I haven't really seen Sampi try to exploit long. Savannah's tasked with keeping some pressure there. That's a lovely deep Molotov though. Just trying to keep him at bay. Guardian's in mids, just trying to see if he can spot anyone off the back of this hinge smoke. Looks like Sampi will redeploy it. Try to take some control up short. But that's where Slacks is residing. Just holding with the AWP. He's actually going to be tested. That kill in towards mid is essential. It splits Sprout's defense up. It means they're going to have to send forces in to cover the gap. That's what Sampi are looking to exploit. Maintaining their control, working their way over towards B. It's going to be this split coming in. And Launch is isolated.
He's indeed. Spitty trying to use his utility to buy time and dissuade the tide that is this flooding on towards the B bomb site. Spitty does get a kill. Launched 1 for 1. At least for a few seconds was kept in the realms of possibility, but now this flashbang has to do so much work. Stair can't connect initially. Bit of a tag, but not the frag. Given this is the B bomb side of Inferno, they got to save. Dust 2 even, not Inferno, that was earlier on. Brain still stuck in that mode. Sampi, they've reset. They're here on Dust 2 and they're here to play. 4 to the good already. And Sprout are going to have a difficult buy call going into the next.
Even despite the low HPs, that B-bomb site is notoriously a very difficult one to retake. And especially with Sprout just being able to be on these guns, just want to save them over, give themselves a good opportunity going forward. And Sampi really favouring this B-bomb site. It was lovely controlling towards middle off the back of the hinge smokes. Just trying to play under them, gather a little bit of a gap, and it creates this possibility. Lovely flashbangs from Sprout as well, just trying to support Lonks, but not to be. Good to see Guardian hitting the shots when he needs to as well.
Fired up. It's a Slovakian AWPer. Age is also chiming in well. And Sprout have said, we have no interest in forcing up behind these rifles. Just the half buy on the 3 of them. Slacks though, AWP is still in play. We need to watch out for him. Zyru smoke AWP lineup comes out from Guardian. That's going to land on the hinge, but look at Stair. He's already in front of it. As is Rouse if he wants to swing off short. Still could be dangerous here. Just a question of whether they check Stair. But actually they're going to pop onto being his only Longs. This is a great read from that T side. He's left alone. Slacks is posted up, but surely a smoke is soon to follow onto doors. And actually it's getting stalled out. It's getting stalled out, but they're killing the players trying to flank him from behind. Bit of a mess here, and they're still sandwiched in, and they're actually going to retreat into T-spawn, so ultimately these lower places unlikely to be tested.
It's actually quite good for Sprout, not that they know it, but Riles has an AWP as well. So using long angles potentially to their advantage. CTs that could net them some success. Sampi reroute. Once in towards B, now I in middle. That's exactly where 2 of these Sprout players are. Slacks with the AWP, misses the shot, gets out of dodge very quickly, but that allows Sampi time to scale up towards this short position. Riles is now lying in wait. That's the second sniper rifle, but he gets immediately eliminated. Matty's, he's completely destroyed Sprout in this round, and surely that's going to be another one on the board unless Spitty has something incredible to offer up.
Connects early on. And for a few brief seconds here, it is actually a 1-on-1 on the bomb site. Problem is, rotates on the tail. Aid Gis finds the frag. Sampi up to 5 and Sprout. Inferno look good. And remember, they clean swept that CT side. Going to be far from that on Dust 2, even if they clean sweep from here. Need to do some work and need to stop giving up these opening kills. It's been their real crux in the last few rounds, and Sprout on the stronger side need to find a good round haul, or Sampi are going to be in too strong a position going into the second half.
Nice mid round from them as well. Just to realise that threat potentially was on that B side. That's where Sprout had stacked in towards. Instead they divert, they take the space up middle, and wonderful opening kills from Matty's just to get the AWPs completely out of the equation. They will be purchased up again. Launks will be wielded in that second one, taking that one over towards B. That's where the majority of the hits have been coming in from Sampi, so it's a true test for the youngster.
Okay then, this is their adaptation and it's got to work. Slacks posted up on suicide. Flash doesn't actually connect. Slacks takes the shot anyway. His patience could have been rewarded if he just waited milliseconds longer. That's not going to be the case. Guardian again lining up the smoke. That's going to be raining in soon. And Sprout. Pistol round was aggressive. Last round was aggressive, but outside of that, and especially on the rifle rounds, been such passive stuff. Playing the long game and waiting for Sampi to come to them.
Looks like Rouse is on fire. Just burning his toes a little bit. Guardian's definitely spotted Slacks in towards mid. Flashed off the line, he's going to miss his shot. Hinge smoke redeployed for Sampi. Got a lot of ground in towards mid, looking to extend it up short. But here comes Lonks, not on B this time, instead. Posted. But will get mollied off, but not before eliminating Guardian. Reposition is good. Stairs in towards deep long, he can hold it. It's free passage for Lonks just to hold the line.
Stair. Molotov is good. Well timed. Sampi have to respect it. This A defense is strong. Counter smoke on short as well. 30 seconds remaining. Stair actually does go down in the end, and now pressure on Logs. He has to get this kill, and indeed he does. Now the round is impossible. Tag. Stuck behind the smoke. Getting flanked as well by Rouse. Wants to save his AWP, but it's not going to be the case. And Rouse gets his team on the board. Better late than never. And Sprout, we need more of where that came from. They need to find more rifle rounds.
You said they typically favour this double sniper setup. What's a scary prospect, though, is how costly that really is. Such a heavy investment to purchase one AWP, let alone two. And if Sprout crucks and they rely on the fact that the double AWPs have netted them the successes, that could be a heavy price to pay, especially with the form that Sampi are currently in. Slacks and Guardian once again engaged in this middle fight, just trying to peer in. Deep smoke from Sprout as well. Means that Sampi can't aggress in towards mid. So once again, upper tunnel's control has been taken by the T's.
Longs. Still playing on this A side. Post up here on long, and Savannah thinks better of facing it. Deep Molotov again is going to secure deep doors control for Sprout. Smoke goes down from Longs. Now he can reposition. No fear particularly of long. Two mid setup as well. Guardian is facing. Flash is good. Slacks' shooting is even better. 5 on 4. Sprout looking much improved now. The double AWP is in play, and just maybe Sampi struggling to adapt. Flick goes astray. But still the man advantage here is Sprout, and these AWPs are so dynamic. They're constantly on the move.
You can see it, Lonks repositioned in towards short. Slacks, he's just going to keep on peeking in. That's going to funnel them straight into Lonks' crosshair. Sniper rings out for another kill. It's Aegis trying to open up an opportunity, but Stairs here in quick reply. Savannah would love a bomb plant here, just as he gets surrounded by all of these CTs, will even burn one completely alive. At least he gets the bomb down. Saving grace for Sampi potentially, but Sprout get consecutive rounds on the board.
Important plant. Important plant. Brings the buy and the next into the realms of possibility, but as we're mentioning, double AWPs ringing true, making it super hard for Sampi. 2 kills for Slacks, and I believe it was a collateral as well for Long, so essentially borderline 400 points of damage off the back of the AWPs. Here we're going to see them in the replays. Number 2, and here's the collap. Players taken low. Not sure what's going on there with Slacks, to be honest, in the end, but irrespective. Sprout get 2. And the buy is still in from Sampi, but that's everything. They've invested the whole lot. They're throwing the kitchen sink at this one, and they really want to take this long real fast. Flashes on the go. Tagged up close. He's in the corner smoke. Is he going to push through? He's got plenty of teammates behind him. Savannah finds one on the spam. Looking good so far for Sprout. Spitty goes down. Now they're at a deficit, and Sampi have long control.
Rotations are coming in, though, thick and fast. Guardian posting, hoping that another member feels like they have to take a fight. Will instantly deploy the smoke. Another one just in front of him. Sampi with time to burn. But Riles is lurking in this smoke. He is going to creep out. Potentially just playing right on the cusp of it. We'll hear him. Guardian. Oh, there's too many targets. Doesn't get taken out. Lonks has just run through the smoke and he grabs one. I'm not really too sure how, but impressive nevertheless. Sampi will clean it up. The change of pace seems to be the difference maker. It breaks Sprout's momentum.
A little bizarre there at the end. I'm not sure what information Lonks is being fed, but it wasn't correct. Nevertheless, long trades go the way of Sampi. Felt for a few seconds like Spinny would get these two, fall back into good position, but he doesn't. And there's Lawks. Right in the open. Brought out. That was an easy frag in the end. Here we go then. All of Sprout's money is invested here. Slacks is the AWP. Rifles across the board. Utility is good. And actually, both teams nothing in the bank. What a key round this is. The victor here is going to be in a great position moving forwards.
Yeah, this could swing it all. Slack's hoping that the Sampi players swing onto him. Surely aware that this is definitely a possibility, because Lawrence has been maintaining this space early in the game for Sprout. Back on B with the rifle. Feels the pressure, will deploy a smoke. There's that Molotov as aforementioned. It forces Slacks back. The flashbang really detracts him from staying in that position. He's going to get out of dodge. Throw one in return, trying to reposition up to the site. The Sampi have got what they wanted, space.
Slacks does some nades. Tries to drop his on ramp. Give him something to play around. Beast plays on the cards. That's bomber spot as well. That's full information. One age raiding in. One player's trying to get out of B tunnels, but the smoke is stalling him for now. 27 seconds, and Sampi yet to really commit out of mid here. Time is dwindling so quickly. Caught in two minds. There's still a player on catwalk. This is so disjointed. And I think Guardian understands the lay of the land right now. There's no chances. No chances. They can't get into that B-bomb site. Left it too late. Nothing they can do, and as the ultimate nail in the coffin, stair push long and flanks Maddie. So 3 players choose to save, and the time 6th player there for Sprout.
The utility usage was key as well, just smoking off the choke points at the perfect moment. And I think Spiddy had the most crucial kill. He drops the bomb in towards mid. He signifies all of Sampi's intentions. And they just think, oh, we can't execute here. They know what the game plan is. Instead, we're going to have to run away, try and find another passage into a bomb site. But well-timed smokes, well-timed incendiaries, and a well-timed shot from Guardian. We'll net that wallbang onto Rolls. Sampi trying to keep it simple, bursting out long once again. Will work for the first, but Slacks with a quick reply. Will be able to reconvene himself over towards the car. Drops the smoke to try and escape. Guardian's holding it. Very difficult position for Slacks. Constant barrage of flashbangs. He's fully blind. He's got no idea what's going on. Surely doesn't expect Mattin's right close pushed up. He even takes down Spiddy as well. It's now up to Lawks. New kid on the block. Takes down the closest proximity member of Sampi. Drops a defensive smoke. Even will go for the kill on Guardian, but not to be. Sniper just too strong in this position and rolls. He's already been wallbanged. He needs to save.
No choice for him. Sitting here by car. And given Sprout's loss bonus, I'm not sure where the buy in the next is going to be at. But a difficult scenario for them. The Sampi is streaking ahead. Since the update, Dust 2 considerably more CT favoured. And for Sampi to already be on their way to 7. Banking up some economy as well. Looking great here on Dust 2. Stark contrast to their T-side on Inferno, which struggled at every ebb and turn. Dust 2's been a different story, and they've looked like a completely different team. Amazing stuff so far.
A key thing to mention is something that you've brought up, I think, a couple of times now, Alan, and that's the fact that Sprout rely quite heavily on the double AWPs, and that we've seen them. Those rounds posted on the board right now for Sprout on their CT side, they've come off the back of the double AWPs finding the success. The loss bonus right now is not going to be good enough for them to even get 1 AWP out, potentially 2, and that's just the cost of the investment. So Sampi, they can build on their lead. This 7th one locked in. Potentially you've got room to run away with a couple more.
World is their oyster. Dusty's been that way so far. Baddies coming through that smoke, doing so much work. Blindsiding the CT side. And Lonks only found 1 before being traded in the end, so tough stuff for Sprout. Pause comes in. Borderline buy here. Rouse could drop a rifle. Slacks and Stare in the same boat of money on the brink. Horrendous position. But I think they might go for it. They're probably where the Sampi's money isn't great either. And I'm sure that's exactly what they're discussing right now in this timeout. So wait to see if the full investment comes in. Given what we've seen so far here, it might just be a half buy. Slacks on the scout. Spiddy and Long, she had to show any investment, as is Stare. I think they swallowed their pride. Maybe they're going to eco. Nope. Full investment. Just the scout for Slacks, and all the eggs are in this basket. Sprout will have to win this round.
Yeah, back's well up. Truly against the wall. Sampi like to reroute Long. They're going to do it in style. Stare's fully blind, somehow still alive. And that's going to be Launks to chime in. He only gets 1 kill in the process. Savannah doubles up and cuts down Sprout's Long defense in tatters. Meanwhile, you can take a look over towards upper tunnel. Space has been found there. And that's about it. Sprout will clean up the Long side. Rolls is in this off angle, but he's been tagged down low. Flashbang trying to get him out. In fact, he's going to throw a second one, but not in time. Aegis can now capitalize. It's free real estate on the B bomb site for Sampi. But 2 versus 2, Sprout could definitely see this one in.
Feels like the best chance for a while. Still a difficult retake though. Molotov under the window. Flash primed. Bit of a bait here. Faking there's 2 players on the ramp side, but there isn't. Slack shifts in. Slowly he does. Position now given away though. Aegis knows what's up. He's actually going to go for the peak. And it's just Savannah remaining. He's by the car. Slacks knows exactly where he's playing from. Elevated position now. And Slacks needs this. They have to win this round. And it's not going to be Savannah. 4 frags for him. Huge performance. And Sampi well on their way to an excellent terrorist side of Dust 2.
I'll tell you what, we're talking about in the pre-game Guardian doing the business, Matties as well. But it's been Savannah and Aegis really pulling the strings here. Helping Sampi get some rounds on the board, crucial ones for their survival in Republic close qualifier. Lovely quad kill coming out from Savannah. A lot of targets in middle for Guardian to aim at, but he doesn't hit any of them.
Indeed. As a reminder, this game's for elimination. Losers going home. No opportunity of making it into the main event of Republic. And I don't think Sprout are getting into this round either at the moment. Bomb goes down, and all they can do now is try and pen in a few of these terrorist players and pray for some exit frags, because it's going to be 9 for Sampi, and they're absolutely flying high at the moment. Nothing can stop them.
Someone's got a change here for Sprout in the next couple. Taking an AK would be a good start. But that might just be it. Rest of Sprout run away, trying to get some exit kills on the way out. Spinny just on the elevated box position. The Stair coming in, chiming for support. It's good damage. Bearing in mind that it started off as a 5 versus 4 part-to-part situation. Slacks is finding some success on the scout at least. There's only 3 rounds remaining of the first half, and this defense, it needs to sharpen up.
Running out of time, running out of rounds. Only 3 left in this half, and my lord, have they got to do work. Beautiful stuff in there on the transition. Great camera work from the production behind the scenes. Unsung heroes here on the broadcast. The heroes in this game so far have definitely been Sampi. Praise is yet to be sung, really, as Sprout failed to really dig their teeth in thus far on this defense, and they've loaded up Long, suspecting that would be the play position under pressure, but it's not. There's 4 and B and only 1 in defense, and Longs. So much work to do. Can't even find the first, and Sprouts, I think they're going to make an immediate save call. This round's over. Sampi are going to get 10, and this has been dreadful on the CD side for Sprout.
Sampi is so clinical at taking the B-bomb site time and time again. Set good conditioning in place in towards middle and short. Means that Sprout are so worried about the potential possibility of being overrun on these areas. That literally leaves Lork so far removed, and when he can't post up a single kill on the defense, it's a long road ahead. And it's just a long way back for Sprout. Sampi post double digits.
Troubled waters. Troubled waters. At least Rouse is catching the bank. He can drop one over for his teammate. That's a slim moral victory in what has been a disastrous half. Starting to see why Sampi favoured the Dust 2 pick. Can do no wrong. Consistently catching Sprout off guard. Taking long whenever they please, and the moment Sprout load up long to try and alleviate that difficulty, they hit B and run straight into a solo player. Easy as can be. Double AWP is in play. All of their successes have indeed come off the back of that, and if Sprout don't make it up to 5 here, I don't think they got a chance going into the second half.
Oh, reliable. Sampi revert back to long, immediately smoked off, so Guardian can't peek in with the AWP. Instead, going to flash his teammates through the smoke. Here we go. Flash is lined up. Stare. Pushed back. In fact, all of Sprout, they just tuck tail. Hiding in plain sight, potentially. But is this what Sampi really want? Is this their true intention? They take the control and they're going to leave immediately. Just going to wait for Guardian to post in. It's actually a temporary respite. Turn around on the dime, 180, heading back towards this A bomb site. How much can Stare do? Surely he gets cleared, but he'll win out the duel. But there's the immediate trade. A bomb site weakened. Spiddy. It's a well-timed molly. But it might not be enough.
Still has a smoke. These crossmates will not last forever. Sampi need to speed up. They need to speed up. Bomb is now crossed. Free over towards the ramp, and Spiddy's playing wide. I don't think he has any idea plays are this up close, and Savannah swings. In no man's land is Spiddy. And he's not long for this world. Long's trying to make something happen in towards CT, but it's not going to work. Trades all going the way of Sampi and Sprout. No chances here. Slacks. He can't even fall back and save. Chooses to go for it. Deagle gets in the first. But now they're double peeking. Getting swarmed. Can't quite connect. That was the low HP player. Headshot found onto Guardian, but it's not enough. Amazing attempt from Slacks. But he can't get the round over the line, and my god, does Sprout need that one. 11 for Sampi. And they are just looking formidable here on Dust 2.
I'll tell you what, nice try. Lovely Deagle shots connecting, but it's just not enough. I thought Sprout had an opportunity in this one when Sampi slowed down. They just pushed the brakes, and it meant the rotations could come in time. I don't think the long cross smokes were fully established either. But nevertheless, Sampi, they do get it done. Pushing the issue further. Really highlighting to us why Dust 2 is their map pick in the series. Long's posted in, just up towards upper tunnels. Sampi members group in. Potentially could be a B hit. A lot of time left to play with. Guardian once again deploying that pixel smoke. I know it's been in the game a while, but it's still so impressive that we get these pixel lineups in a game that's just ever changing, it seems.
Every time you get told there's no innovation in Counter-Strike, nothing would change, something happens. And we all get reminded the Counter-Strike's depth knows no bounds. Sampi taking it slow this time around though. Thought about going for a lower default, but bombs being pulled back around top mid. Sampi putting the brakes on. Looking here to contest long soon and Stare. Quite the off angle. If a flash comes over, he's in a lot of trouble. But if they just peek dry, it could be perfect. Finds the first, actually repositions onto the angle. Baddies can't get the trade, and now Guardian needs to recover this bomb and get the kill. Just about sneaks out with the bomb. But this is troublesome. 2 players low. And Sprout finally with a man to the good.
Potentially, but Guardian finds a kill through the door. Locks to the immediate rebuttal, but Guardian's hitting all the headshots. Getting caught with his knife. Aegis will bail him out. This is all turned on its head. Sampi have only got 10 seconds. They need to head towards B. I think there'll just be enough time for Guardian to punch in the digits. And what looked like a winnable round for Sprout. One that they desperately needed. It's all been thrust back into the realms of possibility. The Guardian and co holding the line, and he'll hit the headshot. Sampi hit 12 on their map pick of Dust 2. Join us after the break to see if they can take us to a third in the series.
Yeah.
Oh, he's on default.
Knife, take knife.
Behind you, behind you, behind you.
It's good, it's good. Just chill. Nice. What? Behind you, behind you, behind you. More to left. Yeah. Okay, chill, just.
Go.
Don't move. And follow the steps. Aim down. That's it. No. Run close. Shoot. Down. Oh,
This is so close. It was so.
Shoot, D and shoot.
Yeah, he's right side.
First, stop full spraying.
He's. Yeah, just shoot.
Down left. Cheating.
More to the left. He's low HP. You got this.
Down. Yeah, like this. Perfect. Yeah.
More to the left. Right side now, right.
It was perfect.
Timo.
Easy headshot, man.
Aim to the right and down. Down. Left. Yeah,
It's
left.
in the middle of the side.
Down. Oh. Okay, stop shooting.
Reload.
No, he's coming.
Let's check Timo, let's check. That. Now go right side. All the way right side with the mouse as well.
He's sneaking around the map again.
More to the left.
He's short.
I think he's on
Watch
side.
the left. Down a little.
I'm looking side
And now just sneak
Yeah,
left.
you're looking.
And shoot. Yeah, one left. Reloading.
In front of you, just
Stay like tap. Oh fuck. He's to the right.
more
to the
to the right side.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, okay. But he's shooting.
wait.
Go. Ah!
Wait.
Yeah. Oh.
That's perfect, actually.
One more. A little bit more.
10 seconds.
Yeah, wait. And now do ultra slow tapping.
Right side.
Oh, and just tap. Okay, he's gone.
Left side. Good.
Oh, he's right in front of you now. He can't make it. Okay, just do it.
And left side. Reload. No bullets. Little bit across side down, Timo. That's it. Go there. Nice.
Bro, you need to use your sound.
Only 4 more rounds required here for Sampi up against Sprouts on Dust 2. Inferno wasn't a close affair. That went the way of Sprouts. But now we've had an absolute role reversal. Sampi, monstrous T-side. 9 rounds to the good. And in touching distance, taking us to map 3. They have been absolutely sensational so far. And I see no reason for that not to continue now that they're on the defense.
The favoured side, supposedly. But for Sampi, T-side electric. Sprout needs to pull something out the bag here. Of course, it all begins with the pistol. A couple of pieces of utility for Rolls, smoke and a flash. Making their way towards B. It's not really where the utility is currently. He's positioned himself in towards mid. Let's look at this Sampi setup. Guardian's already got a lot of info over towards short. Taking a little bit of flak early in the upper tunnels. It's Sprout just jump spotting for any piece of information. And it's actually guiding the rotates. Look at Sampi already moving over towards B.
Heavy numbers. Leading in that direction. Sprout, though, still more of a default round. Is actually Savannah. Picks one through the mid doors. That's Spiddy down. Guardians off catwalk and they have no idea. They have no idea. Rouse, though, alerted now. Jumping up his slacks. Gets the frag. Bomber spotted. It's going to pull a little bit of a rotation here from Sampi, but Slacks taking so much space, and the solo player in towards long has no interest in fighting this. He doesn't want to get pinched, and Slacks being an absolute menace here. Oh my god. The timing is just horrific for Slacks, and he's going to die because of it. That could have been the moment. Now they're rushing on to B. The spacing's bad, and Rouse not long for this world either, and oh my lord. Have the CS gods not been kind to Slacks at all there.
They haven't. Crucially, that one kill, if he had found it, that would have sent the rotate spiraling. Sprout's initial idea of pulling players in towards that A-bomb site based on the space that Slack's generated, it's all completely cancelled out by the fact that they just walk over each other. At the worst possible moment, Lork's trying to pick up the pieces, will get the kill, but there's not enough time for the plant. Sampi, they'll continue their dominant streak 3 rounds away now from taking us to a decider.
What do you do here if you're a Sprout? You didn't get that bomb plant before the round time had ran out. So any buy here is going to be quite to the lesser of their opponents, but I don't think you can eco. Giving Sampi 14 would just be too much to deal with. Lords gave it a good attempt. Time is the ultimate enemy in that round. And indeed, 4 spies in. AK on Rouse. I'm surprised they managed to even muster that much. And he's going to have to make such good use of it. Rouse is the man to watch, and he needs to click heads if Sprout want to root into this round.
Not wasting any time though. Pushing up towards long. Savannah, he's tasked with this difficult control. Thinks better of it. Will just duck out. Waits for the support of his teammate. Good discipline from the youngsters of Sampi. And here come the cavalry. Flashbangs, plenty. Guardian, even with a tag through the smoke. Things are just really deteriorating at a rapid pace for Sprout. This boost is not going to find anything. The smokes are in, but there's a timer on it. Gonna need to try and cross, but when this many players are here in rotation, this looks almost impossible for Sprout.
Guardian posted up. Rouse, not ready for it. Good shot though from Laux. Problem is, how do you get more players across? Bomb is still yet to truly make his move. See, he's put another smoke down and they're going to push up behind it. Aegis into his elevator. This round is still getting strewn out. Stair gets a second. Suddenly it's in the realms of possibility. Bomb dropped yet again, and now it's truly in the open. Look at this. Out in front of elevator, as Slacks gets the kills. How on earth has Sprout won that round? And if they had any opportunity of getting back into this map, they needed some magic like that.
Making me look a bit silly, saying that round looked impossible. The only way that Sampi lose that is by giving over these individual gunfights. This flank as well does the damage in towards mid. And Slack somehow with this double up, we get to see it on the replay. Lovely spray transfer, and it does the damage. That's one step in the right direction. There's a hell of a lot of stairs to climb on this T side. And with Aegis finding success on Slacks in towards mid, it's not actually ideal for Sprout.
2 find 1. Make it 2. That's all they can sign 2. And now Sampi. Chose to actually heavily eco the previous, but it's not going to make a lot of difference. They can't buy up anyway here. And given their round lead, there's no reason to go for a risky force. Bide as well. Consign themselves to another eco. Is the Scout and Guardian, not a whole lot else. So Sprout should be set for 6 here, bar any huge mistakes. And now they're taking long. They'll get that bomb across and sneak their way out. This long push won't trouble them at all.
Yeah, another mid push. Doesn't find any success. This gap in the long smoke might, never mind, it's going to be re-smoked. So Guardian can't hit any scout shots today. Will be reduced to rotate. The rest of the troops of Sampi going to split between short and long, try to make this round doable, or at least go for some exit kills, take some rifles with them further. But with Slacks holding this very tight choke point. Ooh. Okay, won't find it.
That was a shot and a half, wasn't it? Guardian wants to find more. Flashbang absolutely whites up all 3 of those players. They couldn't see anything. Perfect flash. Oh no, died to the full damage as well. Getting a little bit bizarre here on Dust 2. But don't let it distract you from the fact that Sampi are already 3 rounds away, and this road for Sprout to get back into the game is still absolutely mighty. There's the frag through the car, and I'll be enjoying that suicide jumping down, watching that back later on.
Probably the only place you can really die from full damage of Dust 2. So it happens very rarely, but when it does, it's always a funny affair. Sprout with a hinge smoke of their own. We saw Sampi deploy that time and time again to use the gap to work their way up. Sure, that's exactly what Sprout are doing. 4 players strong, even flashing off the line. But this is the investment from Sampi. This is why they've ecoed 2 rounds in a row. To be able to have Guardian on the AWP. Rest of the gang with the M4s. Matty's electing for an A4.
Guardian. Soon to be tested. Launch is so close to peeking into his line, and Guardian's going to force the fights first. Smoke lands. Damage exchange, but actually Lorgs to come out on top. Guardian can't quite find the body, and he's paid with his life for it. Bad advantage now for Sprout, and plenty of utility flying in. There's a player towards Goose and Maddies, but he can't do anything. Aegis has worked his way up, but he's not going to do any better, and even though Savannah's in towards Pit, he's not going to have any effect on this round. Sprout looking absolutely revitalized here on the T side. Work to do, but they're bringing this closer and closer.
And it didn't happen to the same degree, but it's similar shades of Inferno. Sampi string a number of rounds together. Again, not in the same extreme, but then Sprout had a resurgence in the second half, and they only... I believe it's actually flawless on the CT side. If not, they gave away maybe 1 or 2 rounds, but looking revitalized here on T side, it could be a potential for an upset. And that would be a very hard and not ideal scenario to face in, but still a long way to go. Savannah, he won't keep his M4, so it will just be tagged saving over that rifle.
Important to keep those rifles out of the hands. Dissuade them from a buy in the next, and off the back of that entry, XT was just too strong. CT's not in positions to help each other, and it showed. What do they do here? Have a half buy around the rifle. Keep an eye on Tagged. He's the only one here can do real damage. Maybe Guardian can find a few heads. But we shouldn't expect too much otherwise. Bit of actually mid-aggression. I'm not sure if they know about this player pushing to lower, and they're crunching that positioned. Stare, under pressure, early trade, and they need to commit fast into long before this gun gets recovered and brought back over. Sprout accelerating now behind it.
Yeah, that's the window. But here's the rifle. Tag's gonna creep up. Spots a player jumping on top of the car, but the bullets, they don't connect. It allows Launx that opportunity to capitalize. That was Sampi's best opportunity instead. Tried to make something work up short. Molotov Dov right now. The Sprout planting the bomb. 4 versus 3. The man advantage is with them. It all looks stacked seemingly in their favor. We can't throw it away now. We need to be so disciplined. They can't make any mistakes here, otherwise they'll run out of opportunities. But this one's a done deal.
Gonna save him Pit. Some of the Sampi players sticking around, hoping for some exits, but feels like the CT's terrorist players, even though too well positioned. Guardian will force a duel in the end. Spitty's a little bit in the open, actually. Tapping with that 5-7 does find the kill. Get down to the bomb. So Sprout make it up to 8. Sampi will be back on the bye, but flexing overall. There's only a few gun runs actually between these teams right now. Sprout are mounting quite the comeback thus far.
Looking good. Jewel Beretta's getting a kill as well. Love to see it. A lot more play from them since they got the price reduction, which feels like a long time ago now. You do speak about that. It's a nice reference.
Indeed. Timeout though coming in. Bit of a surprise for Sprout actually, isn't it? They must be thinking maybe we need to change a few things. Maybe we've got a set round that we need to talk through. They're going to take the pause, and maybe that's understanding the gravity of these next few gun rounds. If they win them, even game. They lose them, it's map over. So tough times and not a great deal of room for error here for the German international mix.
I'll cast your mind back to Inferno. Sampi took a double eco. off the back of getting guns in play, and Sprout just took the aggression straight to them. It was a faster change of pace, and there was potential to do that here, but instead it's more of a default. Grouping in towards the tunnels, just trying to make it work. So disciplined, clearing out these angles with flash after flash. Just want to make sure that they have a unfair gunfight against Sampi. There's Matty's jump spots. He's not actually going to see anything as he gets blinded. Trying to take whatever piece of information he can offer up. Got to be careful though, because at some point these Sprout players are going to be aware that he's there. Got him peering over the smoke, but he will fall to Slacks. First blood being drawn for Sprout.
Push it up here. Nobody's re-peeking for the moment. Flash primed, though Matty's ready and waiting. Nobody's actually facing on shorts. And they've just got the info as well that a player was peeking. They know where two are. And you can see this mid-round call is perfect from Sprout. If they're playing the site, if they're playing the short, 1 + 1 = 2, and long has to be weak. Shifting the way out, this is perfectly played, giving away no information, and Sampi, without an AWP as well, to lock down this A-bomb site and take some good duels on long. Holding this is going to be nigh on impossible. Perfect mid-rounding from Sprout so far, and they're in a great position as these crossmodes go down.
Keep your eye on step. So often this mid-lurker, Slacks finds Savannah in the smoke. That's one half of this defense completely neutralized. And now Stair, he's going to activate on his flanking towards mid-doors. Creates a sandwich between him and two CTs, and he lands the shot onto Matty's at short. That's done. Lovely mid-round call. Tags won't even escape with Guardian's AWP. It's looking doable. It's looking possible. I'm starting to believe.
No player saving as well. Sampi. Maybe there's a chance there to back away after losing the early frags. But they'll go down in the end. It's going to have to be a half by at best in this one. Maybe a hero M4 potentially in one of the players for Sprouts. What a tear they've been on this T side. Looking so much improved. And now it's getting so close. Bit of a long stack though from Sampi. Look at this. Waiting, waiting. 3 on the left-hand side, and Sprout need to make a fast call and reposition. And you can see it on the mini-map. Immediately reacting and trying to win this race into mid, but both teams are gunning for it. And it's pretty 50-50 right now. Look at this. All the players in just this vicinity. Boost on the box as well, and this could be an absolute slaughter. Oh no, Sprout. You can't fall apart here. The comeback was looking so brilliant.
It's still not done. 2 versus 3. Sprout trying to take short. Got to get past this scout player. Flashbang gets him back, but he can just re-peek straight in. Will take down Slacks, and he's good for the re-peek as well. It's now Rolls just thrown into this 1 versus 3. Going to be aware that Tagged is this B player. Already made his position aware so early in the round. Just trying to hold the flank. Got utility to work with as well. So by no means is this round done just yet. So the scout kill. Doesn't even find anything, but he just jiggles. It allows Matty's to swing on in. Sampi, they steal away around that they really shouldn't have.
Rushing for Sprout. Their gun rounds look so great. Run into too many numbers here on long, and they reacted as fast as they could. It just wasn't enough. Sampi. Bit of luck, call it. May call it a good call, whatever. Nevertheless, nets them the round, and they pick up some guns off the floor. Sampi are absolutely now in prime position to win this map, and they're only 2 away.
That Molotov's going to help things. Going to force Stair out between a rock and a hard place. Going to try and flash, maybe get himself out. Or it's going to allow the rest of his team to come and help support him. Guardian is here with the AWP, though. It's a double setup in pit. All the forces are in the right play. It's a scout, not an AWP. That's my mistake, but it can still do the damage with the headshots. Stair gets boosted. Elevated position. It's completely caught off Matty. But as he runs down in, he's not going to be ready for Tagged.
Savannah yet to activate. Snake in the grass. And look at him biding his time. Trigger discipline off the charts. All 4 are now in front. Slacks. Surely the first to be killed. Rouse goes down out of Spiddy. Slacks Also fragged 4K for Savannah. Bides his time, and it works out to perfection.
There's trigger discipline, and then there's trigger discipline. Really nice call as well to kill the rifles whilst the AWP's holding. That silencer really does the number. Lovely position. And it's just really well orchestrated for the Sampi. They're 1 round away. Win this and we go to Ancient.
Boots up on long, ready to smoke on his Molotov. Guardian caught in the open. He's not long for this well, but Savannah's doing work. So strong on this map, but this time can't do enough. Matty's a nice angle though above the smoke. Makes it a 3-on-3, and now Sprout needs to put the brakes on. Play a slow mid-round. Try and work out where these remaining defenders are. 6 in a row is doable. By no means easy. Tough from here.
Yeah, it has to be a second wave of this comeback. Trying to work their way up towards mid. Aegis, he's just holding. He knows that they can walk straight into his crosshair here. No utility being lined up. It's going to be a contact walk in. Browse spotted the shoulder though. Aegis, he commits to the fight and loses his life. Space being opened up in towards mid. Look at this reaction though. Tag pushes tunnel. And at the same time, Matty's, he's pushed long. Could completely pincer Sprout here. Riles, he's holding. He's expecting this flank to come in. And he actually does nail the shot. A recoverable round. Bomb gets planted at the very least. Tagged, gonna clear his corner. A little bit dicey. But he will get it done. 1 versus 2. He can still win it for his team. If Sprout overextend, there's a genuine shot at this for him. He can pick up a kit. He's gonna go for it.
Is he repositioning towards long?
Oh, he's going
I think, yeah. Time's a little bit too dwindled down. Felt like it, though, with the money.
Yeah.
Perhaps was a chance, but ultimately decides better of it. That will be Sprout up to 10. And had they not lost to the Pistols, this would be such a close game right now. Just devastating for Sprout equally. Any more traction on that CT side, a few less mistakes, and surely they're on their way to 2-0 victory. That's not how it's played out. Sampi, formidable on the T side. CT's been much more of a brawl, much more back and forth. They've still got plenty of chances to get this over the line.
So impressed with Savannah. 18 years of age, 25 kills against a well-established Sprout roster. Really nice to see youngsters stepping up to the plate. Trading towards long. Matty's burns alive Spiddy. After the Grave March with Dom. Sprout now looking to take some map control back. Peeking in towards middle with Slacks. Nobody's home. Guardian, he's already on A. With the big green. And once again, we've got this player just tucked all the way in. Off angle. Over towards long this time. Not tucked in the shadows of pit. But it still could be a difficult play for Sprout to clear. It's a hard one. 3 players grouping. Savannah's just going to hold the line. Surely. Oh, they do expect it, but he's good for the spray. That's the bomb dropped as well. This is spiraling out of control for Sprout. Is this one recoverable?
Doesn't feel like it. Doesn't feel like it. Slacks, bomb recovered. At least they got that, but not a whole lot else. Repositioning in towards mid, making noise on the drop down. Aegis, surely ready and waiting. Guardian also posted. How on earth do you break this crossfire? And I've seen the AWP. They decide to fall back, but with 30 seconds remaining. Pick your poison. There's no easy route here onto a bomb site. Molotov also goes down from Guardian. Buying second after second after second. Sub 20 now. They're going to have to commit behind it. Run boost is going to come in. They might get them over the angle. Stairs lucky to still be alive, but with 10 seconds remaining, this bomb has to be planted absolutely immediately. Sticks by Slacks, but Savannah coming in from short is going to seal the deal. 29 frags for the young gun. What a map for him and Sampi. After a lackluster performance on the first map, have turned it around and then some. That was an incredible showing on Dust 2.
It looks like a completely different team. All of the cogs in the machine working in tandem. Lovely T side. Sprout, they tried their best to bring it back, but unfortunately not to be. A little bit of false hope as they now bring us on towards Ancient for this decider map. Just a reminder, loser of this gets eliminated from the qualifier.
Yeah, tough stuff, tough stuff. We're going to that third and final map. That's going to be Ancient. Middle ground map for Sprout, and it has been for a while. And for Sampi, we're still lost for information here. We have no idea what sort of Sampi's going to show up on map 3, but we're going to take a quick break here and then be back to find out who's eliminated and who's progressing forward here in the Republic closed qualifiers.
Okay. Right now, I would say Hillraisers or Liquid, but I don't know which one.
I would go for Liquid.
And then they say Liquid.
Yeah, we will go for Liquid.
Okay, let's do it. Yeah, D, Liquid.
D, Liquid is wrong.
Nah, it was Hillraisers.
Oh.
Yeah, that's you, Low.
Oh my god. I think I would say
Can it be in
C. No, because it was 1.6 and...
Was it there in 1.6?
Yeah. I know.
Then maybe 2004, I don't know.
Or actually, I think we can go for D.
Yeah, I think so. Let's try.
Yeah. The final answer is D.
Final answer D, 2010.
Yeah.
It's wrong. It's 2002.
It was like A.
Okay.
Yeah, there was 20th anniversary this year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's actually unlucky.
Oh, this is easy. This is C. Envious.
Okay, then we go for C.
So Team Envious C.
Yeah. Sick. Got one right. It's not Inferno, I think. And
Yeah,
I don't think it's Train either. That's two very old maps. I think it's Overpass, but I don't know.
Yeah, I would say Overpass as well, because Mirage was played
then
back then.
let's do it. Let's do it.
So final answer C, Overpass.
Yeah.
You're
Wait.
That's nice.
Good job. Overpass
Come
and
back in.
Cobblestone were added after first the majors.
Uh-huh. I mean, he did make it, didn't he? He must have. He did.
Yeah.
But it's just which
sure.
one? Maybe 8th? I don't know. You choose. We guess.
Yeah, let's just go for 8.
Okay.
So 8th place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's wrong. It was 11.
What?
I would say 10 to 20. What would you say?
Yeah, I would say the same.
Then let's do it. A.
We'll go for A.
10 to 20 is wrong.
That's unfortunate. We go for 0.
Wow.
Correct.
Yeah. It's straight up pink to Dragon Lore.
Ah.
Oh.
How should we know? GG.
I know it's either A or B.
I would say B. But
Because I know that this is straight up towards the up Gugner, so...
yeah,
But I'm not sure.
I think we should go for B. It's a little, I don't know. No way it costs above 2. Yeah, let's go for B.
Okay, just go B.
Let's go for B.
So final answer B
Yeah,
is right. Good job.
that's nice. It's Germany. It's A.
Yeah, yeah,
So final answer A.
yeah.
It's wrong.
Doesn't say
It's
it in
USA.
German on there.
What?
Bro, we are so bad. We are so bad.
The old version is in Germany.
Really?
Yeah, from 2013.
No.
That was bad, man. It's D.
It's A or C. No, not D. I don't. No, I don't believe. Is it? Oh yeah, it said caution actually.
Wait.
Yeah, okay, wait, it says caution and there's a lot of X's. We can go for D. I just thought it was...
Yeah. Let's
Okay, let's
just
do
go D.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. D.
So D, caution, XXX
Yeah.
is wrong.
Ah, it was one of the two left.
This skin doesn't even
That's
exist, I think,
actually
right?
It does exist, it does.
It's
No,
also full
like
paid.
the D.
No, it doesn't. I wasn't thinking either. I've never seen this name. But
Yeah.
it says on the gun, so I was like, okay. I don't know, actually. Maybe Cobblestone. I haven't really played it, but I think it was a pretty nice map. Would be sick. And then I think it should replace Mirage, for sure.
I'll just go for the old Cobblestone to have it back in the map pool, and I'll remove those two.
No, but they keep going on. What? How did you get them?
I'm so blind.
Oh, no. No, it's just, the ground is just going down, Timo. Bye-bye, bye-bye.
Bye, Lawrence. Okay,
Actually, you can dodge it. How are you?
Oh. He pressed all. He pressed all. Guys, I made it.
Holy shit, Timo's fucking swearing this.
These traps
Oh,
are
yeah.
bad. The worst thing, Timo, I pressed it, but it's not killing you.
What?
It's not even killing you! These traps are so bad!
That was super. Oh, what? He pressed it. Oh. What's happening here?
Wait, what is going on? This one. Oh, it's so...
This trap is so bad.
Oh, in 10 minutes or...
Whatever, Timo.
Yeah,
I got
we don't make it.
Oh, so.
Oh!
What? What?
What's the... Ah, okay.
Nice.
Guys, all come over here. We're almost done.
Me and Ole were trolling.
No!
We don't even need to fucking... We don't need this guy to fuck us up.
But these plates will fall down,
Well,
right?
there's two left. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I think
How many
levels are there? 20 or something. I'm at the first level.
The good thing is he cannot come to you.
It's so slow.
Oh! No.
And then what?
What? What? What?
But man, the problem is there will be more.
Oh, yeah.
falling down.
There's no more. No.
I don't
You're
think
done.
there's
I think it's just one.
Wait,
There's
you
no more.
fell. No, there are traps like you fell down because some of the
Yeah,
parts
but
are.
just you have two game books. Just go for it too. You got this. What? That was so scam.
Hey man, I'm so scared.
That's so scam.
What? I did it.
What the fuck is this?
Guys, we won.
Did we win?
I don't know.
Welcome back to Republic Season 3 Closed Qualifier. My name is B-Dog and joining me is Alan Hender. It's Sampi versus Sprout. It looked like a pretty linear 2-0 for Sprout until Sampi threw a spanner in the works and really surprised us with how proficient their Dust 2 was. So it's going to be Ancient. That'll be our final battleground for today. The loser of this will be eliminated. And Alan, I'm interested to see how you think this one just really lines up.
Yeah, I think it's so hard to know because I feel like I've seen two different teams in Sampi on the first and second map. First map, lack of cohesion, making mistakes. Second half was a big problem on the T side. Going to Dust 2, staying on the T side, looking absolutely amazing, finding every single opening pick, and Sprout couldn't do anything in reply. So for Sampi, definitely still teething problems with a team of this age. We can't expect anything differently. But yeah, I have no idea what Sampi's going to show up for Sprout. I know they're going to bring a good, consistent level on a map like Ancient. They just played it so much in the past. It's just, there's so many question marks here over Sampi, and I have no idea what's going to happen, especially when players like Savannah are playing that well. Who knows what he's capable of going into a map like Ancient. We don't even know where he's playing on this map, so anything could happen going into the third.
Yeah, I'm not really too sure either. I think if you take a look at Sampi's results on Ancient domestically, they're kind of hit and miss with Ancient. They beat Isuba, but then they lost to Enterprise. And just a notable mention, this team, it's made up of a combination of Enterprise and Isuba ex-members, with Guardian thrown in the mix to bring his experience. So I think it's a real difficult one to judge. I think whichever one goes through has deserved it. And maybe if we see the same consistent form as Sampi brought to Dust 2, it could be a difficult ride for Sprout. But they've got the experience, they've got the tenure. They're definitely the favourites coming into this one as we transition on over. Knife round 2 determine things as always because it is a decider map. And Ancient, definitely probably the most influential knife round that you're going to need to be winning on your team side.
Indeed. Many teams at the RMR and the Major were even intentionally choosing the Vita order so that they would have side pick on the third and final map in series in case it was Ancient. Same story in best of ones. So actually, knife round here can be of more importance than we normally associate, and both teams would dearly love to start on the CT side. But yeah, for Sampi, again, there's so many questions going into this one. Guardian, I don't think I've really ever seen him play on Ancient in general. Obviously, bit of a sabbatical after FaZe and Na'Vi. Haven't seen him so much since then. Played a little bit at the lower levels, but not in teams under much notoriety. So I have no idea how much experience Guardian has in Ancient. I doubt it's all that much, and for him himself, I'm sure games like this will be quite the learning experience. So yeah, Guardian, bit of an unknown quantity, but hopefully he proves us all wrong and has another great performance.
Well, importantly, Sampi, they won that knife round, so they will be starting on the CT side. That AWP rotation will definitely come in, but it's a question of whether he'll know the timings or not. I think just to highlight the importance of that knife round coming into this one, I believe Hawker, he said it best on Twitter. He came up with this really good stat, and he said that if the CTs take 9 rounds on their sides, then they win 39% of the time overall. But if they get a 10th, it actually leads to a victory 66% of the time. So it's these fine margins, and one round can really make the difference. And Sampi, if they put their best foot forward on this CT side, they could be off to a very strong start.
Proof as well as just of how a CT-sided this map also can be. Guardian, though, in towards logs. Slack's very willing to take that duel. He's out wide. Guardian thinks better of it is the end. It's actually they're trying to collapse in towards mid. Guardian just about falls into Donut. His teammates still trapped in logs, and Savannah's not long to stay on the server. Guardian does find one, and actually clearing a player out of Donut can be so difficult, but Stir removes the head. Carnage here in mid. Trying to force their way out of Donut. There's 2 in towards CT, and getting the bomb down here is never an easy task in the A bomb site. Of Ancient chasing in towards CT though is Spiddy. Finds another player in Temple. One on the flank in Matties. Adis, can he stay alive? Indeed he can't. Slack's going to find that one. Now it's just Matties left alone. 2 players in different positions. Can just play off each other, and it's all too easy for Sprout in the end. So, bit of a wild pistol. Never really a dull moment, and Sprouts get it over the line.
Crazy and chaotic personified. And it all starts with Guardian just wanting to take the fight in towards middle. That's a lovely shot on that replay. It just felt like there were flanks upon flanks, which is par for the course, really, all things considered. But Sprout, they get an important round to win. This T-side pistol, it could lead them to netting a few rounds early. Just full USPs off the back of Sampi. They extend in towards mid, completely collapse upon it, trying to extend on towards shelf stair. Got to be careful with the AK, but his spray chiming in with the MAC-10. It's a flawless one. It's quick and it's direct. But Sprout, they convert it. 2 rounds to the good already.
5 alive as well. That'll do them a lot of good. Sampi, though, is all they've been waiting for. Investment is on the cards. No warp in play. Often a trait of buying up this early. I'll be very intrigued to see how they go for this defense. Actually lacking a little bit in the utility department. It can be so important here on the CT side of Ancient. 2 in towards mid at the start. 3v start for Sampi. Maybe looking to contest that B control, and already dumping quite a bit of that utility to try and claim his mid control.
3 flashbangs. So if a retake isn't the cards for Sampi, it's going to be a bit difficult. See the spams all come through. It's going to signal Sprout just to extend, accelerate on towards B. And there we are. And an aforementioned flashbang. Matties holding down. The rest of Sampi completely converge and collapse on towards B. Guardian chimes in towards middle, and it's shut down. The SMGs completely put in their place by the M4s.
Thinking you miss it. Round over in seconds. Decided to commit up B to Sprout. Bomb was 3 in attendance, and you don't win that opening duel, it becomes so difficult. Good news for them is, though, second round was so clean, they can buy it up again. AWP is still on slacks, only of utility. They've got an opportunity here. And for Sampi, the question is going to keep this CT momentum going.
Lorks stuck between 2 Molotovs. Tuck himself in towards pocket. Meanwhile, deep smokes coming towards mid. Matties can just spam through. So interesting just seeing Guardian play middle with a rifle. Looks like he wants to be as aggressive with an M4 as he would be with an AWP. But Slacks is on the receiving end. That smoke is going to drip on out. It's going to allow Guardian potentially to peek over. Meanwhile, in Cave, Matties, that's an important kill. But he doesn't find it. Tagged, supposedly baited in, and look at what's done to the rotations.
Feel like they have to load up B, don't they, Sampi? Man of the lesser spotted a couple into a Jaguar. So you can't blame him. But Sprout just put the brakes on. Yet to make a full committal. Rouses it all the way up into the A tunnels, and he's not normally the A player. Surely they're going to end in that direction. And indeed they will. Only one in towards Donut. That's Savannah here. Picks and chooses his angle. Gets the first. Transfers onto the second. Trade out in the end. Makes it a 3-on-3. A little bit more doable for his teammates, but now as the bomb gets planted, lots of map control here for Sprout.
Guardians pushed up quite deep though. And this is a common clear. Is he going to be ready for rolls? Just tucked in at Temple. Waiting for his teammate in support. Aegis and Guardians swing on in. They line up, but Rolls can't convert the kill. Advantage Sampi in this retake. Stair just playing close to the smokes. Trying to just weave his way in. Tuck himself down closer. Guardian's now playing behind the big box. The spray, it won't actually connect. Guardian will hit the line. And Slacks, he's going to run straight through the smoke. Guardian sticking the bomb. Oh, he's missed a shot. Oh, he's so close. Slacks. Second time of asking. Guardians full committed to the stick at that point. And Sprout, it's a dangerous game to play, but they just about get it done.
Oh, Slacks should be nervous there for a couple of seconds. Oh, connects with the second. That's the good news. Savannah did just as much as you could have expected. Artipon looks to be swinging the way of Sampi, but Stair held strong. Bought time, and in the end, Slacks got the job done. T-side looking brilliant so far, and Sampi have chosen we need to full invest. The buy isn't great, and Rouse, no head armor on those CT players, and he goes to work. 5-on-3, full map control, and Rouse is looking out for more.
Change of pace, flashbang's perfect. Matty's extended and Shelf will at least catch out Stair. Still a long way to go. Rouse is completely cutting off these rotations. Aegis with a difficult clear as Rouse repositions in. Will actually best him. 9 HP left. Needs to get out of dodge. Flashed away, joining with his teammates as they head on towards A. Bomb should be planted as soon as it gets there. Just in A main right now. Aegis will begin the walk up towards Temple, trying to get it done in all the meanwhile. Launks, he finds that lurker. Whilst Tag recovers the AUG, he doesn't actually get anything for his troubles. It's now on to Aegis. He wins out the first duel, but it's a 1 versus 2. And he hasn't got a kit. Has to be a full 10-second defuse. He's just going to aggress in. Rouse is on low HP. This is kind of doable. Just he's trying to isolate the kill. They're both low here. The crossfire is perfect.
Well played by Sprout. Up to 4. And Sampi put everything into that full investment. Gave it their all. There's not going to be enough here. You can see Rouse aggressively out mid. Mag 10 in hand. Movement speed is high. And he had his rollerblades out. 2 opening picks. Got a little bit dicey in the end. But being the T-side of Ancient, any rounds are rounds. Sprout will certainly take that. And now looking at the buy. It is disastrous. Barely anything invested in Sprout. looking absolutely set here to make it at least 5.
And as far as they're concerned, like, that's a great half. Like 5 on the board, it's reminiscent of back in the early days when Nuke was first introduced with the various changes it's gone under, but 12-3, 11-4 on that T side, you say, hey, that's a good job. Just that's what it reminds me of on Ancient. Spiddy just collecting the kills in mid. Sprout definitely set to post a 5th on the board. There's lovely stuff from them.
Savannah. Only the USP. Maybe if you can bait in his teammate and get a frag out of this. Also clearing it. USP wasn't the gun for that situation, and Sprout, after a troublesome round against the Force by last time out, keeping 5 alive and banking up some cash, and no surprises to see a timeout coming in for Sampi. This is getting dangerous. You rounded off the stats before the map. If they let too many more T-rounds slip away, their chances of winning drop through the floor. They need to stop this offense thick and fast and mount a good CT round haul.
Guardian will be wielding the AWP. It's taken us 7 rounds to get here, but finally he'll be holding that big green. So all eyes on him. He needs to be the point man for Sampi, so often as he has been so willing to take these engagements, but they need to go over the line. He needs to actually convert the kills. And a couple of missed shots all throughout the series. This is time to shine.
Prowls on his own. That's going to push that Molotov. Takes a lot of damage for his trouble. Guardian as well, holding the line. Stalls out this offense. Somehow Rouse, what on earth is going on? How does he get that kill? I don't think he's going to make a lot of difference in this round ultimately, but that was bizarre, to put it lightly. 2 remaining for Sprout. Getting the bomb down here has got to be impossible. Stair walks into the crossfire. Flag's left alone, might get 1, but there's no more. And I think Guardian's going to have a word or two with his teammate, because he probably has no idea how he just died.
Yeah. Okay. Raul's just extending. Guardian's so tunnel visioned, and obviously you thought that Savannah had him, but clearly not. Nevertheless, Sampi, they bring out the guns and the AWP. It gets the entry kill and it nets them the round. Can be saved over, placed straight back into Guardian's palms. Sprout look to maybe extend up B. Lawrence getting so aggressive here, just behind his own Molotov. Trying to carve open an opportunity. That grenade's going to do a little bit of damage to him. But he's already so far advanced, I'm not really too sure that Sampi are going to be aware of it. But tagged, he just sneaks out from the shadow position. Does reveal himself, and it nets Sampi the opener.
Totally stalled out now as the offense. Lawrence was up, seeking for a duel, but just couldn't find a good one. And you see Sampi still free on this B-bomb site. No reason to move. There's not been enough mid-pressure. Or A-pressure as well, for that matter. Slack's taking it upon himself to clear through the angles. His Savannah on the angle. Oh, he's just on the pixel. Slack's though assassinated. Look at this gap he's found. Aggressing in towards mid. Pushes through the window. Adis is already up close though, and Slacks has no idea. It was a brilliant idea, but it didn't work out. And now Sprout's at 1 man to the lesser.
They are, but that control in mid has pulled some rotates. Matty's just going to walk back in. But if Sprout elect to go for this B site commit, going to be up against 2 defenders rather than 3. And that grenade's going to definitely help things out. Here comes the smokes. Telegraphing the intentions. Bomb will be planted. Tag's going to miss the spam. And these afterplants are also important for Sprout now.
Grouping up. Bit of utility here being juggled around. Caspidi though, on the flank. He just needs his teammates to stay alive. This could be the round winner if he does damage. Rouse isolated behind the smoke, but bomb is ticking a long way down. And now with so many numbers, surely they can hold it. They're all lining up. What on earth was that? 4 for Spiddy and the flank of the century.
Lovely stuff from Spiddy. Taking matters into his own hands. had enough of these potential retake attempts from Sampi coming in, making sure that nothing would just fall into place, just fall away from Sprout. Really well done. They all line up for him. That is absolutely perfect. Doesn't even have to move his mouse all that much. 6 rounds on the board. Sprout looking very strong here on the T side.
What a gut punch. What a gut punch. Browse was isolated out. To all intents and purposes, that was essentially a 4-on-1. And they had no idea. Absolutely no idea. Oh no, Sampi. They fought so hard in this series. Dusty was phenomenal. But maybe they're out of steam. Maybe they left all their will on the dusty streets, and Sprout hitting home and hitting hard. Looking excellent on the T side, and 6 is already a good round tool when they're set to get so much more out of this one.
I think the thing that hurts the most is that Guardian was just holding for it before. Instead, Sampi, they now stack in towards Cave in this one. Could be the right idea. A couple of players to Sprout, working their way along the ledge. Stairs wallbang. Not going to connect, but it's still going to entice the defenders here. Crossfire has been formed. Can easily be stripped away, especially with this flashbang. It will come in, but Aegis only gets one. Launch doubles up. Lovely entry kills as Spiddy finds one in towards mid. Things are starting to unravel for Sampi. They put all their eggs in the B basket. But Easter's come early for Logs. Triple kill. Guardian will take the AK, but that might just be about it. Trying to run away, but Spiddy's already here. Sprout take all of the men away and get 7.
Sampi finally back on the buy. They need to come good here. They need to really come good. Sprout, not only are they winning rounds, but they're banking up some cash. And Sampi, they're just so far down. On a regular map, this might be doable, but on the CD side of Ancients, we're already 5 rounds to the lesser and only 2 to their name. Such a terrible position. And Slacks, look at the confidence. Takes his spawn out mid, looks for the peak. Dancing with the devil in his ear, Aegis up there. Thinks better of it and falls back, and as of the moment, Sprout are just this relentless force, and Sampi needs to change something to stop him.
The smoke's going to help things. Going to take pressure off Shelf. Means the B defense can have a temporary moment of respite. Even a little bit of a one-way can hold in towards the mid presence. Slacks is so far extended up long. He's so committed to this gunfight. A just got to be careful not to present his head. Savannah's in donut, as he has been for so long. Bit of a fake smoke being deployed at donut means Guardian releases one of his own. Sprout forces gather and congregate in towards middle, just looking to creep up. Here on in. They know Savannah's on the line. Rolls doesn't actually fire a shot. He'll work his way in. Oh, Savannah, he's so stuck. He's just going to stay in the smoke. That might ultimately be his downfall, but Guardian, he gets one. Peering one in towards Donut. How Savannah's still alive here. He even flashed off Guardian. He's completely saved his teammate. This was looking good for Sprout, but the defense, it just holds strong.
Looking much better so far. Slacks, 21 seconds. Bomb is outside of B. He's not got a chance here.
No.
Maybe he plays for a couple more frags, but actually that Sprout economy isn't so good as we thought. Needs to keep this AWP alive. And he's going to run off Sampi. 2 for Nell, make it up to 3. But they need a heck of a lot more out of their CT side where that came from. Hopefully this is the start of a recovery. But even then, Sprout, they'll already be happy with how many rounds they got.
You're completely right. The AWP makes things a little bit difficult. It means that Slacks has an opportunity to punish any of these CTs. Take a look at the team economy. Slowly creeping back in the CT's favour. Sprout will force around it. Galil on Launks. He's been so good to carve open these entries for Sprout. Especially when they need them. Can he do it again? Nades will rain down in towards B. Matty's trying to extend up caves there. He gets blocked off by the smoke. Defense is a little bit better. This spam, if he goes for it... Oh, it's not going to connect. It's so close on the X-ray.
Sprout, though, all their eggs in the B basket. Look at this. Spiddy sat behind that mid box, but outside of that, little pressure across the map. Long's already thinking about trying to seek out a duel to make something happen. Boosted up is Slacks. Couple of nades landing in behind him. Flash is good though. Takes him off the angle, shows the AWP as well. Long's trying to find an angle, but have no success. Another flash is going to come in as Lonks is trying to peek. Slacks comes off, but Lonks, the smoke is set to fade soon, and Tagged has no idea. No idea, and Lonks finds... Oh, what? How does Tagged win that? I thought Lonks was slam dunk going to find that entry, but he doesn't. Bad advantage now for Sampi.
Yeah, Tags were dead to the right, but it doesn't matter. Kills come in through the caves. Slacks, he'll just run up the ramp. Still doable for Sprout. It's just the MP9 trying to bide the time, but he will lose out the duel to the superior weaponry. And for Guardian Savannah, these A players, they're going to need to save. The economy for Sampi is simply not there.
Disaster. Absolute disaster. Looks so good for them. They're caught with their pants down, and Sprout really capitalized on that one, finding all the entry frags as they actually rolled their way up. 8 rounds is going to be, and even the buy in the next for Sampi is not going to be perfect. This has just been total dominance, let's be honest, from Sprout. Barely put a foot wrong on this T side, and they're so far ahead now. 8-3. And Sampi, what do? I feel like you have to buy here.
I think the issue is they just need to get rounds to the board. They're running out of time on the CT side. Lovely cave spam followed up by this short kill. You have got a rifle and M4, you can definitely force around it. That's exactly what they decide to do. Now Sprout know that Guardian is always over at A with this AWP. Looks to be par for the course. Doesn't want to buck the trend, heading in towards Donut instead. Might try and catch off mid-aggression. Deep molly in towards B stairs. Tag doesn't actually want to push the issue.
Stair. Wanna play the pixel. Nobody's facing. Look at Sampi. Very eager here to fight mid. Guardians in Donut playing it wide. Adjust trying to find an angle. 1-for-1 trading towards Jacob. Look at all the space taken by Sprout. Look at this. Slacks is up. Got the frag. Back lane's control as well. And if you're Sampi, what on earth do you do? Maybe even have to save here. Difficult retake. Bomb still yet, though, to be pulled over. Really taking their time. Super clinical stuff from Sprout. Even asking for a flash over from B. But as soon as this player faces CT, Slacks is going to drop him. 2 remaining. No cash in the bank for Sampi, and as soon as this bomb gets planted, they're going to have to save. Sprout en route here to 9.
Sprout have been good early doors at taking A, and also a lot of mid control away from Sampi. So in this round, the intention from Sampi was to strip it right back, try and fight a more even battle over towards middle, but that was never Sprout's desire. They always wanted to go B, and as a result of heavy forces in middle, that's where the space was. Guardian just trying to hold on to the AWP. Can't take too many shots because you're going to get rushed down upon. That's exactly what's happening. Just trying to stay alive in the smoke and even hit a no-scope. Just about escapes. The Sprout hit 9 more importantly.
Oh, nothing going right for Sampi at the moment. That's what it feels like. Even when they find openings, they leave gaps, and Sprout's communication is too strong, exploiting all of them. And now, saved guns. Savannah's actually brought up quite a lot here. Guardian, surely with that AWP in hand, has to do work. 4 on B for Sampi. This is their attempted adaptation. So many players in the area, and they truly want to fight this. Batties is ready to swing. 2 players over by the ramp side. Molotov isn't good though. All smokes onto it. Is trapped. Will get felled. And actually the bomb is outside of B, so Sprout some work to do to A, gain map control and also recover this bomb.
Yeah, looks to find opportunity in towards middle. Look at how far pushed they up they are. But this could all be shut down instantly, potentially from a couple of quick deagle headshots. See that Sprout is so concerned about this. Important AWP duel, which Guardian wins out. Allows him to just transfer onto Donut, and he can keep holding. Oh, what a performance from him. He gets all 4. Complete a domination from Guardian. The force up from Sampi. The saved AWP and nets them. A really important round win.
Oh, what a brawl this has been. What a brawl this has been. Not quite the back and forth affair that we'd hoped for. Vastly in the Sprout camp, but finally Guardian comes alive. Does some work. And again, Sampi, look at this. Such heavy B numbers. 4 over. Sprout, they haven't been a great deal in this half, and definitely not early on in the round. And potentially Sampi is starting to get a good read on that.
Oh, early spam coming in. Just leaves Stair with 4 HP. More importantly, there's a Guardians here as well. Haven't seen that before. Launch tries to get aggressive in towards Jaguar. Immediately shut down. Man advantage favouring Sampi. Sprout look to regroup in towards middle. There's space here. But once again, as always, Savannah is here in Donut. Cave retake attempt. It's going to come through, but this smoke is going to stop Sprout right in their tracks.
Form yet to be recovered. Picks up now by Spiddy. And Slacks again. Look at this. He loves this. Facing towards Connector. Up against a rifle. Standing a good chance. He's finding the kills. The timing is ideal. Peaks 1 second earlier, 1 second later, and he dies. And they decided to work in towards Donut. Bit of pressure. As actually Sprouter turning around. Browser makes the mid-round call. But as we can see here with the X-ray and the overlay, 3 players are here. A would have been the safer route. And they're committing into numbers.
Yeah, execution has to be perfect. Just going to run up the ramp. It's a one-dimensional avenue. And Matty's with the wallbang, rolls with the quick trade, but here comes Guardian. Joined in support by his teammates. Aegis and Tag. Guardian still staying alive, but rolls. Gets the kills, but there's just simply not enough time. Sprout execute a little bit too late. And Sampi, just by staying alive on that bomb site, get them 5 rounds on the board.
Giving everything they've got. Kitchen sink is being thrown at this recovery. Simply have to find 6. They have to find 6 to Sampi. And even then, we're probably still looking at pistol round going into the second. Force up, though, here for Sprouts being the last round. It's far from ideal. Slacks is the big green. But there's not a whole lot else in his team. He's got to do work, and indeed he does. Guardian dropped immediately. Slacks in fine form so far here on Ancients. Taking space. Pulling rotations. But now Sprout needs to put the brakes on. Look at all this space Rouse has gained. In a perfect position, and now they just need to work the map.
Yeah, they just need to wait for him. Slacks peering on in towards Temple. Rest of the gang in hot support. Rouse, he can be the difference maker. He could potentially catch out these rotating players. His position's not yet known. He's going to keep it that way. Sprout falls silent on the map. Re-executing him with the smokes. Aegis through one of his own. Will eliminate sniper rifle Slacks. 4 versus 4. Aegis, he wants more. He's trying to swing on in. He's not going to be ready for the boosted player, though, I don't think. Now he needs to reinvent himself. Reposition to a more desirable location. Here comes this activation. Rouse peeking his way through. They know that one's in Temple. Trying to get a favourable angle, and they will. It's all onto Savannah. He's only got 3 HP. Surely going to get caught in the side of the head by Stair. He will win out the duel. Lower weaponry, but better teamwork prevails. 1 versus 3 now for Matties.
Stair's low. As a kid, does Matties. But even should he find the first, position's given away. Sprout can play together. Does indeed find Stair. Look at these terrorist players. Ready to swing off each other's contact. Bomb is way out in the open. There's no opportunity here. Even if he finds one, the other will trade. And there you have it. Sprout find 10 on the T side of Ancient. A monumentous performance, and they are so close to winning the series.
Který se má pole position a teraz nič. To nie je fair.
Tak to nič nerobí, halo.
To je za trash.
OK.
To som nevedel.
Laser.
Aha, to takto, nevadí sa.
Party.
Tak korčuluje na kam normálne.
Tá cibová, nie? No pod s tým John Deerom. Pod?
To sa nabeď.
Aha.
Čau, ladík.
Poď.
To je bot.
Poď.
To vyzerá sus.
Ja nemusím ísť, vy musíte ísť.
Čo chalani, kto sa obetuje predtým?
Ja mám čas. No to sa raz obetoval.
Dávaj. Už ma odpal.
Máte 13 minút 40 sekúnd.
Bude dobro vlasti. A Matúša nechá, hej?
Počkaj, to čo je? To čo je ako?
Nevadí?
No Láco, to je neveriteľné s tebou.
Díky, že si náni. 3, 2, 1, ideme.
Ja som sa raz obetoval, aby si niekto povedal to prvý.
Dobre.
Niečo toto robí, kámo. To si nevšimol ešte.
No takéto, jaké trapné, to museli repatriť vymyslieť. Dobre, hotovo.
Dosáme na jednu kopu, musíme
Tá cibola,
jedno, kto
vulgárne
zabije.
hoveda.
To je na pokutku, podľa mňa.
Kto tam, Lukáš, dojdi tam, na jednom mieste, no, makaj.
Tá ciboha, pomej.
Lol.
Ale pohode, ja udržím na čo.
Láco, ty čo robíš? Láco, ty čo robíš, prosím ťa?
Už to nemá pík! To už sa šetru, hej?
A koho tu máme? Ježiš, ty...
Welcome back. It all comes down to this. We will be losing either Sprout or Sampi at the end of this map. Sprout, they put themselves in a pole position, taking 10 rounds on the T side of Ancient, about to start their CT defense. It's a long road back for Sampi.
Certainly is. Certainly is. Even getting those 5 rounds was troublesome, to put it lightly. Quite heroics from Guardian, but equally they made a few slip-ups themselves, but doesn't change the fact they got a lot of work to do, and this pistol round would do so much good in terms of helping them close the gap. Heavy numbers towards B at the start. Cuts down now. Lots of nades to be thrown in. And actually, for the moment, only 2 in defense, so they commit up soon. Done a good chance of at least getting a bomb plant.
Just taking things slow. Try not to give away where they're going to execute. But here it comes. And at the perfect moment, there's only 2 players here for Sprout. The Sampi bundle their way up to the bomb site. There's a slight gap in the smoke, which potentially could be exploited. Even fully blind though, Tag, he will just spam away. These flashbangs are absolutely superb. A lot of space being taken for Sampi, but Slaxy trying to do it all. That's a couple of quick headshots, trying to get his team back into this one. But both the defenders, they're all trapped on short. And eventually, it's a little bit scrappy, but Sampi get it done.
Winning is winning. They'll take that. 100%. Not too shabby, but now they need to convert it. Simple pistol round. The execute. These flashes, though, were absolutely ideal. Looks like their short smoke maybe has missed a little. Was of no consequence. Worked out for them in the end. As we can see, though, Sprout have fully invested into this one. Deagle Armor, a few nades. And Sampi, not always the easiest of these second rounds, but they have to keep this one clean. They can't fall at this first hurdle.
Are they going to clear launch? Are they going to be ready for him? Double MP9 spray down. That's exactly what Sprout needed. Really well done on the SMG, and now he can just run away. You speak about clean factors for Sampi. Well, that's probably the worst possible start they could have hoped for.
Slacks. Arnium Guardian taken low already. This round is crumbling. Pressure on Aegis and Savannah to at least isolate Jules and make these numbers more even. Savannah's taking some control. Lonks is low. Lonks is real low. Ted gets pinned to the wall. Space taken. Slacks can't connect either. Straight back into a 3-on-3. Quick recovery here from Sampi. Much need as well, but round's got a bit of a gap. Bit of a gap. Finds the kill. Guardian's low. Savannah's in towards Donut and he's playing out on front site. He wants to isolate fights before his teammate is dropped. And it's him to go down first, and it's just Guardian that remains. Only a few HP, and Sprout. What an important round. Pull off the reset, just the Deagle armor, and off the back of that 2k as well on the MP9. Absolute heroics from Lonks at the start, and what a pivotal round that could be when we reflect on this series overall.
Look at what they've saved as well. 3 AKs being brought forward on the CT side. Sampi, they do get the bomb down. But I'm not sure that'll be enough. Especially not in the short-term situation. Savannah doing his best. But unfortunately not to be. This is such a crucial round for Sprout to win. Take a look at the buy for Sampi. It's less than to be desired. Few pieces of utility trying to enable them up the B ramp. It looks like they're going a little bit quick on this one.
Molotovs though, when the brakes are applied. Rouse clears mid and tells his teammates, I can't see anything. I can't see anything. Go and stack 3 on B and Spiddy's ready and waiting. Playing wide, Guardian's down. Absolutely everything from Sampi's invested into this one, and they're already a man to the lesser. Bomb yet to move. And there's 3 on B. Starting to commit nades over as well. There's a player in mid which is set to lurk. I don't know how you crack this defense open with only pistols.
It'll all be on the fact whether Sprout will actually give these individual gunfights over. They just need to tuck in. Sampi flash in towards cave. Currently unoccupied. Rouse is just jump spotting in mid. Sampi sets their sights out shelf. That's going to be spotted. A lot of information being gathered. Look at the rotations already moving over. It might all be just a ruse. Sampi walking back. There's still players in quick rotation here for Sprout. So it's not out of the woods yet, if you're Sampi. And that flashbang is going to halt progress even further. 30 seconds left. Sampi, you have to make a decision.
Tagged. Found some space. Problem is his teammates are still committing into so many players. And it's not going to make any difference. Might have lurked out into a good spot, but he's not going to net a lot out of it. Found 1 kill, but it's not going to make a great deal of difference. Sprout on the way up to 12. Sampi have to reinvest behind this. They can't let Sprout get any more, but T side, 6 rounds to the lesser. This is dire straits, to put it lightly, here for Sampi.
Guardian's by as well, just going to be armed with Eagle. This one always felt a little bit lost when you see them with only 15 seconds left, just sprinting up into a heavily fortified bomb site that Sprout just occupied in. Look at Rouse. Look at how aggressive he is in towards mid. Space has been taken. I'm not even sure Sampi are really going to be ready for that. Instead he tucks back in towards Donut. Trying to regroup. Sampi, they've got Jaguar, but that's about it.
Guardian. Not a spam. No connections found. Bit of map control here towards Jaguar. But not a lot else for this T side. Bit smokes raining in. 1 for Donut, 1 for the window. Now a little bit of information as they clear out that mid position. Maybe force away one of these B players. Sampi only now making a decision of where to end. Bombs coming off the catwalk. It's going in towards mid. Numbers coming into donut, but there's two in defense. Lonks and Rouse. This crossfire is unbelievably strong, and Lonks 2 kills and a dink. Rouse cleaning up for a good part. Tag, they're holding the rotation. 2-on-2, and Sampi, they have to win this. There's no route back from here.
Yeah, but because Tag's moved back, it allows Sprout to move through CT. So once again, one of these fakes. You can see that Guardian bomb on his back, heading back towards B. Tag's going to re-walk in. Very important gunfight. He doesn't actually win it out. But once again, that's going to allow Sprout to pass. Both of them just going to try and collapse into Guardian. Sampi's low, but Tag does one better. Reveals himself in towards mid, and he can run away. Stare, got to be so careful. Knows that there's a potential for it. Guardian just playing the time, just trying to whip his way down. It's a bit of a misstep with the jump. But now there's that question, where's Tagged? Creeping his way up the ramp. Stare doesn't expect it, and Tag wins Sampi that round.
Okay then, up to 7. Up to 7. Sprout's money dwindling. Most all of it's going to be invested into this one. And it felt like after these frags in donut, that was going to be all she wrote. Good trade though from Guardian. Tagged here, holding the rotations, did a lot of work. Huge round from him, much needed. And now, full investment here from Sprout. They've done the pistols if they lose this one, so maybe, just maybe, there's a route back into this game for Sampi.
Looking to work their way up ramp again with the MAC-10 leading the charge. Spiddy has to go huge, but he's got his number. At least that's what I thought. He's actually going to double up. A huge multi-kill allows Stare just to run in. That was an incredibly fast round. Sampi looking to add a change of pace, leading from the front with the SMGs, but it's not to be. Sprout are now within touching distance. We're continuing their journey and eliminating Sampi.
No, much improved, didn't it, on the last round, but immediately smacked down. Spiddy and Stare doing work. Exploding through the smoke, and they weren't ready for it, and this terrorist economy has never got rolling at all. Back on the pistols, full investment. They have no intentions of letting Sprouts build up cash against the Ecos, but look at this utility. It's already done so much damage, and they're just absolutely sending it. Somehow Rouse doesn't find another frag. That's good, but the rotations are here really quick, and they're going to struggle to get out of donut. Field day here for Longs and Slacks, and Sampi are running out of steam here on this T side.
Lonks even going one further, just holding so close to the smoke. Slack's trying to figure out where the other attack threat is. As Maddie's falls in towards A main, it all leaves it onto Savannah. Tucked in a close corner in donut. 1 versus 4. Sprout surely going to post 14 on the board here.
Devastating position, and Savannah takes his time here, just allowing Sampi to stew in this position, realise how far down they are and how much work is required to even get this to overtime, let alone win the map. As a reminder, loser here on Ancient, eliminated from the closed qualifier. Even the winner still has to play another to make it through into the main event of Republic Season 3. And it feels like Sampi's days, if not days, more like minutes, are numbered. Sprout inches away now from winning this series.
Look at the buy as well. Sampi potentially conceding match point. And all they brought into it is Guardian's Deagle and armor. He's all in. Sampi forces grouping towards mid. Gonna have to walk through a smoke. That grenade, that's not gonna help things. Lovely little one-way. Slacks can peek on in. Doesn't see anything. So we'll just run away. Lot of map control being gathered for Sprout. They're piecing this one together. Rolls has found a lot of information in towards B. You can see what it's done. 3 players already on A.
Such a low buy though, coming out from Sampi. They've already consigned themselves to playing up against 15. Even kills here would be amazing. Rouse jiggling out, seem to meet some players. Can't actually find the initial frag. They're still going to stall out this T side. Redirecting them in towards A, and there's 2 in defense. Longs and Slacks Actually, they're the 2 AWPs, so maybe, and it's a big maybe, if they can get past these initial lines, there's an opportunity, and Guardian actually domes the first. Slack's missing shots. This is getting scary. This is getting really scary. Stair, though, fast on the rotate. Finds 1. Make it 2. Slack's pistol in hand, doing work for a few precious moments there. It felt like that could be the move to revitalize Sampi, but it's not enough. Spread up to 15. 8 map points here on the CT side of Ancient.
As soon as Guardian gets that first kill, you start to maybe believe, but Stair's rotation was absolutely crucial. Thins the herd, and then what more can you ask for? Slacks swapping to his sidearm, taking a few players with him. Just makes it all that more doable. Crisis averted. But it's still a lot of turmoil on the T side for Sampi. 5 AKs, no AWP, run boost over for Slacks. Misses the shot, tucks himself in, will re-peek, but is that enough? Will get blinded off, tries to smoke, he needs to try and stay alive here. You can see that Lorx, he's coming in through in support. Mid could potentially be crunched upon. The Sprout have lost forces in other areas of the map. It's very much still on the cards for Sampi.
Guardian. Point man here. Buddy system working well, teammate in behind. Look how spread out Sprouts are. We're only 1 on A for a few seconds there, but actually Slacks has just about made his way over. Bombo still so far from commit to either site. Guardian thinks better of swinging all the way out, leaving his teammates to regroup, and whilst his patience is denying Sprout any opportunities, the clock is starting to dwindle a tad, and Sampi might be forced into an option if they don't speed up soon. Slowly but surely relocating into B, and this is where the 2 defenders are. Excellent map so far for the 2 of them, and you wouldn't put against them to bring this back in from this position.
No, you wouldn't, and that's a great start. Slack's getting the important kill, takes away Guardian's life. Oh, even jumping, A just can't get it done. Oh, this feels done. Slacks has seemingly done it all for Sprout, and here comes Stair. But it's all Slacks and Sprout. They will eliminate Sampi, continue on their journey in the closed qualifier. And it took us 3 maps to get there, Alan. But in the end, it was quite convincing.
Yeah, and overall for Sampi, of course, gutting for them to be eliminated. Felt like they had more to prove, and certainly some of these younger players have bright futures ahead of them. It just feels like a little bit too early for this team. Dust 2T side, we saw the bright spots, we saw how well it could play and where the how the unit could really function together. But unfortunately for the series overall, pretty comprehensively in the Sprout camp. And yeah, I think still too early for Sampi. Sprout, more established team, some very established names in this lineup, and it was always going to be difficult for them. So admirable attempt, but Sprout will move forward. It's kind of what we expected, maybe even expected a 2R after map 1. So Ancient overall, tough affair, and yeah, it just felt like almost everything was going Sprout's way. They called a really great game, and individually they looked in fine form as well. So yeah, any more reflections on Sprout today? It feels like we've seen all aspects of their play, good and bad.
Yeah, I think it's just to highlight on that Sampi point. The fact that they look so dominant in that Dust 2 victory is only going to spur them going forward. This roster only signed Sampi for just about a month or so now. So give them more time offline the server with Guardian's experience. Hopefully they can bring something more to the table with a very valiant effort. I think Sprout, they continue on their winning streak flawlessly, just carrying on through, and they're one of the big names here we expect to kind of make it through this closed qualifier, so it's good that they're living up to that reputation.
Indeed, indeed. Let's take a look at today's matches, of course. We just had Sprout up against Sampi. We all know that result 2-1 for Sprout. Earlier on in the day, MOUZ NXT versus Sinners. That one was a tad more surprising, I guess. We definitely felt that MOUZ NXT could be favorites going into that one, but in that sort of fashion, MOUZ NXT in fine form, and they look excellent moving forwards in the tournament. Here's that upper bracket. Of course, MOUZ NXT earlier today, making it through to the main event, as did Ecstatic yesterday. Skate up against ITB, and then Tropic Prague up against the ex-Mad Lions guys. Of course, both all have their opportunity to make it through as well. And of course, as we see more of these games, the lower bracket is beginning to play out. Sprout and Sin still have a chance to make it through, but they're praying to their lucky stars that they don't get a tough matchup, because then it could be really difficult moving forwards.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the Apex Enterprise game as well. I think that's got potential for a very good series. And that's a good point that you mentioned. It all depends on kind of who Sprout will come up against. There's a lot of strong competition in the upper bracket still remaining. And it's just very interesting to see what's going to happen. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, Alan, we might have an interview ready. I think it will be Lonks from Sprout, new guy on the block, and he's stepping up to the plate for the interview.
Hopefully he is here. Indeed he is. So Lonks, tiresome series. Felt like on our end it was going to be a 2-0 after Inferno, but Sampi looked brilliant on Dust 2. So I actually just want to ask first about Dust 2. What do you think was going so right for Sampi, and were there any issues in your camp, particularly on that first half?
I mean, they really played well, Dust 2. I wasn't expecting, to be honest. They were just very confident on themselves, and they were just taking us out one by one, and we couldn't adapt to that playstyle.
Yeah, well, you looked like a completely different team on Ancient. You had a very strong T side. Is that something you guys have been working on recently, or did you just come into that and you just thought you'd play your own game and see where you'd end up?
I mean, we trained Ancient as well, but before we started the Ancient map, we said, let's just play our game and do what we know.
Indeed, indeed. So Longs, obviously you're the newest member of the team. Came in a few weeks ago, I believe, just after they decided to part way with Marix. So just wanted to ask, first of all, how exciting was it to get the opportunity to play in a team like Sprout, and how have you found playing with those guys so far?
I mean, it was like, I was shocked in the beginning when I found out that I'm going to play with like Rals, with the coaching legend Barry, as I call him, with Speedy, Slacks, and Vigo, we call him Steyr. I mean, it's kind of amazing, to be honest. Like, it's a dream come true playing with these guys and against like good teams.
Yeah, and you guys are in really good form right now, and hopefully we can see that through. You've got one more best of 3 to potentially make it out the group. I guess that's your expectations as a minimum. Suppose you did make it through. What's kind of the overall aims going into REPUBLEAGUE?
I mean, I think winning it, yeah. Just winning it.
Confidence. I love to hear it. Well, thanks, Lorks, for joining us. Great interview from you, and best of luck to Sprout and the rest of the players going into the main event in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Always good to hear from the players. New boy on the block. Had a great series today, and I think he's really proving his worth on that team. I think for a lot of people, me included, actually, even though I know a lot of the players in the scene, it was a bit of a surprise to see him called up to Sprout, but credit to them. They made a truly excellent choice in players, and his future scene's incredibly bright. So we're just going to take a quick look, actually, at tomorrow's games. More of finding out who's going to be going through and who's going to be getting sent home. Budapest 5 up against Case. That'll be for elimination, whilst the second game, Entropic Prague, ex-Mad Lions. Interesting game, and maybe for both of those teams, two of the names you might not have expected to make it through to the main event. So I feel like great opportunity for either of them to stamp it home and really punch in a good result.
I think you're right, and I think that'll actually be a very interesting game to watch unfold. I think if I had to place any predictions, I would say that ex-Mad Lions just has the slight edge in that one. I'm more looking forward to the elimination match, though. Budapest 5 versus Case Esports. That's going to be a tricky one. Both of these teams are quite evenly matched, and I reckon that's got potential to be a real brawl.
That's about going to wrap us up for today. So, B-Dog, how do you reflect on the day? Any proper highlights throughout the cast so far?
Oh, I think just being here, first of all, big thank you as always. But MOUZ NXT, so impressed with how they keep having these seemingly roster shuffles where it's not deliberate roster shuffles, it's just their players are so good, they're just moving up to the main roster. The coach has even gone in transition, and the talent recruitment on that team is incredible. A really convincing display against Sinners, and that's been my highlight for the day.
Indeed, I think I'm going to resonate with that one. MOUZ NXT showing time and time again endless supply of players. I don't know how they do it, and everyone else wishes they knew the secret, but they're not going to reveal it because that would be, you know, like giving up the secret sauce recipe over at McDonald's or something. But anyway, that's going to wrap us up for the day here on the REPUBLEAGUE stream for the close qualifier. Of course, come back tomorrow. You've seen the games, you don't want to miss them, and hopefully they're bangers as well. So that's going to wrap us up for today, and we'll see you all tomorrow on the REPUBLEAGUE stream.
a reminder to count your blessings, 'cause this town ain't fair. They'll put you down and